you have a monitor, headphones from the BBC, and we just press one button.
Oh, what? Yeah,
So
to
nothing like
change
this at all.
between the cameras.
Yeah, nothing like this at
Yeah,
all.
yeah. What's it like? Two cameras either end.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we use.
Do you want to check this mic, Liam? We're going online. Whatever you say right now. Whatever I say. Hello everyone who's listening online. We'll start the commentary properly.
Oh, it's not open.
We went in there, we walked straight up. There's a big queue, tea and coffee. Tea and coffee, though. Yeah, like the bar. It was Melrose. About 12 people.
There's a very long line.
Opening the ball for Middlesex, Easton Beckenham, and to face the first delivery.
Anyway,
Well, hello from Beckenham, and One Day Cup cricket about to get underway here on BBC Sport Online and via the Kent live stream. In fact, that's the first ball of the game, bowled by Ethan Bamber to Marcus O'Riordan, the Kent opening batter. Kent winning the toss and choosing to bat first here as they look to build on 2 straight wins in the competition and winning here against Hampshire on Wednesday. I'm Ben Watts of BBC Radio Kent, BBC Radio London's Kevin Hand is alongside me. How are you, Kevin?
I am all the better for working with you, Ben. You truly are a man after my own heart. Here's Bamber from the City Road End. Good morning, everyone.
Here he comes.
That's my kind of start.
Yeah, here we go. No nonsense. Straight into the cricket. This one's pushed away out towards mid-off. People are going to hear enough of you and I.
We'd have only talked about the hunt for coffee this morning.
And the current lack of the pizza van.
And the lack of the pizza van.
That's not here. If the pizza van turns up at some point today, Kevin and I will go madder than somebody takes a hat-trick.
We'll be off on that bouncy castle behind the sight screen at the far end. Have you seen it? It's just out of shot, isn't it? For you can't. If you get really high on the bounce, you might just see the release of the bowler.
We need a drone or something for footage of the bouncy castle. That's down the leg side by Ethan Bamber, and a stop moving away to his left from Jack Davis behind the stumps.
Yeah, we'll come back to that. There is a drone here today, but this is a big old game for these, so isn't it? 3 from 3.
Hi.
Kent could go.
It's quite a nicely poised group.
Nice little run, wouldn't it?
Nice,
Middlesex, though, a defeat would leave them. Well, they'd have to win the lot and see how it went thereafter.
So Bamber once again. Kent Spitfires, one without loss. Pulled away by O'Riordan over the top, just of the fielder at a wide-ish mid-on, and he gets a boundary. So Kent moved to 5 without loss. The one Kent changed to the team, by the way, for this game, and there is one change. Akansh Singh, the teenager, drops out. Hamid Kadri, the off-spinner, comes in. So Kent really do have a team of 10 all-rounders and Harry Finch, the wicket-keeper.
Middlesex with the one change. Martin Anderson dropping out for Robbie White for this one, which a little bit of rest and rotation. I think there might be a little bit of a niggle there, but nothing too dramatic.
Pulled away again. This time it's one bounce to that fielder at mid-on. They come through for a single. Henry Brooks is the fielder. Am I right in thinking, did I see some news on Anderson's future for next
Anderson's
season?
off to Derbyshire, yeah, but it's nothing to do with that. They haven't dropped him out of sight as a result. It is a case of rest and rotation, and in comes Robbie White, which strengthens the batting line up on a track that sometimes can be a very high-scoring game here at Beckenham. However,
absolutely, usually it is. Wednesday was the exception to the rule.
And it is the same pitch.
Yes,
I have established.
it is the same pitch, so maybe we might see some more turn. Spin didn't necessarily have the best of times in the week, so this will seem a lot more effective, particularly with the new ball. The white balls that do swing a little bit, and there's Swanepoel, who is very much a T20 power play sort of one-day cricketer, if you will. A lot of the time these days we don't see opening batters in this format particularly go hard in the first 10, but there's Swanepoel. He goes hard. So playing a miss from him to start. Update on the way for BBC Local Radio as well as Bamber bowls to Swanepoel, and he's managed to chop that over the wicketkeeper's head somehow. And he's going to come back for 2 runs. Hello, yeah, it's a cloudy Beckenham today, but a reasonably warm one, not quite as scorching as it was on Wednesday for the spectators who might be able to put a bit less sun cream on today. So in terms of the cricket, Kent have won their last couple of games, coming here trying to make it 3 in a row in the One-Day Cup up against Middlesex. As we say, Middlesex, the away team, losing the toss. Kent decided to have a bat first, so they are currently 8 without loss after the opening over. And one change for them, Hamid Kadri coming into the team, the spinner for Ekansh Singh. So commentary of this one online, as well as Surrey at Guildford taking on Nottinghamshire. Notts are 2 without loss in that one, and then we'll get updates from Adrian Harms from Hove on the show as well. Sussex taking on Leicestershire. Leicestershire there 3 without loss after the opening over. So all of those matches getting up and running. You can hear them live on the BBC Sport app and website.
And here's Ishan Kaushal running into bowl, defended off the back foot by O'Riordan. Into the offside it goes. That scoreboard, I think, says 6 without loss. It's a very, or is that 8?
I think
it's a very small.
I think
6.
it says 8.
It's 8. It's 8.
Because we had the boundary for O'Riordan, a 2 for Swanepoel. There was a wide, and then there was a single. So 8.
2 slips crash down.
But you are correct, that it is the world's smallest scoreboard.
Kaushal's in, he bowls so O'Riordan. And this is whipped away off the hip. And out to deep mid-wicket it goes. And in front of Bamber, who's made a brilliant tumbling stop down there, rolls away. My apologies, it's Luke Holman, not Bamber. 56, not 54, tumbling. And they have taken, I would imagine 2, but my eyes were fixed on Holman's effort on the boundary. It is 3, they've got back for 3. So 11 without loss.
Yeah, so the scoreboard, which is about 100 yards away from where we're commentating from, I can just about read the top line. I can just about tell you the score, but then in even smaller font is the rest of the information, like what the batters are on and who's bowling and how many overs gone, etc. So bear with us on the scoreboard front.
Not just on the scoreboard front either. Here's Kaushal in bowls, and this ball's pushed away into the offside. Right up there, it's fielded at point by Holman.
If I get the live stream up on my laptop,
yes, that's what I was going to do.
Then that might be.
We've had a busy morning, haven't we? We've been walking around talking to everybody. There we go. Look at that. Dan's here. Dan's here to save us.
So that's pretty much all the information that is on the scoreboard. Just now we're looking at it from a yard away rather than 100. So that's helpful. Thank you, Dan.
Kaushal into bowl, and this ball is on a length and eased back by Swanepoel on the back foot. 3 wickets for him in the last game here on Wednesday.
Oof, yeah, and the game at Blackpool against Lancashire, he was hooping it round corners.
Thank you.
Was swinging it both ways.
Did you go to Blackpool?
I did.
Did you get some rock?
No.
Did you go to the seaside?
No.
Did you travel up on the day and back, or did you stay overnight?
Not quite.
Kaushal's in, bowls, and this is full down the leg side. That'll be wide, trying to help it on its way.
So I played club cricket on the Saturday, drove about halfway on the Saturday night, and then a little bit to the ground on the day, and then drove home. So I didn't actually take in the sights. Don't worry, I'm going back that way twice in this month because Gillingham are playing up that way against Fleetwood of Morecambe.
Top of the tower?
So I've got plenty of time to go sightseeing.
That's one of Peter Kay's early ones, wasn't it? Top of the Blackpool tower. Here's Kaushal hitting the crease now. He bowls, and this is short. Attempted cut. Has he edged it? He has! Through to the keeper it goes, and there's the first wicket. Swanepoel looking to cut. A little bit of extra bounce on that one for Kaushal, which I think was the early chat this morning. Davies with a relatively comfortable take behind the stumps, and Swanepoel departs for 2. So Kent are 12 for 1.
Yeah, good start that for Middlesex, because Swanepoel can be dangerous at the top. Mentioned that he doesn't just sit there and try and build an innings. He basically just goes out and swings the bat hard, and he managed to do that with good effect against Hampshire on Wednesday. Got 30 off 25 balls, a few streaky boundaries as well as a few more convincing ones. But yeah, he's attempted a cut shot there and got the edge through to the keeper and had to walk off. So Middlesex will be pretty happy with that. Kent obviously choosing to bat first in the game. I think that's slightly motivated by, as you mentioned, it being a used pitch and the fact that they'll try and bring spin into the game as it goes on. But yeah, seam was effective here. Kyle Abbott in particular was nigh on unplayable on Wednesday. So I think it's potentially a wicket that the Middlesex seamers will enjoy. It's got a little bit of pace and carry to it, and it's a good cricket wicket, so should be in for a good contest. And already we've seen Marcus O'Riordan get a few runs away, but Middlesex have the breakthrough with Swanepoel removed.
Well, bounce was the chat this morning, expecting a bit of bounce in the surface, and that was evident in the dismissal there of Swanepoel. And well, Middlesex have got the bowlers to extract that in Bamber and Kaushal and Brooks as well when it's his turn. Skipper orchestrating things at the mid off at the moment. Mark Stoneman, what's he looking for? He's pushing who? They've got 2 slips and gully at the moment. 2 slips and a gully. Point, mid off, mid on, deep backward square, short fine leg. Did I mention deep third? I'm not sure I did. It's Brooks who's down there. So deep third and deep square are the 2 outside of the circle. But 3 catches in the 2 slips and a gully. So Middlesex on the attack. The covers are on offer. And I'm sure they'll be saying to Kaushal with this fields, hit that heavy length. As he moves in now, he bowls, and that is exactly what he does, and brings
Joey Everson, the new man,
Everson forward, beats him just outside off, and through it goes to the keeper. We picked up on the effects mic there. It sounds like a motorway almost, but we're nowhere near a motorway.
Yeah, I don't
is there
know.
a plane in the distance on the wind?
Could be. Could be. There's a few planes. Little.
Or is it the big old
wander by.
is it the big old hauler bringing in the pizza van, revving up on the way in?
No sign yet, Kev. Pizza van watch is on. That's our second mention. The listeners at home count how many times we mentioned the lack of the pizza van.
That dot ball was the end of the over, 12 for 1. So it'll be Bamber to continue from the city end. Where are those planes descending into at the moment then? Is that Gatwick?
I don't think so. Here comes Bamber, driven up the pitch by O'Riordan. I wonder if it's London City.
Yeah. I thought it was shut at the weekends, London City. It's open, clearly.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, I was at the Oval a couple of weeks ago on a Saturday, and they were certainly descended into London City that day, but it did surprise me. I thought it was always shut at the weekend, but maybe it's only reduced service.
It's not far to Gatwick as well, and Heathrow, like you say, so...
The stableness of it
Luton.
is as important on this.
Yes.
As
No
long
one
as
goes
you
there,
get the shot of what is happening.
Beckenham's
which is
probably the closest out of the bunch, actually.
Rugby, where
This one's down the leg side, wide, signalled, but I'm pretty sure that
with this,
is for smaller planes than the ones we can see at the minute.
Sorry to any Northamptonshire fans that are tuned in this morning. That's one of their outgrounds, isn't it, Luton?
Is it?
Well, it's right at the boundary, really, of Middlesex and Luton, isn't it? So you could rattle it's not far from Luton.
Well, we're not far from the Oval from here, I think, as the crow flies. About 6 miles.
Well, plenty of just chatter there, isn't there, about this ground?
With you there.
Third London club.
there's a lot of.
I think Kent and themselves trying to hype that up in fairness. Certainly the chief executive is. As Bamber bowls to O'Riordan, as it's off the back foot, back up the pitch. And yeah, of course, it's the current home of the South East Stars, but it presumably won't be the home of Surrey women next season.
Well, that's an interesting one, isn't it? Oh, yeah, didn't think of that.
I think that was part of
The
reason
Oval in
why-
Guildford, I guess.
That was part of the reason why Kent were a bit miffed not to get a women's team.
Yeah.
The fact that they've got this whole
Big
setup
club.
ready to go.
Yep.
It's the fear of breaking.
It's a good setup. It's a good crowd in today, isn't it? Busy Sunday morning.
Here comes Bamber. Full delivery to O'Riordan, driven back up the pitch. That's a good, smart stop by the bowler, sticking out a left hand to prevent
It should be
maybe a couple of runs straight down the ground.
You'll be on
If it beat the mid-off fielder. So O'Riordan,
Got it.
that's what I was doing. I was trying to get the scoreboard up.
Yes, it's a shame because the last
Oh,
time
have we
saw
lost
that
it?
on you,
There
No,
it
there
is.
we go. O'Riordan's on 8.
camera, the guy
I was
was
double
just-
checking.
So mentioning the Stars, the last time I was here, I was doing the Stars commentary on my own from the kitchen in the pavilion away to our right.
Here comes Bamber again.
Don't fiddle with that.
Pulled away. He hasn't quite middled that, O'Riordan, so they'll come through for a single.
Yeah.
Were you literally sat in the kitchen, or
Well, at the
just
kitchen door.
outside? Yeah.
No, I was. Yeah, I was in the kitchen actually. I was in the kitchen for the commentary, because the outside the kitchen is the players' dining room, isn't it? So it would have been a bit awkward if somebody had just got out and came down for a cup of tea, and I was saying what a terrible shot. So in the kitchen, which is hopefully soundproof. Because there were a few terrible shots that day. But the one scoreboard in sight was that very small one, which was even further away from the kitchen.
Yeah, that's true. That's where our connection is, just outside the kitchen. And so I've got my long cable connected to that. So if anyone's listening inside the ground, as this one's defended away by Everson, try not to trip over my 100-metre wire. It's a bright grey colour,
A bright grey.
if that is a thing. 14 for 1 as Everson just giving the pitch a little bit of a prod.
It was almost Matt Cole-esque of you there. It's a bright grey.
Bright grey. Spitfires are 14 for 1. And Everson on the front foot defending this one. Back up the pitch.
Where is he today?
That's the end of the over. Kent 14 for 1 after 3.
Where is Matt today?
I don't know.
I thought it was going to be the three amigos here.
I don't know where Matt is today. He's enjoying his day off somewhere, I'm
Is
sure.
he?
Yeah.
Slacker. Will he have tuned in? Is it worth me continuing to have a dig at
I
him?
mean, I don't know. I'm sure he might have other things to do on his Sunday.
What more could he do than tune in? Spitfires against the Middlesex. Here's Cowshall. Just down below our little commentary mound, our grassy knoll.
Stay wide until he hits the ball, and then zoom in.
His right arm over the wicket with 2 slips in place.
So all things to
Bowls to
make your life easier.
Reardon, who lofts this one. Goodness me, that's coming towards us. Look at the leverage on that. It's going to hit the rope. Well, is it? You guys are signalling 6.
Yeah, hit it on the full.
Yeah.
Well, this is. It's almost like Strictly. That's like up here, isn't it? Can the camera get on us for the stream?
I think that's the first time we've ever signalled a 6.
That was a split jury, I have to say. If the 5 is in the 10, I think that was a 4.
It hit the rope on the full.
I'm not sure.
That's the definition of a 6.
Front side of the rope. Could you be sure that didn't hit the ground before the rope? Here's Cowshall, he's in. Bowls, and it beats the edge. Length ball goes through to the keeper.
So on Wednesday they did actually have a commentary cam, but I think they've ditched it today.
No, we don't need a commentary cam. We need the tent cam. We need all of us in. There's 5. It's like Strictly Come
I
Dancing,
think
isn't it?
they've probably ditched it because this scaffolding bar in front of us and Kevin James and I were just basically hiding behind it.
Oh,
the whole
definitely.
time.
It was definitely like Strictly Come Dancing if Kevin James was on the panel.
The only person
Likes a bit of drama, doesn't
the only
he?
person that could be seen on the camera was our junior journo who was sneaking underneath the scaffolding bar.
Cowshall's in. Bowls. This is lofted down the ground again. There's no doubt this one's 6. Unfortunately, the umpire lifts his arms as I've said that. It just disappeared out of sight, but the trajectory of it suggested it was going to go all the way, and it did. Straight back down the ground. That's a lovely, sweet shot, wasn't it, by Reardon? Moves to 21.
Yeah, he's basically decided that anything that is up is off.
Well, the field's there for it, isn't it? I mean, Cowshall shouldn't particularly be bowling that full at the moment. He's got a mid-off and mid-on up. He's got a deep third and a long leg. And we've talked about this bouncy surface, haven't we? So it's the perfect example to bowl as full as you can or as short as you can while forcing them to bowl to play off the front footers. Here's a bouncer which goes through to the keeper, and everybody looks at the umpires. 1 signal for the over. It was an overhead high. Helicopter buzzes overhead. Or is that the drone? You mentioned the drone earlier. They've got a drone today.
So they actually, I didn't even know they had a drone. That is a helicopter.
Look, still right in front of you there. The drone's down on the ground.
Ooh, exciting.
Apparently the commentators do get to take control of it at one point.
I hope not.
Can you imagine? Cowshall is in, bowls, and this is leveraged again down the ground, and that might just make it. Let's see, it's tight, it's 4. 1 bounce and 4 on this occasion. Cowshall's just gone too full again. The field, again, it's there with a deep third and a deep square. Bowl as short as you can while forcing the batter to play on the front foot, but at the moment he's planted on the front foot.
Yeah, and what O'Riordan,
O'Riordan.
yeah, what he's doing well here, O'Riordan, is just holding his shape really well through the shot. It's not trying to overhit it.
Yeah. Because if you know it's not your shot,
Yes, the follow through is there, and there is a deliberate intention to loft the drive, but just holding his shape nicely. 30 for 1.
Cowshall hits the crease now. He bowls short, and that is hit up into the air and away. And for 4 more, deep mid-wicket. No need to move at all for deep square as it bounces over the rope. 1 bounce. Sweet pick up from O'Riordan. He just didn't quite get it right, that over Cowshall. It was too full or too short, and in the end he's punished trying to get out of the over with another bumper, having allowed O'Riordan to plant himself on the front foot in the first, 3 or 4 deliveries of that over. Was it 6.6?
6.6.44. So 20 off the over. Again, 34 for 1 after 4. The funniest thing about Marcus O'Riordan is this season he's kind of become this. Oh, here comes the drone. Here comes the drone. He's kind of become this power play specialist this season. He's batted up the top of the order for Kent in the T20. Played a lot of second team cricket and has opened the batting. As Bamber is in and bowling to Joey Everson. Flicked away behind square on the onside, and they'll come through for a single. And yet, if you ask anyone at his club team, Tunbridge Wells, they'd say there's about 3 or 4 guys who bat more aggressively than he does. But yet, he's kind of found this niche for himself within the Kent team, being very aggressive at the top of the order in white ball cricket. So he's clearly batting with a purpose and a role to play and some clear instructions. As Bamba is in, you can hear the drone buzzing overhead as O'Riordan punches this off the back foot out into the covers. There's a young lad called Ben Dawkins who's played a little bit in the second team, who opens the batting for Tunbridge Wells.
I feel like that drone's going to dip down in a minute just in front of us. It's all of a sudden going to be... It feels like one of those movies. It's just slowly going to come down in front of us and be really threatening right in front of the commentary tent. You can hear it buzzing away somewhere overhead at the moment. So is that going to go on the live stream in a few moments then? The drone, beautiful, beautiful.
Here comes Bamba to O'Riordan. Flicked away behind square. And they're going to come back for a couple.
Look at where it's come to now with drones and all sorts. To think of the days when it was just me and Churchy travelling the country with a couple of tin cans and a piece of string. And now look at us, drones and...
You see, it's obviously strange to kind of reference COVID, but obviously it's since COVID that all the streams have kind of started to be
a bit good.
Well, I mean, just used in a broadcast capacity, and then they've added all the extras. As this one's pushed away by O'Riordan in front of the mid-wicket fielder and for a single.
Well, they realise that everybody loves loves cricket.
Of course, Lancashire have kind of led the way, haven't they? With
no, nobody loves that commentary.
Well, no, not with the commentary, with all the cameras on their stream.
Going up to see him on Thursday, Scott Reed. You've been up there already.
Yeah, we like Scott.
You could not like Scott, could you?
He dragged me out to the middle, and we had to do some. We were doing some preamble before that game. Yeah, on the stream. This one's left alone outside the off stump. My face for radio was getting some airtime, which was a little bit interesting. But there we go.
Big time Reed was on the big screen, was he?
Oh, he's always on the live stream.
Oh, of course, I see. So that was. I thought you meant for it was to the big screen in house.
No, sorry, I was on the stream because he does his little preamble. I think he did.
And then he rushes upstairs to the mic. Yeah.
He did one on the roller, didn't he?
He did. That was the classic, wasn't it? On the back of the roller.
Yeah. So here comes Bamba again. Everson forward and playing defensively. Back up the pitch. End of the over. Kent 38 for 1. After 5, and that's such a good view of Beckenham from the drone.
Oh, look at that! There it is on the stream. Look at that!
Looking overhead.
Beautiful.
Almost as good a view as if you're sat at the top of the back of those green seats. That's one of my preferred spots on the ground. And I must say, actually, if you're in the front row, in front of some of the flats that are on the corner of the ground, you feel really quite close to the action with where the strip is actually. So from the end that we're about to see Henry Brooks replace Cowshaw from, you're probably at a deep extra cover. You feel pretty close to the action there actually.
So we could get a proper wide shot of the field from the drone, I assume, as well. You could also get, and look at me now, directing on mic. I guess because the bowling from the far end was Ethan Bamba from the city end, I guess you probably get a good view of the city up there as well then.
That's a good point. That is a good point.
Panoramic. Here's Brooks into the attack, replacing Cowshaw. That expensive last over has seen him withdrawn. Brooks is right arm over. He bowls short and he's pulled hard. It's to Holman. It's on the bounce. And they have a single. He thought for a moment it was a low projectile, that wasn't it? The drone wouldn't have been in trouble with that one at all. It was pretty flat, the pull. But it was in the air for a long while, though, because it was hit well. But one bounce to Holman and the single's taken.
Presumably there are some rules about how high the drone is allowed to be flown.
Well, yeah.
I don't know for sure, but
yeah.
There we go. You can see the city now in the background if you're on the live stream.
Oh, look at that. Here's Brooks bowls up on his toes. Here's Everson to defend. He's drawn into the offside. One he has from 8 now, Everson. From 7, sorry.
O'Riordan was setting off there for a single and Everson sent him back. So yeah, you can see the big dome, which is Crystal Palace's new academy training ground set up. I think you could even see the bouncy castle over the top of the sight screen from that last aerial view from the drone. But then, yeah, the city of London in the far distance. Lower camera angle, you can see the ice cream van and the burger van that will be doing a roaring trade at some point today.
Brooks bowls just short of a length. But a tennis ball bounce about that one through to the keeper, wasn't it? It really dipped on the way through.
Another view of the live stream, or at least we're getting it at the moment. There's the
bouncy castle, we can see it over the back of the sight screen. Yeah, there's the city in the distance. So, well, that's Canary Wharf and everything off to the right, I assume, and then off to the left. That would be more towards the centre of London, wouldn't it? And St Paul's. And
yeah, the Shard, I think that's what you see.
Can you name them all? There's the cheese grater, the walkie-talkie, the gherkin.
The gherkin, yeah.
Yes.
There's Brooks bowls through to the keeper again. Bouncer outside the off stump. I said bouncer, a fair bit of bounce outside the off stump. On the back foot. Everson, I think he was playing inside the line. We just did a wide long on here as we watch on. Big Ben, that's a bit small now compared to all the rest of it.
Yeah.
Poor old Big Ben.
It's all been fixed now, hasn't it? The scaffolding's gone. The last time I was in London. Yeah. Well,
They're London, they'll finish it one day.
The last time I was in London, the Big Ben had all the scaffolding up.
Here comes Brooks. He's in, right arm over bowls, and this is left alone outside the off stump. Through it goes. 39 for 1 in the 6th over here.
Of course, in the other direction is the Crystal Palace training ground, but they're in America, so we can't be accused of spying on Oliver Glasner's pre-season tactics.
So I guess Crystal Palace Tower as well. That's probably more.
Yeah, I guess would be in that direction.
Behind us somewhere.
Somewhere-ish. Oh, is it over beyond the flats?
Here's Brooks. 2 slips crouching down. He's in bowls and forward goes. Everson defending into the offside. 39 for 1. And the 6th is it? It is. So a single start. 5 dot balls thereafter. A good start from Brooks. Listening to Richard Johnson talking to the Middlesex in-house interview yesterday ahead of this game and talking about how there's been a few adjustments for Brooks since joining Middlesex. They didn't have a lot of time to work, them having joined in January, so looking forward to a full season with them this year, but then a full winter as well. There's the shot of the city again. Oh look, it's on the move. This is beautiful. It's panning across the distance, and we're going to see that big tower come into shot now in a moment. Oh, we watch, here it comes. Is that where the Olympics is, right?
So is that the Crystal Palace Tower over there?
Oh, it's Crystal Palace Tower, is it?
Sorry, no, yeah, not that close to France.
They did have the Olympics there once, though, didn't they, Crystal Palace?
Really?
Yeah.
Here comes Bamba from the city end of the ground, the end of the ground that you've just been looking at, looking beyond.
Honestly, did they?
They had the Olympics at Crystal Palace.
Yeah. Was Crystal Palace not used for 2012 at some point as well, I'd imagine? 2012, would it not have been?
I don't think it was.
No, I'm not sure it was for that, but the original, the previous.
The 1900,
yeah.
Whatever.
Yeah, it was 1900 Paris, it was 1900 London.
No, I think it was like 1904 or something, wasn't it?
Yes.
Here comes Bamba. Stand to be corrected as O'Riordan pushes this quick single. That would have been tight if he'd hit.
That generally goes without saying with our commentaries, Ben.
Yeah, fact check everything we say. That could have been a very tight single.
Oh, look at that! Zoomed in on Canary Wharf now on the. That's lovely, isn't it? On the live stream.
Of course, everyone. We are watching the live stream at the same time as everyone, so.
No, we're not. We're probably a few seconds behind it, aren't we? So everybody's hearing it. No, hold on. Which way will it go?
Well,
it's going to go one or two ways, isn't it? We're 2 seconds
us
ahead or 2
talking
seconds
about what's
behind.
on the stream will be out of sync, but there we go. Here comes Bamba, defended away by Everson.
But that's all right. They get it.
Yeah. Hopefully, if you're listening from home. If you are listening from home, you want to get in touch, kentcricket@gmail.com on the email. You can also tweet at BenWattSport, at Kevin Handsport, at BBC Kent Sport. Loads of Twitter addresses. Which reminds me to congratulate a Beckenham athlete, but Blackheath and Bromley athlete, Sam Reardon, who was part of the mixed 4x400 metre bronze medal GB team this weekend. This one's flicked away in front of square by Joey Everson, away for 4 runs out towards the spectators watching on from the green seated stand. We need to get a proper name of that stand, to be honest.
Congratulate. Did you watch that 4x4? It was a banker silver and possibly golds, and then capitulated to bronze.
No,
did you see what the Dutch did?
Yeah, she's brilliant.
She was pretty impressive, wasn't she? That was an astonishing, in all seriousness, that was an astonishing
I think it was the Americans that were supposed to win it, and then Femke
well, they always are, aren't they?
The sprint finish from her was insane. As Everson is on the back foot defending this one away.
No, in all seriousness, that was absolutely brilliant. That was exhilarating, that finish to the 4x4 relay, mixed 4x4.
Did you know about the Bromley-born French rugby player as well?
The Bromley-born French rugby player? No. Funnily enough.
Then, neither did I until the game started, and then they won gold. But yeah, there's a...
Is that on BBC Radio Kent this morning?
Bromley-born French rugby player. No, we haven't got him on yet. Here comes the drive from Joey Everson to a full delivery from Bamber out towards a wide mid-off for a single. Probably just Alex Hode on BBC Radio Kent this morning.
Somebody once sailed past the Kent coast one.
Oh yeah,
finished 7th in the Tiddlywinks yesterday, did they?
Well, I mean, I did.
10th in the medal table. Kent.
That's Liam, the Kent cricket admin, who is very much using the wider definition of Kent. Greater Kent, he's calling it, the People's Republic of Kent.
Greater Kent, is that the UK?
Well,
is that how you all refer to the UK, Greater Kent?
Well, no. He's including Lewisham. He's including Alex Yee of Lewisham in that medal table, which is beyond the BBC Radio Kent definition of Kent these days.
It's always the battle between Kent and Essex and Surrey and London for whose is whose.
Yeah.
In areas of what do they cover on the BBC local radio.
45 for 1 at the end of the 7th. Here comes Brooks.
And it's turned down to deep backward square leg for a single. To start the over, it's onto the hip. Talked about the bounce that was expected in this one. So 45 for 1. Well, this marks a very good start. Obviously what we saw here on Wednesday in the Hampshire game. Said it was an early trip home for Kevin James. He loves an early trip to home, doesn't he, Jamo? Start your engines. He never turns his engine off, Jamo. He's ready to go, isn't he? It's Brooks.
I think he's been here more than I have this season, to be honest.
Has he? Oh, what, with the
Vipers?
Vipers. Brooks. Long-legged approach. He's in, bowls, and this ball is slapped down the ground by O'Riordan. Well, there's no real need to double-check who was on strike there, because that was very much in keeping with O'Riordan's performance this morning. He moves to 38 from, 23 deliveries now, and that's the 50 up for Kent. 50 for 1 in the 8th, and it's looking a good toss to win at the moment for the Spitfires. He's just dropping a fraction short there, Brooks. In fact, he wasn't really. He's hit off the top of middle and leg, isn't he? As O'Riordan, we just watched the replay now, he clears the front foot and slaps him back down the ground dismissively.
That's an outrageous shot from Marcus O'Riordan, who, like I say, is morphing himself into this power play slogger.
Brooks in bowls, a little tickle into the onside on this one from O'Riordan. Short fine leg comes up to collect.
If you consider the fact that Kent are not picking Ben Compton in this competition, and the alternative to Compton being the anchor man in the innings, if you like, is Swanepoel swinging at everything, O'Riordan slapping straight sixes and whatnot, and Joey Everson's being slightly more watchful.
Brooks hits the crease now, he bowls, and this is onto the hip. It's worked, a short fine leg, and a good tumbling stop by Fernandez holds them to a single, rolling to his left. That could easily have got through. Got away down to fine leg, long leg. Deep square was ready to pounce, ready to sprint indeed. On the ropes to try and cut that one off, but Fernandez with good tumbling stop. Combination of track and field there, wasn't it? The athleticism in the foreground saved the need for the sprint on the boundary.
Very good.
Did you watch it all yesterday? Were you working or were you feet up watching the Olympics?
I was playing yesterday.
Here's Brooks, he's in, bowls, and this is pushed away just in front of point, and a single is taken. That's nicely done again.
Speaking of club cricket yesterday, George has got in touch saying, good afternoon. It's not quite the afternoon, George. Says, hoping for another Kent victory today. We're starting to find a bit of momentum. Will make my weekend a little bit more tolerable. I thought I'd share the scorecard from my game yesterday. Just the 283-run loss in a 45 overs a side game. That is impressive. That's a very one-sided game of 45 over club cricket, that is. Thanks, George.
Brooks into the crease now. He bowls just full of length. It's down the leg side and wide. It's signalled. Oh, it gets through Davies. They'll get an extra run to it as well as it just spurts out of the glove. That leg side.
If I can get the 4G to load up, I'll tell you what the scores were. So it was Knotty Green Cricket Club got 328 for 4 from their 45, and they bowled out Mortimer West End for 45.
Beautiful.
In 16.3 overs. That's the definition of getting to the pub early.
Not even 100 balls, huh? Here's Brooks in bowls, and this is clipped in the air, but safely out to deep square, where they do have 2 patrolling now. I should have noted, apologies, but with our commentary position, didn't quite notice that deep third has actually moved to deep mid-wicket now. And that's Brooks trying to pepper the chest to some extent of the 2 right-handers. 56 for 1 it is at the end of the 8th. O'Riordan moves to 41 with that single.
Yeah, I think that's not a bad tactic, actually. I like you say, maybe sort of aiming at back of length, hip height, cramp the bats for a bit of room. Just say, yeah, you can have one nudging it off your hip out towards those 2 sweepers, but prevent any boundaries. So yeah, 56 for 1 after 8, with Everson on 8 and O'Riordan 41 from 26 balls. Can hear the drone in our commentary position, and if you're watching on the live stream,
Officially now the Ben Watts drone.
really? Here comes Ethan Bamber off the back foot. It's a long on now for O'Riordan, and he just pushes a drive up in that direction. So I was
Now when I'm on any other commentary, I'm going to refer to you as the Ben Watts drone.
okay. I was going to point out, of course, that we still have these very bland names for the ends here at Beckenham.
City end?
The City end.
That's the grand city of Londinium at that end. What more do you want?
Well, I want it to be
Goodness
called
me.
like the Rob Key end or something, or the Darren Stevens end.
What's greater, Rob Key or London? To be fair.
Darren Stevens. This one's defended away by Joey Everson into the covers.
Goodness me, do you think Zinedine Zidane stood at the bottom of the Eiffel Tower and was hoping for a bit better for the opening ceremony? City of London end, goodness me.
Yeah, but what's the City of London got
I mean,
to do
it's
with
a
Kent
proper
Cricket Club?
city end. You go to Birmingham and they call it the City end. You're like, oh, come on, lads.
Yeah,
It's a
true.
stretch.
But,
City.
But what's the City of London got to do with Kent Cricket Club?
Because it's the City end. We've just seen it on the drone.
Can we rename the Green Stand at least?
The green stand end.
As this one is defended away, like at Somerset where they have all the
You'll
different...
want the sight screen end next, won't you?
the side screen end. The bouncy castle end.
There you go, it's on the drone now, look. City of London, the grand city of Londinium.
The bouncy castle end of the ground. Yeah, those that sort of stand of the green seats. Surely we could give that a name or something.
Do you want us to call this the Canterbury end, just to make you feel a bit more at home?
No, Canterbury's further away than my home than this is. So
I know, but
I know what you
you're
mean.
very parochial with this now. City end.
The other one's
complaining about London City.
The other one's the Beckenham end or the town end, which again is just a bit dull. So that one's blocked back up the pitch.
Well, the Beckenham end's all right. We're in Beckenham, aren't we? So there's the City end, i.e. City of London. And it's the Beckenham end. I think we're going to see the Beckenham end now, are we? Our man operating the drone's looking at us. He's tuned in.
I mean, yeah, well done for the geography. I mean, it gives it, we know where we are in terms of the geography, but you know, you got the Stuart Broad end at Trent Bridge now, the Jimmy Anderson end at the Old Trafford.
I see where this is going. You want the Ben Watts end, the commentary end. Here's Bamber.
Pushed away by Joey Everson. I've already given you my
I see.
suggestions.
We know what you're up to, Watts.
I've already given
Look,
you
take
my
your free pizza
suggestions.
at lunch. Has it arrived yet? I don't think this isn't looking good for the pizza, is it?
I think we should get Becca or Liam to start ringing up food kiosks. SOS call.
Can you get a pizza van to Beckenham ASAP? Worsley Bridge Road. And we've actually given it its proper name yet
Yeah,
today.
Worsley Bridge Road, yeah. Coper's Cope Road's the other end, isn't it? Or the other side of the ground. So this one's tucked away into the onside for a single. Everson moves on to 9 and Kent to 57 for 1. So a tighter over this one from Ethan Bamber. Oh, in fact, that's the end of the over, so 2 off the over. So 58 for 1 after 9.
Kevin Howes does love a trip when he's on Radio 5 Live, Sports Extra, and announcer across to the commentary at Worsley Bridge Road. He loves it. He loves saying, I think it rolls off his tongue, doesn't it?
He's actually been to Kent this year.
Tones of Howes. He has, hasn't he?
Yeah, so that was the first time he'd been to Canterbury since the quarter-final that Kent won back in 21.
What's Scarborough's name? Scarborough's got a name as well like
Does
that, hasn't
it?
it? The something road.
I don't know. Scarborough's about the only place I haven't been on the circuit these
you're
days.
missing out. Scarbados. Here's Brooks in bowls down the leg side. It's another wide. Middlesex, well, they're going for, I mean, there have been a number of wides. They're clearly going for a very straight line here, as we've said by the field, and they have incidentally dropped back deep third now. So deep mid-wicket has gone back to deep thirds. You'll probably just see on the wide shot from the drone. North Marine Road, that's it.
Oh, nice.
To be fair, he doesn't often cross to North Marine Road, because if Yorkshire at North Marine Road,
He's there.
so's Howells.
Yeah, exactly.
He's not missing out on a trip to Scarbados.
It's not far from his house either, is it?
Not a million miles, not a million miles. But don't tell the expenses team that at the BBC, it's miles away. Here's Brooks in bowls, and this is worked back to a square on the leg side for a single. By Everson, he's into double figures. And 60 for 1 is the score. Yeah, you'll have just seen from the drone shot there, which has given us the lovely wide shot of the field. That is the deep third and the deep mid-wicket. That is going to change now for O'Riordan, and they will go deep square and deep mid-wicket as deep third comes up. We are in the final over of power play 1.
Would you like to mention the overheads?
The sun's come out.
Yeah, the sun has come out.
The sun has come out. The sun's come out to shine beautiful. Here's Brooks in bowls, and this is short and it's lifted onto the shoulder, onto the splice of the bat, but he's ridden that extremely well, O'Riordan. You can hear the ripple of applause for O'Riordan around the ground as he picks up the boundary. That really did feel as though it climbed from Brooks, who is no slouch. Tall, limmy bowler, isn't he? Brooks, arms and legs. And that was really nicely using the pace over the top of it, guiding back with a point. O'Riordan's on to 46, 28 deliveries now.
Yeah, anyone that pokes the ball down there to third man for 4, I just call it the Daniel Bud-Drummond shot.
This is short and onto the ribs of O'Riordan, who rides the bounce for a single to deep mid-wicket now. Luke Holman coming in. See, that's what the setup is, isn't it? It's for there, whereas before he was pulling it out to deep mid-wicket. Oh, it's on the move. Listen, it's coming for us. It's going to come in the back of the tent in a minute, isn't it? There it is. Is it going to find us? It is. Hello, folks. When do we know we're on air? Does it go green? It's red at the moment. Green, that means we're on air. Red, green, no, it's flashing both. Which one?
Oh, wow.
Commentary cam. Drone as a commentary cam. Now that could be very dangerous. Here's Brooks, he's in, bowls, and this ball is run away down to deep third. And they will pick up a single. He's over the top of it, guides it away for just the one. Oh, that's good, isn't it, commentary cam? Look at that. I'm looking all right. I don't know about you though, Ben.
Yeah, I'm trying to hide
Do you have a rough night?
my sunburnt face.
Here's Brooks. Turning at the top of his mark. Well, that was good, that. Well done, Kent. Good little innovation to see the drone in. That's added some lovely pictures to their live stream. As Brooks is midway through his run-up now. He bowls, and this is short. Pulled up in the air, and it's just going to be short of mid-on. Bamber comes in to collect, completely miscued by O'Riordan. Well, again, they'd set the trap for him, deep square and deep mid-wicket, and he was looking for the boundary out there, whether he was slightly perturbed by the fact that we're 2 back, and that put off his timing slightly. But fortunately for him, it was completely miscued, that ball, and it drops well short of the mid-on. There was, for a moment, I did wonder whether even the bowler would be able to get around to it, but no, it looped up and over him, but short of mid-on.
Just to say the 4 that O'Riordan hit brought up the 50 partnership between these two.
Brooks is in, he bowls, and this is full down the leg side. It's going to be another wide. It'll be frustrated Middlesex now. That should have been the end of the power play. We'll have to try again. How expensive will that be? Last ball of the power play will be bowled once more. So 68 for 1. I can't believe we didn't get the full Strictly Come Dancing panel on the on the cam there a minute ago, though. If only they could have got you lot signalling the 6 earlier,
Yeah, that
without any shadow of a doubt. There was no chance that just hit the grass before the road. Here's Brooks in, bowls, and this is eased away into the offside for no runners. Sloman Fields, and that is the end of the power play. 68 for 1 after 10. O'Riordan 48. Everson has 11. I jest, to be fair, but it would have been fun though with the 4 of you lot going 6, and I'm going no, it's 4.
No,
it's a 4. No. 68 for 1 here on BBC Radio Kent, BBC Radio London. We're live on the BBC Sport website and app. We're live on the websites of both Kent and Middlesex with the live stream though as well. So if you're out and about in the car, tuned in via your smart speaker.
Yeah.
Smart speaker, play BBC Radio Kent, Middlesex versus Kent versus Middlesex. That's great, that,
I think
isn't
you
it?
need to ask BBC Sport to play Kent v Middlesex.
No, you can ask your smart speaker now.
Yeah. So you say to your smart speaker, ask BBC Sport or ask BBC Sounds to play.
Oh, is that right?
Kent v Middlesex.
Oh,
I think that's how it's.
there we go.
I think that's how it's worked.
So if you want to tune into us, folks,
Are we going to see a bit of spin straight away out the power play? Looks like Luke Coleman is going to bowl.
well, they've got the 3 spinners for this one, haven't they? So
It is a used
Carey's,
wicket.
Fernandez.
It is a used wicket. So
Coleman, who's right up there in the wicket-taking column in the blast. I like Luke Coleman. You'll get the feel of that in a minute.
at Canterbury, it was brilliant. He potentially won Middlesex the game with his 4 overs at Canterbury. It was like 4 overs for under 20, I think. Ken just couldn't get after him.
He's a cracking player. Middlesex have a talent on his hands. I think everybody that's ever seen or worked with Holman over the last few years know that if he reaches his potential, Middlesex have a very, very good player on their hands in Luke Holman at the moment. He's in form, he's full of confidence.
So the leg spinner to Reardon, who's on 48 from 30. Kent opening bat. That's a swift first delivery, which has just been pushed away into the offside. Quite flat first up from Holman. Now, of course, 4 fielders allowed out the boundary, so long on, long off, mid-wicket and deep square are back. Everyone up in the circle on the onside as it's pulled away out to deep square by O'Riordan for a single. Can move to 69 for 1. Stoneman, the captain, having a word with Holman.
Are they working out deep? Mid-wicket is a little bit too deep. He's bringing him in off the ropes. Is he bringing him all the way in?
Yes. Yeah, they're going to send deep cover, or cover out to the deep. So they've got a sweep on the offside for Everson. Even long on is up. So they've now got deep cover, long off, deep square. So they've actually only got 3 out for Joey Everson. So that's an attacking piece of captaincy. Leaving it vacant over the top of mid-wicket, mid-on, which is quite a nice ploy, I think, for a leg spinner. Everson goes back to this delivery. It's almost saying if you want to try and attack over the top into the leg side or down the ground, there's the opportunity to do that. But if he does try and play that shot, then you're possibly going to get a leading edge from the leg spin. So, yeah, good captaincy, good aggressive intent from Middlesex. Have also got a slip in play for the leg spin of Holman. Everson on the front foot, defending the way up towards mid-on. In terms of the 100, is it Eskenazi and Higgins?
How many missing?
Higgins?
5.
It's more than that. So who else is missing?
Eskenazi, Higgins, Max Holden, Tom Helm, and Lewis Deploy, of course.
Okay. There was a few.
Thank you, Dan, from the other end of the box. I'd definitely have forgotten Leas for a brief moment. Sorry, Leas, for tuning in.
Back goes Everson to this next one. Pushes it back up the pitch.
But you're used to rolling off the usual suspects, aren't you? This is a new addition to Middlesex this year. A wonderful addition as well he's been.
So good start this from Holman. Completing the over here with a bit of a drag down, and Everson has warped it up in the air, and it has gone up. Might not even go for 4 here, in fact. Bamber chasing it back towards the boundary. Everson been watching me bat. He's hit that straight up in the air rather than slapping it for 6, and then he's ended up getting a couple. So end of the 11th over, 71 for 1, Kent.
And how many are Kent missing for the 16.4 over format?
Same number. So they are missing Sam Billings, Twanda Mayeye, Daniel Bo Drummond, and then, well, in theory, Fred Clarkson and Zach Crawley would be at the 100, but they're both injured.
Ah. Well, there's that, isn't there? But that's the, I mean, it's funny you came to that, because I was just about to go back to the crowd and the sun coming out on a Sunday list day game here at Beckenham. And it's a professional match, but it feels like a proper game, doesn't it? Brooks, Cowshall, Bamber, it's a pretty decent attack. Then Holman, Middlesex still able to deploy a pretty strong side in this one. And again, you look at the batting: Cratnell, De Carey's, Fernandez, Robson, Stoneman, and then Robbie White coming in. Jack Davies. It's a strong side for a team that are missing 5. You put these names out, it's still a pretty decent side, which is why they were disappointed with their 2 for opening defeats.
And likewise for Kent.
Here's Brooks. Ball short, cut up into the air, and there is not a fielder out there. There is a member of the Kent coaching staff though who tries to stop that bouncing up and into the crowd.
That might be 6.
How far has it gone? They're waiting, aren't they? Well, there's a member of the Kent coaching staff there, and he's more honest than you lot. He said it was 4.
There you go. He would know.
What have we got now? We've got more gadgets.
I don't know. It's more.
Oh, this is a live feed of the live stream, so we're not delayed looking at it. There we go, so we can commentate in sync. That's brilliant. Is there nothing that people of Kent can't do? Apart from get the pizza van here.
If we mention it enough, do you think they'll ring up the company?
Brooks is in, bowls, and this is eased away to backward point, and there's no run. Look at that. We've got a live feed of the game now. Beautiful. We need quick, get that drone back in the air. We're now trying to get you to line up the to get the live feed on the desk without falling. This could be a complete calamity. Is that an expensive piece? Oh, well done. If we twist our head to one side now, we can look at that. Here goes Brooks, running away from our commentary mound. He bowls, and this is pushed to mid-on. Quick single taken to Bamber. Scampering through they go. O'Riordan moves to 54. And 76 for 1. 11.3 bowls.
We don't even get this at Canterbury. Maybe we should come to Beckenham more often.
Yeah.
Getting all the VIP treatment in the commentary box today.
You get a carvery at Canterbury though.
Used to.
Oh, is that not on offer anymore? Oh no, is it gone? The carvery. The Canterbury carvery has gone.
Well, it hasn't gone anyway, you just have to pay for it.
Here's Brooks in bowls, and this is down the leg side and away for, I think it's going to be leg buys. I think it just clips, yeah it did, just clipped the hip on the way through. It went very fine, which is what hesitated me, because it went so fine, it went quickly, so I wasn't 100% sure it was off the hip, which can take the pace off a little bit, can't it? But runs away.
I was also so busy wondering whether that was 4 or 6 from O'Riordan that it passed me by that was his 50, so.
Ah, yes.
54 now for him. 80 for 1.
You scallywagging your 6s, trying to get another one
Oh,
going.
look, we're getting a
Look, you
tripod
see,
as well.
you were messing. They had it all sorted out. Here goes Brooks running away from us. He's in now, bowls, and this is just short of length, and he's 2 points. There's no run. Oh, the throw then comes to the non-strikers, then where Bamber has to back up and does a great job. So yeah, we've got a tripod now for our TV screen. This is brilliant.
Yeah, I was just saying that obviously even with the Kent injuries, the only other one I need to mention is Joe Denley. But you mentioned that actually in your pre-match piece, didn't you, for the club for Middlesex on social media? The fact that it's Jaden, not Joe Denley in the team. He's got a knee injury, but he is working his way back to fitness.
Here's Brooks onto the pads. That's a good tumbling stop by Davies down the leg side, just came off the pads. He rolls to his left and prevents it getting through again. 80 for 1 is the score, and that is the end of the 12th. Everson has 13.
What a setup this.
O'Riordan has 50. You're in your element now, aren't you? Yeah, you've got your.
Look, we're getting the shot of the crowd now.
Goodness me. Comms cam's coming online in a minute as well.
Sat around the boundaries edge.
We've never done this before.
Gonna need to move that camera up a bit. We've both got shorts on.
Right, 12 overs gone, 80 for 1.
No man spreading from you. Watts on the comms cam. Who was the politician that did that? Rory Stewart, wasn't it? He was done for man spreading in an interview, wasn't he?
Oops. Holman to continue from the city end of the ground.
No, there was nothing. He wasn't wearing shorts. It was fine, but he was in trouble, wasn't he?
Okay. the city
You
end
need
of the
to make
ground
sure you sit there very ladylike for this one, Ben.
that Kevin Hand is very pleased with the name of.
The city, oh, absolutely. Absolutely.
That sun really has come out now. Glorious day here at Beckenham. Here on the BBC Sport app and website and on the Kent Cricket live stream. Holman, the leg spinner.
Put it on you boys if you want.
Sweep shot here from O'Riordan behind square. They're going to come through for 2. I thought about a 3rd. Wonderful director of the live stream. You might have heard on the effects mic there.
See, I have to be careful when I go away to the away games and run a live stream because it's a bit like you're cheating. You know, if I talk up how good this production is right now.
I feel like you got a new mistress. This is turned away into the onside. I feel like that's probably me talking about the Lancashire setup.
It was Jake at Lords who does it all at Lords, all this stuff. He's the techie fellow with all the equipment. Well, Dan's brilliant. I don't know, Dan's looking disconsolate at the end of the commentary tent at the moment, but all the camera work and everything.
Holman to O'Riordan on 56. Oh, that was a massive slog. Massive heave into the leg side. I thought he was going to get bowled, actually. It's missed the stumps, though. There was an appeal for something. I don't think it hit anything, did it? Might see a replay in a moment, but it was just a big slog sweep attempted by Marcus O'Riordan, and I'm pretty sure it just missed everything and went into the hands of Davies standing up to the stumps. Here's Holman once more. A bit of a drag down, so pulled away behind square. Straight to Cowshaw at short, fine leg. They come through for a single. 83 for 1. Just 3 off the over so far. Holman's almost second over completed. A couple more balls to go, but he's gone none for 6 so far. So good start from him. Considering the Kent run rate is up at 6.5s. It was like teams were batting at 3.5, 4 and over on Wednesday. It felt like a different game, even though we're playing on exactly the same track. Holman to Joey Everson. Goes back and fiddles it into the onside for a run.
Anyway, before we got distracted,
yes,
what were we talking about? We were talking about what a good crowd it is in here today. It's great. I mean, it's brilliant, isn't it? Sunday, August, packed crowd at Beckenham. I say packed, you know, the large green stand, what is it, about a third, maybe? Third full? Quarter?
Oh, that was a full delivery from Holman, trying to flick it away into the onside, O'Riordan. I was told that we might get up to 2,000 people here today.
How many does that stand hold? 500?
Don't know. I think we had one. What? How many did we have, Liam, on Wednesday? Yeah, okay. I think my guess was 1,500, and Liam saying about 1,600. So possible that we'll get similar today. Well, possible we'll get similar today, maybe a few more. But yeah, at Blackpool we had at least 2,000, and that was a really well attended game in the One Day Cup. Somebody's tweeted me about the end naming. Who's getting in touch? Let me have a look.
Matt Coley wants a name end names after him as well.
We'll do that at the Neville ground.
We've got a change of bowling at the Beckenham end, where Josh DeCaries is coming on to replace Brooks. So spin at both ends for Middlesex now.
Well, I mean, on the lines of Mike's suggestion, we could have a Bell Drummond end.
Wait, what was Mike's suggestion?
Well, Mike is called Mike Bell.
Yeah.
So it made me think, the Daniel Bell Drummond end.
Okay.
Because he grew up not far away from here. You can probably guess what Mike was suggesting.
I can, exactly, yeah.
So I'm not going to read out exactly what he was suggesting.
You threw me there for a moment. I thought you were gonna say it. Oh dear.
Oh dear. Thanks, Mike.
He tried to get one past you there,
He
didn't he?
tried.
From the Beckenham end, here's DeCaries. Bowls, and this is down the leg side, a wide will be signalled. It's not even noon on a Sunday yet, is it? 2 minutes to noon. Come on, Mike, keep it clean.
We had an email earlier on saying good afternoon.
Well, he might have been tuned in from
Well, that's true.
overseas.
We always like to know if you are tuned in from overseas.
To Carey's off spinner bowls. Forward goes the right-handed Everson, pushing back again. That's not the drone. We've got a helicopter overhead now.
KentCricket@gmail.com if you are listening from overseas and want to tell us.
To Carey's. A couple of steps and then a skip as he bowls. Big appeal against the sweep and given. Everson's gone, looking to sweep. He's gone for 14. That was his 35th delivery. 85 for 2. Carey's the off-spinner, strikes in his first over. He was absolutely determined he had that wicket in his appeal. The umpire agreed, and the sweep shot is the downfall. He's gone LBW for 14, Everson.
Yeah, never quite got going in the same way that Marcus O'Riordan has for Kent. Joey Everson didn't really see him play too many shots in anger, and the one that he did try and hit to the rope off the spin of Holman, the drag down went straight up in the air, so couldn't quite find his best fluency, and that probably sums up Joey Everson's tournament really with the bat. Hasn't quite come off for him. We're going to see Jaden Denley bumped up the order here for Kent. Interesting change to the batting order. Jaden Denley in this competition now then has batted at 4, 5 and 6.
Steve, did you put that little battery in
So
your camera,
today
yeah?
he slides up the order
That one
above
was
Jack
dead.
Leaning and Harry Finch, interestingly.
Oh, where, do you know where
Comms
that
cam in the
is?
top corner, look at that.
Split screen, comms cam.
I thought we were on a big screen on one of the houses
Is that
over
where
on the
the
side.
other ones are as well?
I was leaning back, it was going for the proper... The feet were nearly on the table, I have to say. They were nearly on the table, but we're only just hitting noon, so I didn't go for it. Look at this, split screen on the stream. You needed to see yourself in big now, you're putting yourself on the laptop, you need to see a better...
I was actually trying to get a replay of the wicket.
Are we going to rate Ben's shades on the socials today as well? What's your email? KentCricket@gmail.com for rate Ben shades.
Yeah, just in the replay. It looked pretty good.
What, your shades?
No, the LBW shout. Everson was pretty much trying to sweep off middle stump there.
Are you rocking and rolling on your stream?
Rocking.
Scrubbing
Yeah,
back and
I
forth.
am.
To Carey's around the wicket, he bowls, and Jaden Denley, first ball, leaves alone. Outside off through to Davies it goes, slip in place. So left hand up for the off-break bowler to bowl at.
Yeah, I wonder if that is part of the decision to bump Denley up the order.
And comes to Carey's open face from the left-hander to back point with the right-handed left-handed combination.
That's the one. I better check the scores from elsewhere because I've got an update for BBC Local Radio in a moment.
Oh, here's to Carey's bowls, and this ball's punched through the covers, and it gets through the hands of Stoneman, who disappointed with himself as it bounces up through the fingertips. Just trying to take it on the move, but a single is taken, so Jaden Denley off the mark. And Joe's injured, he said.
Joe, yes, had some knee ligament surgery.
Ouch.
Yeah, so just to clarify my point, I did think Joey Everson has got one half century in this competition. He got 55 at Taunton, but since then 22 against Lancashire at Blackpool, 1 here on Wednesday and then 14. So yeah, perhaps a little on the lighter side. I think he'll be slightly disappointed not to have cashed in a bit more or built on that 50 in the first game.
To Carey's bowls, a quick single dropped into the onside by O'Riordan, holding this innings together at the moment. He's on to 58, 87 for 2. Anything interesting happening in the scores elsewhere?
And I will check. I'm just getting the score up from the other competition that's going on at the moment.
Wait, it's 100 on already. London Spirit Women, 80 for 6.
Early doors.
Okay, it's Oval Invincibles we're in, you see.
Yeah, there's a few Kent players in that team.
In the London Derby.
Rhiannon McDonald-Gay. She's got a wicket in that one. Right, the scores elsewhere. Hampshire 46 for 3 against Lancashire. Somerset 72 for 2 against Derbyshire. Northamptonshire 94 without loss against Worcestershire.
Are you doing this for us or the updates? Is this your
no,
rehearsal?
I'm just doing it for your own benefit at the moment. It's Holman bowls again. Defended away by O'Riordan back up the pitch. And then in the other group, Glamorgan 66 for 2 against Essex. Gloucestershire 47 for 4 against Warwickshire. And then I'll read out the other two scores in a moment.
Just change your back on the camera.
Yeah, it's a sunny Beckenham now. The sun has come out and the early cloud that we had at the start of the game has disappeared. And Marcus O'Riordan, the Kent batter, has certainly enjoyed the conditions out here as well. He was very aggressive in the power play. He's been out there for 44 deliveries for his 58 runs. And he's had a couple of partners. Bez Swanepoel out for just a couple. And Joey Everson, they put on a 50 partnership. Everson contributing 14. Before he was dismissed in the previous over, going for a sweep shot. We've got spin from both ends now, De Keris and Holman for Middlesex after an aggressive power play from Kent. 68 for 1 thanks to O'Riordan's efforts. They've now moved on to 87 for 2 as we come towards the end of the 15th over. And in fact, O'Riordan is out here trying a reverse sweep, and he has perished the same way as Everson, out LBW. So Kent now 87 for 3 here at Beckenham. Elsewhere, Surrey against Nottinghamshire. Notts are 93 for 1 in that one. And then Sussex at Hove, bowling first against Leicestershire, the visitors, 92 without loss. You can hear commentary of all of those matches via the BBC Sport app and website. So disappointment for O'Riordan then. Just having a look at the replay. It's a shot that Marcus O'Riordan plays well, and he'll be disappointed to be dismissed in that manner. Gets a good hand as he walks off for 58. Let me just scroll back. Let me rock and roll that stream again.
It's a big shot to play when you've just lost your second wicket.
It was, but bear with me if I can pause it here. No, not that delivery.
Are you questioning the umpire?
I thought he got that front foot outside the line of off stump, to be honest. Looking at the replay. So let me try and get a better view of it.
No. What's our Strictly Come Dancing panel got down that end? 2 outs? Oh, not out. Yeah.
Gonna have the...
Got himself into a position. I mean, it was very full as well, wasn't it? Which is part of the problem.
Got himself into an awkward position, but if you're going to reverse sweep, you can do it on the basis that you're playing a shot outside the line of off stump, and to me, he has.
Come on, boy, get another here. Who's that in the field? Trying to recognise that voice. Might be Robbie Wide, actually.
I think O'Riordan's unlucky there, personally. I think, yeah, Liam's making the...
Go upstairs.
TMO gesture. Go upstairs, and I think maybe would have suggested that, didn't he? Well, here's the new man, leaning, defending away. Up the pitch. Yeah, I think O'Riordan's unfortunate, the fact that he's playing a shot and that possibly has hit him outside the line of off stump. But like you say, because...
Which end was that? Was that Treadwell or was that was Peverell, was it? No, it was Treadwell, wasn't it? Who gave it?
That's a good point.
Spinner.
That's a good point.
Kent spinner.
Former Kent spinner, James Treadwell.
Well, are you suggesting he shouldn't? You could take the former Kent out of it, but spinner. Spinner's union.
I'm suggesting
Are you obviously thinking, yeah.
I'm suggesting he was playing a shot outside the line of off stump, and therefore it should have been given out.
Coffee's arrived, by the way.
Oh,
have you seen?
it?
Behind us, the coffee's here.
That's good news for you.
Now, I'm notoriously a man of when's the next meal coming live on air. You're a man of snacks, aren't you? You brought your dipping chips, but you haven't brought any dip.
No, I'm just...
How does that work? You're not a dipper with your dipping chips?
Just the plain tortillas are fine.
Here's De Keris. He's around the wickety bowls, and this is bumped back by the left-handed Denley. So yeah, you brought dipping chips, but no dipper. No guacamole. None of that for you?
Well, no, I don't mind it.
Carries in bowls, and this is dabbed into the onside. Quick single taken by Denley. He moves to 88 for 3. The single brings Leaning on to strike. Jack Leaning, the man with the pleasingly upright stance.
So both spinners have picked up a wicket.
Oh, there's more food on the go down the end of the box. You can see where mine's going now as well. Who's what? Spin at Beckenham.
Spin at both ends. Both got an LBW. One a lot more out than the other one, in my opinion.
We're going to have an on-air production meeting as well in a moment, Ben.
Are we?
You know what it's going to be about. Here's De Carey's in, bowls, and this ball is pushed back up the track and there's no run. That 20-30 minute interval that we never quite know as commentators, even though we're into the 5th round of matches, and I bet you still can't tell me, is it 20 or 30 minutes the interval?
I think it's 30, isn't it?
It is 30. We're not going to make that burger van queue in 30 minutes, are we? Here's De Carey's bowls. Down the track comes Leaning, who pushes a single to mid-on, and there's no run, so we're going to have to do some sort of rotation here, aren't we? How are we going to do it?
Well, I think let's see how we go, but we might have to do it.
10 past 12, my stomach's rumbling.
We might have to do it on my update.
Ooh.
Around my update. So I have to be on mic at 1 o'clock. So
Carey's is in, bowls, and a reverse sweep, which gets away from slip and gets a hand to it. It was on the bounce to slip. Backward point comes around and holds them to a single. Denley's on to
getting
4.
nervous every time a Kent batter tries to play a sweep shot now. After 2 of them have already been given out LBW today. Yeah, like you say, 2 quick wickets for Middlesex, falling on 85 and 87. What did Marcus O'Riordan make in the end? 58, was it?
Here's to Carey's bowls, and this is driven just wide of mid-on. They have a single as Brooks comes around and makes sure that it's nothing more than that, and that is the end of the over. 91 for 3 after 16 nowadays. Sorry, what was your question, Ben?
I was just saying how many did Marcus O'Riordan make, but I double-checked it myself, so I answered my own question.
Good man.
Yeah, if anyone else would like to get in touch with our Strictly Come Dancing panel.
We've only had 16 overs, and I'm thinking about using my food voucher already. What am I going to do for the rest of the day?
There's no shops around here, kid.
I know.
You have to walk to the high street.
I'm a 12 o'clock lunch man. By 12 o'clock, my stomach's thinking of lunch.
Okay, so in the half-an-hour update, could you walk down the high street?
Wait, the half-an-hour update? What do you mean?
No, sorry, the half-an-hour break in the middle.
Oh, I see.
Could you get to Beckenham High Street and back in half an hour? Liam's shaking his head.
If I went to the Burger Man now for my first lunch.
You might need an e-scooter to get into town and back. Holman to continue then. Jack Leaning is the man in number 5. He's pushing this one away out towards deep cover for a single. We do have some listeners from the
Do we? That's a relief.
From overseas. From overseas. If you let me finish my sentence. Kevin Hand. John Maxted is listening in from Tiwamutu in New Zealand.
Just go with it.
If I've pronounced that
the old
correctly.
Moira Stewart. Piece of advice, don't you? Just say it confidently, boldly and quickly and keep going. Sound authoritative.
Yeah, that's what I do when I'm reading out tennis players' names in sport bulletins. As this one's cut away by Jaden Denley, and he's beaten the short third man. There is a sweeper on the offside. They will come back for 2.
Oh, I don't miss sports bulletins. There's always one, isn't there? Every bulletin, there's always one. How do you pronounce that?
Yeah.
And you'll run up at it 50 times before you go on air, and then as soon as the mic goes live, forget it. It's gone.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. The other listener we have. Oh,
The other listener.
the other listener. Oh, that one goes past the outside edge of Jaden Denley. Maybe didn't turn, just slid on with the arm from Holman. David is
I don't actually know. It just picks it up. Yeah.
getting in touch from Israel.
Well, I did it at college.
Again, I'm going to try and
And
say
it's
the
always been a
location.
kind of,
Fuller delivery, which has been driven on the up by Jaden Denley for a single out towards the sweeper.
pursue it because I was originally going to.
Hersleya?
And then during lockdown, I didn't get what I wanted to do that course. So I ended up doing
What sort of engineer?
Well,
I never really got that far.
Stay
to
safe out there,
figure it
David.
out. It was, yeah, I said I was like building things.
Oh, was that it? He was just telling you he was tuned in and where he's tuned in from. Ah, good man. Good to have you with us, David.
absolutely. Here comes Leaning, facing Holman. Drives up towards mid-off and comes through for a single.
Yeah, I originated from photography. And I was like, okay, the world's moving a bit more video orientated.
Yes. My son's just a
Getting up
sound
to 96 for 3.
That's a
Final
very
ball.
different
Oh,
one.
look at that Jack Leaning beard on your... What are you looking up, Jack? He looks like Wolverine in that,
Oh
doesn't
yeah,
he?
his beard. If you see it up close, it's mightily impressive. Play and a miss from Jaden Denley. End of the over. 17 gone. 96 for 3.
But he's got no moustache, has he? So he's like Wolverine, isn't he? Go back to that. Let's have a look. So that's full-on Wolverine Deadpool stuff there from Jack Leaney, isn't it?
It's proper manscaped.
Is that now
The Jack
it's
Leaney
not.
beard.
I mean, to have a beard without a moustache. I've only ever seen that in a Marvel movie,
I mean,
an X-Men
there's a
movie.
bit of moustache there, but there's
There's not. I mean, that's a stubble.
the
at
beard
best,
is
but
very full from Jack Leaney these days. Anyway,
Never mind, anyway. Wrexham may have Ryan Reynolds. You've got Jack Leaning as Wolverine.
He's a very handsome man, Jack Leaney. I was just actually looking at his scores in the competition. 17 against Somerset, 24 against Lancashire, 14 against Hampshire. So you could say Jack Leaning is due a score, perhaps. He'll feel he is. Okay, captain in this competition, and he's on strike.
Here's to carries to bowl to Wolverine. It's driven away wide of mid-off. And they'll pick up 4. Well, it is a cracking beard, isn't it? Lovely cracking cover drive as well.
I haven't
And,
actually go over there yet. So
ticks the
I don't
svorboard
actually
along to 100 for 3.
I hope the Metro Bank One Day Cup social media clip that up.
Well, I'll have to put a little split screen with his beard, though, to show
Yeah, that's true.
those on the replay why. It is to carries. He's in, bowls, and this is played defensively into the onside, and there's no run. I have to admit, when I said it, I thought mid-off was going to cut it off. I didn't realise it was going to be a 4-ball for the replay, but nonetheless. Regulars know, regulars get it, don't they? They go along with it. Yeah. They watch back the highlights. Like, yeah, Kev's wandering on about nothing again. Here's Carey's moving in, bowls, and on the back foot, this is Wirtz. Backward a square on the leg side for a single by Leaning. Have you seen it yet? Is it out, the new movie, Wolverine and Deadpool?
I haven't seen it. It is out, yeah.
I mean, just the hype alone. Social media hype from the pair of them.
Well,
I'm looking forward to that.
they're good at promotion, aren't they?
I like
Those
it
two.
Deadpool and Wolverine.
Yeah, they're good at promoting themselves. They seem a really likeable duo, actually. Because they're good mates off air or off camera, aren't they?
They are. It's funny that, isn't it? I mean, like, you and I are obviously at each other's throats as soon as the mics go off, and on air cuddle each other to death. Here's to carries. Bowls, and this ball's driven away down to long on for a single. But yeah, on and off, Mike, they said that apparently they're good mates, aren't they?
I think Hugh was even invited along to a Wrexham game at some point. He went and watched.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, Wrexham were at Wimbledon last season, and I got a late call. Funnily enough, I was at Beckenham. I was doing a Crystal Palace game.
Oh,
I
yeah.
got a late call. Can you host one of the boxes at Wimbledon? I was like, I can't do it today. And then I realised who they were playing.
Oh.
This is De Carey's bowled. This is pushed away into the offside. Quick single
You could have
taken.
met Hugh Jackman
Yeah.
or Ryan Reynolds.
And Ryan Reynolds. And Rob Mackle, whatever his name is.
Rob
Nobody can
McElhenney,
ever
yeah.
say.
Yeah,
No, but you're not supposed to say it. The joke's supposed to be nobody can say it.
Oh, really? Oh, I missed that one. He was wandering around the pitch when I was at the Wrexham away game last
Was
year.
he? Ah. Is he an Allscroft?
No.
Here's to Carey's bowls, and this ball's pushed back up the track, and there's no run. Did he?
I was trying to
You
stay.
Ben was.
I was trying to stay out the shot, the sort of backdrop of the camera.
Why were you wearing those sunglasses again?
Yeah. There's nothing wrong with my sunglasses.
You're touchy today. Have you had a late night last night? You have, haven't you?
Not really, actually. The my toddler was actually sleeping at my mum's house last night, so I didn't actually. So I did actually sleep fine.
I wonder where you're going with that. Kids are away. So it was a late
So
night.
in theory, well, no. So in theory, I should have got some sleep.
104 for 3. We're waffling away in between overs. We've had 18 of them here at the moment. Carries 1 for 15 now from his 3. Here's Holman continuing.
Jaden Denley on strike. You're waffling.
They've got an ice cream van over there. She didn't do waffles with it.
That's a good question. In the air, but safe, from Jaden Denley as it's clipped away into the leg side. Some scampering work around the boundary's edge by, I'm guessing it's Robbie White, because it's number 14.
Yep.
And that's the one number that I don't have on my scorecard in front of me. So Robbie White doing the fielding. They come back for 2. So Jaden Denley to 7, leaning to 11. 104 for 3, Kent. It should be 106 for 3 now, right? Yeah, I think it's 106 for 3. That was a dot ball defended back to the bowler. Coleman continuing. The leggy. Jayden Denley goes back and knocks this one away into the offside for a comfortable single. Out towards deep point. Ooh, bit of a misfield from the wicketkeeper there. As the throw came in. Beckenham's one of those grounds that I was chatting to my dad the other day who came and watched on Wednesday, and I said, "Oh, where are you sitting?" And he said, "Well, nowhere really. You just basically spent the afternoon wandering around. Because it's out-ground cricket and you can pretty much do a whole lap of the ground."
How many steps would you do if you did a lap of the ground all the way through the list A? Be an interesting one, wouldn't it? Someone could probably work it out.
You'd clock up some...
Do you reckon you'd work off your Sunday roast?
I think quite comfortably.
You just continually did laps of the ground.
Holman bowls, driven by leaning up towards mid-off. I briefly was listening to BBC Radio 2 earlier, because I didn't like the song that was on Radio 1. So I flicked over briefly, and the presenter was saying about having a Sunday roast.
Yeah.
And I thought, is it not a bit warm for a Sunday roast right now?
Well, we've got burgers today. So how do you balance a burger in this heat?
Is anyone having a Sunday roast today, though? Like, maybe...
Is this your shout-out to the listeners?
Maybe with salad, but I don't think I'd want a full Sunday roast on a warm day like today, but each to their own. Defended back up the pitch by Jayden Denley. We're going to have to take what we can get inside the ground.
I like to be able to see past the
Because the pizza van's still there.
Yeah, you're probably right.
I saw a good rolled-up pizza the other day. Not a calzone, it was like a proper roll.
Yeah, because it's almost like I could do.
Say proper, I hadn't really seen it before like this.
Here comes Holman, defended off the back foot, or pushed off the back foot by Jayden Denley out towards cover. End of the over, 108 for 3. What do you mean a rolled-up pizza?
So if you...
Calzone I can picture.
So calzone's rolled over, isn't it?
Yes.
It's flapped over in half. But this was a pizza that was literally rolled up like it was a burrito or something. It just rolled and rolled and rolled. So if you looked at it, it was like a Swiss roll from the
So
side. Cut it in half.
Yeah, it looked like a big wrap.
It's one of those today.
There's the drone.
We could order a pizza, get a takeaway. So
Yeah.
Horsley Bridge Road.
I'm far happier phoning you back and making sure it's okay.
I mean, we probably could actually.
The drone could deliver it. Go and pick it up for us.
But like Steve had it in hand as well.
Lovely colour, the wicket
Might want to change.
out in the middle. You're getting a view of at the moment as De Caires is about to...
It's like a pizza beige, isn't it? Here's De Caires. He's in bowls. This is driven down to long on for a single. Near Brooksfields.
Apart from the fact they don't play much cricket there, we could be in Italy somewhere right now, couldn't we?
Don't play much cricket. Can't let Dave Bracegirdle here say.
Grant Stewart.
Grant Stewart.
Yeah,
Gareth Berg, former Middlesex all-rounder.
absolutely. Is he still the coach? He was the coach at one point.
Missing a couple here. There were a few more, weren't there?
Say that again.
Joe Burns.
Burns, the Aussie, yeah.
Is a sweep in the air now. Deep mid-wicket comes around to deep square and holds on to a very good catch out there. Very, very good catch in the deep. Is that, just trying to strain my eyes to see who has taken that, because it was a really, really good grab on the far side of the ground, low down in front of him. And I'm thinking it's Robbie White, is it? No, it's not. But a fine catch either way, and that is the end of Jayden Denley for 10.
Cracknell.
It's Cracknell. He's got both his elbows strapped, which is throwing me slightly, because I was going to recognise it based on that. I couldn't work out who it was, but thank you, Cracknell. Diving forward, I should have known in the outfield, Cracknell. Sweeper in the deep, who pulls off some wonderfully athletic catches. That one wasn't the most amazing piece of athleticism that you'll see, but it was up there on the level of pressure to take the catch, coming around and diving forward to take it. Ever dipping.
I think Jayden Denley...
Skyline in front of us, which is ever rising. 109 for 3.
Yeah, I think Jayden Denley was trying to probably hit that a bit more behind square. He sort of looked annoyed at himself for the fact that he picked out the fielder there. But I guess he was sweeping against the spin, so perhaps that's why he's ended up hitting it more in front of the square than he was hoping to. So we're getting a view of the indoor school here at Beckenham. That balcony is a pretty good place to watch the cricket
Is that
from.
members' balcony for this one? I saw it this morning. I wandered around in front, and yeah, they were all in, tucking into sandwiches and bits up on the balcony there. Be cracking open a bottle of rosé in a little while, weren't they, up there? It was on the balcony at Cheltenham College a few weeks back for T20, and there's some good food outlets there. Indian, we had that evening, Ed Seaborn and I. But yeah, along the balcony there was a bottle of rosé cracked open. Don't know which media outlet it was, but we didn't name and shame. But it did look good, I have to admit.
Yeah, Cheltenham's.
Not the biggest drink, but that evening it was...
Cheltenham's a lovely place to watch cricket. Yeah, and they had all the sort of festival-esque marquees, don't they, that look like teepees.
Yes, well, I compared it to Desert Storm. It looked like Storm in Norman Schwarzkopf was going to come out of one of those tents. Here's to Carey's, right arm over. Bowls, and this ball's pushed back up the track
by Harry Finch, the new man.
Harry Finch, who hit 50 here on Wednesday.
Yeah, so far in the competition, 53 not out. That one against Hampshire, got 48 against Lancashire at Blackpool, 14 against Somerset.
Carey's steps in, bowls, and on the back foot this has worked out to deep mid-wicket where Fernandez is patrolling. They have a single.
There's a little bit of pressure on Kent now after the loss of the quick wickets.
Oh, yes.
3 wickets all lost to spin, all trying to play sweep shots of different descriptions. So yeah, now Finch and Leaning almost have to try and tick this over for a bit.
Well, from 85 for 1, when they lost the wicket of Joey Everson in the 14th. Yeah, it's, as you say, the pressure's there, because this could turn all of a sudden into a 160, couldn't it, if they're not careful, which you would never have thought or even suggested at 85 for 1.
Spin doing the trick.
It's Carey's in, bowls, and this ball's pushed back into the onside. Around comes Carey's to field off his own bowling. His fellow spinner Luke Holman's in close attendance as well at mid-wicket. It's Carey's. It's the stumps, he bowls, solid defence again. And yep, it's a period of consolidation now, isn't it? It's the old school list A match now. It's those middle overs, but it's enforced upon them by those 3 wickets. So they do need to slow it down here, because rattle through a couple more at this stage, Middlesex and Kent would be feeling a long way light, and they would be looking like it was a rescue act for the Spitfires.
Thanks to Martin for getting in touch on social media as well.
What's he said? Or has he just said he's tuned in?
Just said, great stream and comms. So, thanks very
both
much.
of us?
Well, apparently, yeah.
Thank you, Martin. Good to have you with us.
Harry Finch scratching away at the pitch, taking his guard, preparing to face Luke Coleman. $110 for 4 after 20 then, as Finch is forward, playing defensively.
Oh look, here's a little outground thing that upsets Middlesex that I do all the time. You get these little milk cartons, and I'll use about 7 of them per cup. Well, they don't do that. I mean, you get 1 drip comes out of them. I'll get in trouble at Middlesex for using too many.
Driven away back up the pitch by Harry Finch. Well, if you're a man who likes milk in your coffee, then it's like when you're at a hotel and you're trying to get butter on your toast. You never quite know, do I need to take 2 of the little sachets? Because sometimes they don't spread very well. This one's see the cricket commentator on tour problems. This one's pushed away into the covers for a single by Finch to get off the mark in the over. It's actually now 1 to 2.
Right, I've done 4 so far. What do you reckon? I reckon I could get 1 more in there. No, I'll settle for 4 of the little ones.
Back table is just...
It's like when you go to the... Everyone will know this one. It's not just the BBC cricket concert. You go to the hotel and there's only 2 of those milk things in the room. What can I do with that?
Holman 2, leaning now, 111 for 4. Little wristy flick into the leg side for 1.
Although your butter conundrum, I've never had that problem before.
Really, have you not?
Is it particularly big slice wedges of toast that you had?
No, they're just... You get the sort of real butter, so it's quite quite hard, and it doesn't.
What, not that fake butter?
It doesn't spread very well, so it's like butter as opposed to margarine, yeah. Which spreads better. So you like, do I need 2 of these? This one's tucked away into the onside by Harry Finch.
Speaking of a spread, do we get chips with our burger? Oh yes, we do.
I think you can.
And have we solved how we're going to do this on rotation yet?
Oh, I mean, if you want to dip off and go get your lunch, then I'll hold the fort if you like. This one's driven away by Harry Finch. Good stop by the man at mid-off.
What about you though, Ben? I'm concerned about you because you've got these half-an-hour updates. So even getting to the burger van and back with the queue.
I've got an update at 1
be a
o'clock,
test.
so that's fine. After my 1 o'clock update, I'm done for the day. So.
Oh, I see. Right, so then you can go at any point.
Yeah.
You're a man of leisure on a Sunday afternoon after that.
Yeah, Sunday we don't have any updates on the 2 till 6 show because it's being spread over even more radio stations.
Oh, what about the 6 to 7 show though? If the game goes on long.
No,
So like, you could be playing beyond 6 these days.
don't worry about that.
Drones on the move again. Does it have to come back down to recharging so it doesn't stay out the whole game?
So just a couple off that last over. 112 for 4 after 2:21.
Carries. He's got a long on in place, so he's just bringing a bit straighter at the moment now. Stoneman is from somewhere. Mid-on is up. And carries is in, bowling to Leaning, who's down the track and turning this into a full toss, which is clipped away wide of Brooks, who'd just gone straighter, so they'll pick up a couple. Team mid-wicket comes around. Comfortable too it is in the end. Brooks lost his hat in the process of charging around a floppy he's got. Middlesex pink trim around the navy hat that he has.
I think Holman, by the way, is 6 overs, 1 for 18 so far. And then De Kerry's 4 overs, 2 for 19.
Down the track comes Leaning, pushes a single down to Brooks, straight to him on this occasion on the drive, just the one. Yeah.
4 and a bit overs, 2 for 20 now. So, yeah, good from the 2 spinners. When you bear in mind that Bamber was fine, 5 overs, none for 22. Cowshaw, 2 overs, 1 for 24. And Brooks with 4 overs, none for 27.
Carries bowls down the track again, comes Finch on this occasion, pushes into the offside, there's no run. 2 right-handers out there at the moment. I wonder if Stoneman tempted at all to throw the ball to the left arm spin. Left arm finger spin of Nathan Fernandez.
I think it's a good idea.
Carries in once more, and this is pushed for a single by Finch to mid-on, who's up now. Brooks.
These two seemingly feeling quite trusting of the pitch. They're willing to come down the track. Feel like it's not going to turn or bounce sharply as such. I think it's not a bad option because Kent have tried the sweeps and those haven't come off, have they? So
Bit of flight again. Pushed back up track by De Kerry's, no run. 116 for 4 here at Beckenham Cricket Club. De Kerry's stepping in, he bowls, and this is eased through mid-wicket for a single. Is there any
sorry,
particular
Kev,
reason?
I'd hate to correct you, but Beckenham don't actually play here, the cricket club.
Ooh, who plays here then?
So this is solely owned by Kent.
Yeah?
It formerly was
That
Beckenham
is the
Cricket
correct
Club, wasn't it?
person you're saying,
I think once upon a time, possibly, or was it owned by a bank at some point?
Oh, it's the bank, yeah.
Yeah, one of the
It
banks.
still says that on the map when you approach the ground on
Does it?
on the online maps.
I think the official title is County Ground Beckenham, isn't it?
That's it, County Ground Beckenham.
But yeah, I think there's a couple of Beckenham cricket clubs. There's a new Beckenham cricket club.
So on a Saturday, when Kent
Beckenham
aren't here,
Club.
and Kent seconds aren't here,
There's
Sunrise,
I don't.
South East Stars aren't here. Who is it?
No, I don't think anyone is.
Ooh.
So Holman's about to bowl his 7th over. Jack Leaning goes back and drives for a single out towards Fernandez in the deep. Has Fernandez just thrown that in right-handed but bowls left-handed? There's a few of them on the county cricket circuit that do that. Seriously though, Kevin, if you want to go and get lunch, Liam sat next to us, or jump in and join us on the mic. As Finch goes forward, that was a strong Yorkshire accent saying "No, Finchy" from Jack Leaning, sending him back.
You suggesting I'm tucking in already?
No, you said you're a 12 o'clock lunch man and it's 1:30.
So how's the queue doing?
It doesn't look too bad actually.
Down to about 3 or 4 at the moment, isn't it?
Holman bowls. Finch turns it away on the onside for a run. 119 for 4.
Have we got a third voice? Is that how we're going to do it? So then you can go and...
Well, Liam's volunteered to jump on the mic and help us out.
Brilliant.
So he's an unofficial third voice.
Ah.
The more official third voice is our junior journo. Kent have this fantastic initiative in the One Day Cup. As this one's played away off the back foot by Jack Leaning, where a young cricket fan gets the opportunity to get a bit of a taste of...
I thought that was you.
...what you and I get up to. I'm going to send you to that burger van. As Finch is forward and driving into the covers. And the dot ball, good stop. Who is our junior journo today, Liam? Ah, Xavier, of course. You did. Somebody did tell me his name earlier. And how old is he? 9. Did we? Because I called him a teenager, and we decided he might not even be a teenager. But yeah, young Xavier's going to join us later. Unlike Kevin James, we're not going to let him do ball by ball. Lewis was doing ball by ball Wednesday. This one is driven by Finch up towards mid-on, and they come through for a single. 23 overs gone. Kent are 121 for 4.
The first time I ever heard you on air, Ben, was when Chris Gale was taking the ball to all parts of Taunton, I believe. It was certainly a Somerset game, because I think it was yourself and Stephen Lamb.
It was.
On mic for that one. And that was the first time, because it was all kicking off, and basically the world tuned in at that point, didn't they, to you and Lammy? Which must have been your first season. We might have met, but that was the first time I'd heard you, I'm sure it was, because I remember thinking, who is that?
That was... what year? 2015. Yeah, that was my first full season, yeah. I did the odd game in 2014.
Good for me. You're impressed by that, aren't you?
I'm impressed by that.
Not just here to talk about food.
So yeah, that was almost 10 years ago.
Liam suggesting you were 12 in 2014.
I wish. Then I'd...
It's Carey's bowls. It's bumped back by Leaning. By Finch.
I'd have been 22 at that point, so not quite so junior these days.
And comes Carey's, he bowls, and he's driven into the covers where Stoneman rolls to his left and has managed to get 2 paws to it. They have a single though, getting through.
But yeah, that was quite a game. Chris Gale got 150 and Kent still won the game. Sam North East got a ton for Kent.
So you said Liam not in an official capacity, but he works for Kent, so he is in an official capacity. This would be an official Kent.
He's not our official third voice, but he's here in an official capacity, absolutely.
It's Carey's in, bowls, and he's dabbed into the onside. Mid-wicket goes around to collect, and there's no run again.
He's not a BBC Sport assigned third voice, he's more...
He's an official Kent employee. He was the official Kent
me saying, oh, have we got anyone that wants to jump on the mic? And Liam says, yeah, I'll do it for a bit. Oh, okay, cool.
He goes to Carey's bowls, and this ball's tickled away to square leg. Around comes Sam Robson to collect. They are through for a single. It's just wide of the fielder. Oh, we've lost the scoreboard on the far side of the screen at the moment, on the ground. But fortunately, we do have our magnificent little stream here, which I'm sure Liam will tell you about. So he'll be telling you how much better the Kent stream is than the Middlesex one when he comes on. And then Dan will be throwing stuff from the other side of the tent. It'll be chaos. Chaos.
Admin wars.
Admin wars is to Carey's bowls. This is tickled out to...
what was the latest?
Deep square. Oh, and they thought about 2, but they shouldn't have, and they didn't in the end, because it's a good flat throw from Fernandez, and it's just a single. 1, 2, 4.
What was the latest episode of Admin Wars? Who were you beefing with the other day? Was it Warwickshire? Oh, it was Hampshire. Yeah, it was Hampshire. I think they put a Spitfire pilot's cap on Major or something.
And comes to Carey's, and this is pushed back. Oh, mid off. running ins, no run. What, major from...
As in, you know, when Hampshire win on social media, they play the
Fawlty Towers.
evening major.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I think Kent photoshopped it so that he was wearing a Spitfire pilot's hat and goggles.
Really?
Yeah.
I love it. How did I miss that? I don't go on social media.
I'm sure there was some beef with Warwickshire the other day. Because they were referring to...
What, with the Kent or with somebody else?
Oh, I can't remember. It was these boys sat away to our left.
Ollie Thorpe does the Middlesex social media. It's always on the edge of an admin war with somebody, that is. Dan's in today, it's safe hands.
Let's scroll back through our cricket press chat and see where...
Thorpe's ready to go to war with anyone.
It's normally Liam and the chap at Essex. they're constantly at each other on socials. Is there a change of bowling?
Who was the famous football one? There was two in football, wasn't there, that were forever going at each other. Was it football? Or maybe it was cricket then. But
I think we are going to...
it is going to be Nathan Fernandez and answer your question.
Yeah.
At the City end.
The
Absolutely
skipper's been listening to you on there.
Which skipper? Oh, I see.
Middlesex skipper, yeah. Bringing you into the attack. Or bringing your suggestion into the attack. It's going to be Fernandez. Oh, was there some... I think there was some turn there rather than the outside edge. First, we were both thinking it was the outside edge from Harry Finch, but...
Well, Davies looks bemused. It fell just short of Robson at slip.
I'm going to watch this even closer on our feed for a bit of turn and burn from Fernandez. There's a reverse sweep from Harry Finch for 4. Oh, that was nice from the Kent wicketkeeper batter. Kent batters haven't been listening to me to put the sweep shots away after they all kept getting out to it earlier on, but Harry Finch has played with the turn there and got it nicely past the... Well, effectively, he's kind of a backward point slash short wide third man sort of position. Henry Brooks. And it's clouded over here again at Beckenham as Fernandez, the left armour, bowls to Finch. Did you see that Ben Kellaway of Glamorgan the other day was bowling right and left
against Middlesex? Yeah. No, against Surrey. Sorry, against Surrey. I was on commentary for it. Yeah.
Yes, against Surrey. That was quite something, wasn't it? And it's down the pitch comes Finch, and he goes over the top, back over the bowler's head. This should be 4, despite the best attempts of the long off fielder to cut it off. So yeah, good proactive stuff from Harry Finch. Already got his boundary earlier on in the over with the reverse sweep, but that's a much more percentage shot, if you will, to just use your feet and go back over the bowler's head. Saw that actually on Wednesday that Finch maybe got a little bit bogged down, but it was Charlie Stobo being proactive against the spin that sort of almost encouraged him to do the same. So he's off the back foot playing this one into the covers. Kent's up to 132 for 4. Fernandez to Finch, one slip in play. Clips it away out towards the short mid-wicket who does the fielding. 1 ball to go. No, we're done. We are at the halfway point in the innings. 25 overs gone. Kent's at 132 for 4. Oh, that cue for the Burger van's starting to lengthen, Kevin.
Dear.
You might have missed.
Well,
You need to take your opportunity here.
I went for 11s now. I've had a little snack to get me through. I didn't think we were that ready to send me off. I didn't realise Liam was poised to jump on, so I grabbed a snack instead. Otherwise, I'd have gone for the burger van and kept the snack for later. But now I'm going to have to keep the burger van for later because I had the snack first.
Okay, you've run out of snacks.
Well, it's strategy, isn't it?
Yeah.
Oh, well, I'm not like you. I mean, honestly.
No, you can have some of my biscuits later. Of a crunchy and golden variety.
There we go, in the junior journey come. One of us can nip across it. What have you got? The what?
I said biscuits of a crunchy and golden variety.
Oh. I mean, if there's ever a man who looks as though he's been to Poundland, it's you.
It was,
Is anything can you still get anything for a pound in Poundland?
Don't know.
That was the old joke, wasn't it? Wander around Poundland and wind up the employees by keep on asking them, how much is this, please? How much is this? The joke's on you now, because nothing is a pound anymore.
Well, yeah, quite. You also get some shops that are around a pound.
Around a pound?
Yeah.
Around a pound land. Like it. Drinks being taken out in the middle, which is why we are waffling away. Ben's munching. I think you've just got caught on comms cam munching as well. Did you see? Did you know? You were in the top corner there having a munch.
I didn't think I got caught on camera, but maybe I did.
I think you did. You were on camera there, top corner. Drinks run out for Middlesex, who are huddled up in front of us. Cornwall, Blake Cullen running on the drinks for Middlesex. And
I've just seen one of the Kent members who, as I was coming into the ground today, I went to try and come in the main entrance, and they'd closed it off to cars at this point. So I got told to go round, and the steward said, "Oh, radio ahead, tell him you're coming." So as I sort of started to go round, I've realised that there's a queue of cars waiting to get into the ground. So I've gone around the outside of all this queue and gone to the front of the queue and parked up outside the gate. And the gentleman who was at the front of the queue has tooted me as if to say, "Excuse me, why are you pushing in?" I then got out the car and sort of apologised for pushing in as they opened the gate and let me in. And then it turns out it was one of the members who I see fairly regularly following Kent, and he came over to me and apologised for tooting at me for pushing in the queue. I said, "Don't worry about it." I did feel a little bit guilty pushing in front of all these members that were sat in their cars waiting to get in the ground, but I needed to unfurl our connection to get on air before everyone started walking around the ground and whatnot. So we're going to see a bit of seam here, interestingly.
Ethan Bamber's back
Yeah.
as play's about to resume. It's the drinks break. 1:32 for 4 here on BBC Radio Kent, BBC Radio London, live on the BBC Sport website and app. That's Bamber's in. Bowls, and this is pushed away into the offside. Quick single taken just in front of backward point where De Carey's is rushing in. Throws to the non-striker's end. Brooks backs up, but one more to the total it is, as leaning on 21 moves to 22 as the scoreboard just frozen for a moment. I'm sure it has. 1:33 for 4, I think it is.
The admin boys have been to a pound shop, and they've got some sort of supermarket branded
Yeah, that's proper Poundland.
jelly dinosaurs.
He goes. Banbury's in, bowls, and this is pushed away into the offside. There's no run. I know it can't be Poundland because that's only 2 for £2. I mean, that's basically the deal with Poundland, isn't it? All the drones back, careful.
I think it's probably...
It's looking a bit aggressive there. Was it running out of battery fast? They had to get it down quickly. Vroom.
What was it? That was a
Quick.
swift landing.
Yeah,
for the
it
drone.
looked like an emergency landing from the drone. Either that or the operator heard the sweets were coming out. He's like, "Quick, get in there before the good ones go." Oh, it was to not obstruct our view. He whipped in quickly.
Thank you very much.
So that is talent. Either way, it was talent. It looked like a good landing, and it was. Here's Bamber in, bowls, and this is eased backward a point. Slip runs around and ensures there's no run taken. That's not obstructed our view at all. It's enhanced everything today, hasn't it? Enjoyed the drone zipping around. And Bambi, the cry from somewhere in the field. Bambino. Off he goes. Bowls now, and this is edged just out of reach of slip. He was looking to run it. I'm not quite sure he's looking to run it as high up the outside edge and as fine as it ended up, but it's 4 for Finch because deep third won't get around. 1:37 for 4. Finch moves to 19 from 25. Still a Middlesex player for a couple of months, Ethan Bamber, before he's off to Birmingham and Warwickshire. Life in the Midlands. Pounds in now, balls, and this is punched away off the back foot out to deep point for a single. Finch moves to 20. More assured in that shot. He's checking his guard once more. When the drinks break leaning. He did face the first ball of the over, didn't he? But he's checking his guard again. Right-hander on strike, right arm over, Bamber bowls, and the ball's punched to point. There's no run. 38 for 4. It's the end of Bamber's over, so single to start it, 4 and then a single. More for Finch, 6 in total. Bamber just back for the first over his second spell. Place into carries, so it was 2 for 31 from 7 at this end. It's back to Fernandez straight away after the drinks break at the City end, and again that first ball, which I haven't seen the replay of it yet, but it was definitely just a turn that took the ball to slip and not an edge. I mean, it really did rag from Fernandez if that was just spin.
Yeah, I don't think he touched it with a bat.
I've not heard otherwise, have we? But 138 for 4 it is.
So Fernandez to Finch. From the City end, down the pitch comes Finch to drive up towards long off for a single. Stobo, Stewart, Kadri, Gilchrist and Parkinson. Or maybe Parkinson and Gilchrist to come. Matt Parkinson came in at 9 at Blackpool against his former team. He's the man for a situation, Matt Parkinson. Dogged determination, he has. Jack leaning, likewise. Driving here into the deep cover area for a single. Run rate earlier on was around 6.5 and over when the man we're seeing walking around the boundary's edge, Marcus O'Riordan, was out there at the crease. It's dropped down to just under 5.5 now, 5.32. 140 for 4 in the 27th over. We're just seeing a slight tweak to the field here. We've got a short third man as well as a backward point, presumably to cut off the reverse sweep. So Fernandez bowls to Finch and he drives up towards long off. Another single. All singles in the over so far.
I've just noticed over by the little scoreboard on the far side, to the left of the green stand as we look across at the City end, there's another little grassy knoll, isn't there? Where you can get your deck chairs up there on the top of that, and you can actually probably get under that tree in the shade up there as well, couldn't you, at the top of the knoll?
Have you seen the little sort of drop-in bar over on that side as well? That has a very helpful sign that says bar. Cut away here by leaning towards deep point for a single.
Be a few dropping off after they've been to the bar, I'd imagine.
That's where the pizza van was on Wednesday.
Ah, stop here. Is it definitely not coming today? It's about time now, the pizza.
I don't think
Nobody
it
would be
is.
having a pizza before now, would they?
No, I don't think it's coming. Another single, this time Finch on the back foot, driving out towards deep cover.
I did see on the back of the ice cream van as I wandered around that it was Whitstable.
Is
From
it?
Whitstable, well, I assume that's where the ice creams are from, the van's driven to work from there.
Excellent.
Would it usually be at Canterbury, that ice cream van that's now come to Beckenham?
Quite possibly. I saw that Sevenoaks Town beat Whitstable in a FA Cup preliminary round game yesterday. Can you believe it? Football back already? FA Cup back already?
Don't upset the ice cream van driver. I was hoping we were going to get a discount there by giving him a mention.
Cut away for a single. All singles in the over. 6 off the over. 144 for 4.
Now he's upset. His football team lost in the FA Cup.
We weren't going to get a discount anymore. They're going to have to change the name of the 99, aren't they? You know, the sort of
Flake.
Mr. Whippy with a flake.
Why?
Well, it used to be called the 99, and because it was 99p. Now it's about $3.99 these days.
That can't have been 99p since about
Once upon a
1932.
time it was.
I've never known a 99 to be 99p.
Really? You don't think?
I have never known it. Well, how much? So how much without the flake then? 90. So was it a 90 or a 99?
I don't know. it used to be under £1, didn't it?
His Banbury's in bowls, and his ball's punched away out to deep cover for a single. 145 for. Well, I'm sure it was, but that must have been a long time ago before you could get a 99 for 99p. Must be going back a long. You couldn't even go
Steve,
to Poundland.
was that
and
battery
get
charging
99
at
for
the
99p.
off camera?
Never explain a joke, Dan. Here's Bamba. Charging away from his Beckenham end. He's in bowls, and this ball's pushed away into the offside, fielded at cover by Stoneman. Are you looking up when a 99 was last priced at 99p?
I'm not, but I should be.
I mean, come on, even inflation. You must be talking 1947 since you get one of those for that price. And did they even have flakes in 1947? I mean, you don't get any. You barely get any change for about £7 now, do you, for a 99? Here's Banbury's in past the umpire. He bowls. Oh, that wraps to the pad. It felt like it kept low, and he's gone. LBW. Finch departs for 23. 145 for 5. 28th over. Bamba's first wicket. 1 for 29. He has Finch back and across. It did feel, to be fair to Finch, as though it kept low, but he struck on the back foot and plumb LBW. It looked like from here. See a replay of it in a moment, but it felt as though the umpire had every opportunity to put the finger up there as he looked pinned in front. So the 5th wicket goes down. 145 for 5, 85 for 1 they were. 145 for 5 now as we look at the replay, and I'll see it in a few moments.
Yeah, that was a ball before, sorry. An important wicket for Middlesex, and good bit of captaincy to bring Bamba back, because it felt like spin was doing the job really from both ends. So to go back to Bamba, it felt like on the one hand it might offer Kent the opportunity to up the run rate, up the ante, and to score a bit quicker, but actually it's done what Middlesex wanted to do and to get the wicket. Charlie Stobo just walking out to bat at number 7 as we've rewound the live stream and we're seeing the replay of it now. Like you say, yeah, feels like it kept low. Harry Finch was pretty much, as soon as he got hit on the pad, Harry Finch was almost walking off himself, giving it out LBW. So left umpire Peveril with a pretty easy job. So yeah, 145 for 5 then. And Charlie Stobo played an important part on Wednesday. Kent were in a little bit of a pickle against Hampshire, chasing that low score before Stobo and Finch put a good partnership together. Now Kent need more runs from their number 7, along with the captain Jack Leaning, if they're going to post a match-winning score in this game. But Middlesex have really fought back from 85 for 1 at one stage. Regular wickets have fallen. The run rates come down too.
Yeah, still got to be careful, haven't they, here, Kent?
So 2 pitches.
One turns into 2 now, and it really is a job for the tail to do. As Bamba moves in and bowls to Stobo, on his toes, so he's eased away. 2 points, no run.
Martin was getting in touch on the email. I'll read that out in a second. Apparently they started making 99s in 1930.
Ooh. And did they cost 99 in 1930 then?
No, but it says
It can't have been 99.
you're not going crazy. The popular ice creams did coincidentally cost 99p at one stage.
I'm sure they did at one stage, but at what point did they start at then? Here's Bamba in bowls, and this is chipped in the air, and a cry of catch as the ball loops over extra cover. Deep cover comes charging in, which is Cracknell. They're going to get back for 2, but goodness me, that could easily have been 1 turning into 2, which is what Kent just can't afford at this stage, you'd have thought.
Apparently in the 1960s it was the equivalent of about 15p.
Oh. So it wasn't called 99 because...
No, I don't think so.
I didn't think it was. So they had flakes in the 50s. Didn't know they were born, did they?
Yeah, so 1930 they started.
Bamba in bowls outside of the off stump, that's left alone through to the keeper. And 1 45-5 is the score. So at the end of the over, Finch falling on BW.
The early 99 flake was a wafer sandwich, not a flake
Hold on.
into
I've
the
got to
ice
digest
cream.
this. Excuse the pun. What?
So
the
rather than the flake being
Yeah.
pushed into the cone of the ice cream, the early 99 flake was a wafer sandwich type ice cream. It consisted of small chocolate flake inserted between 2 servings of ice cream and placed in between 2 wafer biscuits. That sounds stunning.
Well, that must have been a mess.
Oh, that would have been messy, yeah. Still, I haven't yet found when they actually cost 99p.
Oh, look at the queue for the burger van now.
I told you should have gone earlier. There was about 4 people.
Is that it for
in
the day now? It's never going to go down from that, is it?
There's about 4 people in the queue earlier.
Yeah.
I'm worried they're going to run out of food if
That
they're
was
feeding
gonna be my next
2,000 people. There's Fernandez bowls, and this one's pushed away by Jack Leaning.
How many burgers have they got? If there's 2,000 people at the ground today.
Can we check that they've got enough burgers to feed the entire community of people?
That is the only
inside this
food
ground?
outlet today here, isn't it? The burger van.
Liam's given me a confident nod. Let's hope so. As Leaning goes back, pushes out towards deep point. For a single. So we've come to the conclusion that it's not called 99 because of the price.
Did you always think that?
Yeah, I did actually. I think when I was a kid, it was around that price. Fernandez bowls, defended away by Stobo.
Have we established now why it was called a 99? I didn't know why it was, but I knew it wasn't for that reason.
Apparently, when they were first introduced, they costed more like 1p in the 30s or 20s. Is that a stumping? There is a appeal, and the umpire has got his finger up, and Stobo has gone. And Fernandez strikes, and it is 2 quick wickets for Middlesex. Just drawing the Australian out of his crease. Really smart work from Davis behind the stumps. And Kent, having had a blistering start, are in danger of crumbling in a heap here.
There was a guy in my way.
147 for 6 now. 148 for 6, in fact. As Stobo walks off, dismissed cheaply for just 2.
Well, from 85 for 1, since that point, they turned to 85 for 2. They've always been teetering on the brink, haven't they, Kent? And they do need to be careful here now. 148 for 6. And we're getting into that kind of territory of Wednesday game here against Hampshire. But Grant Stewart will make his way out to the middle, 148 for 6.
Yeah, it is a similar sort of scenario now to the Hampshire game. And it's just bizarre because the way Marcus O'Riordan was batting on this wicket, clearly it is a good pitch. Clearly there is runs to be had.
Well, he was very positive and aggressive, wasn't he? There's power to that.
But at the same time, there was a bit of bounce for the seamers, and obviously it's a used pitch, so the spinners are enjoying their day.
It was we have to factor in it was the power play. And he made the decision, whether it was his decision, coach's decision, that go out there and get after it, the power play. Because if you can put on 30, 40, 50, 60 in the power play as a batter, then all of a sudden you might have put a substantial score on the board for a side in what has been a low-scoring track on Wednesday. So that you have to factor in. Leaning's now got 27 to his name. He's batted with a little bit more circumspection. But Stewart, not often known for his circumspection out of the middle, is he?
No, he's quite early for Grant Stewart to be coming in a 50-over game, possibly.
We've got news from Liam. Is this about the number of burgers in the burger van today?
No, it's actually about actual news.
Oh, well, that's not important.
Nah, it's actually the England Test team
Oh, that's definitely not important.
for the Sri Lanka series, which includes a Kent-born batter
Oh,
that isn't Zach Crawley, because he's got a broken finger. So Stewart's on strike, Fernandez bowling to him. He's playing forward defensively, back up the pitch.
have you just broken the 2 o'clock embargo?
It's 1 o'clock.
Yeah, that's why you can't break it now.
1 o'clock embargo.
I'm joking, yeah.
You had me worried there.
I did.
Defended away by Stewart out to the covers. Ah, somebody send him to the burger van. I actually need to double check the scores elsewhere for an update for BBC Local Radio. I'll tell you, so I've teased the news. Ah, look at that. There's a burger with bacon. Oh. Now I'm jealous. Right then, Kent's 148 for 6 after 29. Bit of a travel update going on in our headphones before that cricket update. Surrey are struggling again. It's 207 for 1. In the game at Guildford. As Bamba's bowling to Leaning. Quick single up towards mid-on. Brooks didn't pick it up cleanly. Sussex have taken a few wickets now at Hove. Through spin. Spin the order of the day today. For wicket taking. Group A, Somerset 158 for 3 against Derbyshire. Hampshire 85 for 4 against Lancashire. Northants 169 for 1 against Worcestershire. Morgan 143 for 3 against Essex in the other group. Gloucestershire 144 for 4 against Warwickshire. Yeah, well, after a good start to the game for Kent, Middlesex have very much come back into this one as Grant Stewart is off the mark with a boundary away through the extra cover region, and 150 comes up for Kent, but for the loss of 6 wickets. They were 85 for 1 at one stage, and Marcus O'Riordan was going along really nicely, but was given out. LBW attempting a reverse sweep shot for 58. Since then, we've seen Harry Finch also dismissed after a little mini partnership between him and Jack Leaning, and then Stobo stumped in the previous over from the spin of Fernandez as well. So Middlesex have fought their way back into this game. Jack Leaning, the captain, still there on 27. But a lot of work still to do for these Kent batters, and we're only in the 30th over here. Elsewhere in the other group, Surrey are struggling at Guildford against Nottinghamshire. The visitors are 209 for 1 in that game. And then Sussex of Hove have taken a few wickets courtesy of spin. Leicestershire 184 for 3 in that one. Commentary of all of those matches is available via the BBC Sport app and website.
Here's Bamba. It's a slip crouching down alongside Davies, who retrieves this ball outside off stump. It's left alone by Stewart. 153 for 6.
So Zach Crawley and Dylan Pennington ruled out through injury of the Sri Lanka Test Series squad. So Ollie Stone is back in a squad for the first time since June 2021. And Jordan Cox has earned a first Test call-up.
Wow. Wow.
That is a surprise. So now of Essex, of course, but...
Have you forgiven him yet?
Yeah, just about. We have now, he's in the England squad. Kent-born Jordan Cox.
Bamba's in bowls, and this ball's just short of a length. Back up the track. That's worse than...
Kent Cricket Academy graduate.
So Cox leaving Canterbury for Chelmsford to become an England player. That's worse than Bamba leaving Lords for Edgbaston to become an England player.
Well, I mean, arguably it's... If he establishes himself in the Test team,
Cox,
then Essex don't see him anyway.
No, but Bamba said he's going to Warwickshire to further his chances to play for England. Change of scene, keep the upward spiral of his career. He's in now, bowls, and this is short and pulled away out to deep mid-wicket, deep backward square legs. Got a bit of chase on here, and it's going to be a dive and a scrambling stop from Luke Holman, who picks himself up as they run. I'd imagine 3. They should have got back 4 in that time. Again, I was watching hard.
2. I think it must be 2. I mean, Warwickshire, I know it is 3. Warwickshire do like pinching other people's players, don't they? Let's be honest. Over the last few years, since the Bell Trot kind of era, Warwickshire have not been great at bringing through their own particularly, and have had to recruit from elsewhere in the form of Sibley for a while. Rhodes they've had for a while, obviously, after taking him off Yorkshire, and he's now going up to Durham. Hose was there for a bit, wasn't he? There's been a few that they've brought in. Let's It's becoming more of a thing these days, isn't it? Players moving around teams. Sometimes the change of scenery can be good for players. But I don't know, I'm one of these traditionalists that would rather see teams that have come through a county system stay with their team because that is their county.
Well, that's what I was getting at. Cox going from Canterbury to Chelmsford. Sublime to the ridiculous, isn't it?
Fernandez bowls to Stewart, up towards mid-on, and at the time I think
everyone loves Canterbury.
The fact that he was leaving for Essex as well was definitely a bugbear amongst the members. Fernandez, the left arm spinner to Grant Stewart, plays powerfully off the back foot up towards wide long off for a single.
I mean, Bamber leaving St John's Wood for Birmingham to improve matters in his life. I mean, it's unfathomable, really, isn't it? But
one might question that from a lifestyle point of view.
Come on, Heath. Must be time to change your mind still.
Fernandez to Jack leaning. Forward he comes, the One Day Cup skipper. Plays defensively. Former Yorkshire player, of course. I mean, in fairness, Kent have recruited a fair number of this team from elsewhere in recent seasons. Leaning being one of them. He's edged it to slip, and he's gone. That's a really smart take by Robson at first slip. Jack Leaning can't quite believe what he's done. Just was trying to poke the ball away on the offside for probably just a single. And it's been a bit of a familiar tale for Jack Leaning in the One Day Cup this year. He's had starts without going on and making a big score. And he's out for 28 from 36 balls. And Kent are now 157 for 7. And we really are on the verge of it being a similar type low-scoring game, under 200 runs, for a possible chase here for Middlesex. Kent opted to bat first in this game, started off like a train, but have just lost regular wickets ever since. And now they're running out of batters. 7 down, 157 on the board in the 31st over. Another wicket for Fernandez. He's got 2 for 16 now.
Well, I did wonder whether the left-arm finger spinner needed to be introduced to the attack, and introduce him they have with great effect. I'm sure they'll just worry that, or hope they haven't left it too late, because Leaning, Reardon, Finch to some extent as well, and they managed to get some good runs on the board, didn't they? But Fernandez has come in, made a difference. When he first made his Middlesex debut, it was as a spinner in the T20. Playing more as a batter this year, throwing the ball occasionally with Holman and Carey's ahead of him as the spin options. But they certainly entered today with White coming in for Anderson, although there was a bit of rest and rotation about that, or a lot of rest and rotation, I should say. There was also the element of it, you know, they've got 3 spinners. And the 3 spinners will be fully expected to play their part given what happened on Wednesday here. And bounce was one of the keys to it, wasn't it? And bounce for both the off-break bowler to Carey's and the left-arm spin of Fernandez, the key being bounce for the finger spinners. And Fernandez certainly found some there to remove Leaning.
So Hamid Kadri, the new man for Kent. Forward and defending this one. And just a second appearance for him in the competition this year for the Afghan-born spinner.
Steve, is that battery charged?
Forward to this one, playing defensively, and he had an enjoyable time of it with the bat in that game against Somerset. He hit 2 4s and 3 6s. He got 43 off 30 balls. So perhaps Kent's last hope for a substantial partnership comes in the form of these two, with all due respect to Nathan Gilchrist and Matt Parkinson, who are no mugs at all with the bat these days. You don't get many genuine number 11s as such. Matt Parkinson's really worked hard in his batting and has been a valuable contributor with the bat at times for Kent this season. We're going to see a bit of Henry Brooks possibly here. Looks like we're going to have another change.
Well, it's interesting, isn't it? Because you say the spinners are having their moment, but I wonder, is Stoneman thinking right? I mean, you often talk about, let's get through some cheap overs with the spinners. But I wonder if Middlesex are actually thinking that here with Bamber and with Brooks. Let's get them in, give them a quick blast, get through some overs, and when Kent are thinking about trying to hit out again, you try and hit out against the spinners. Holman still Dover's up his sleeve.
Yeah, well, they think that the little bit of extra pace for batters 8 and 9 might be the way to go in terms of taking wickets.
Brooks is in, bowls, it's short and it's pulled hard, and that could well be 4. It's a long chase, it's a brilliant tumbling stop out there again by Holman.
Only one they took from that.
Strong man, as you see from the arm as well, with that flat throw, as you say, Ben. They only got back for 1, didn't they? But the athleticism of Holman in the deep is really impressive. He's an all-action cricketer.
Yeah, that was fantastic to keep that to 1. Marvellous work in the deep.
Come back to the athleticism of Holman in a moment. This is Brooks in bowls, and this is punched away beautifully out to deep point for a single.
That was a nice looking shot for 1.
Yeah, 158 for 7. Kadri's off the mark. When Holman first broke through, he was really making a big impact with his batting as much as anything. And his calmness, his coolness, his authority, his presence in the middle, it reminded me a lot of Rob Key. And I said from that point of view, he reminds me of a left-handed Rob Key in that, you know, in the middle, it was almost with disdain that he looked at everybody around him. And Key always had that about him, didn't he? He was like, you're playing my game here. This is Brooks in bowls, and this is left alone outside of the off stump. Through it goes to the keeper. There's no run, unfussed, not perturbed by anything around him.
Yeah, no, I get what you're saying.
Key was always like that, but he also had his own presence in the middle, didn't he? To, you know, this is you're in my town now. And Holman, from a very young age, came in and he had that authority about him in the middle. You know, the way he'd tap his bat down or just adjust something, or there goes Brooks bowls, and this is through to the keeper, and there's no run. Very much an authority of this is my arena, which I always liked about Key. Always looked at him, he always thought, Key's just, and at his best he was brilliant, wasn't he, Rob Key? Absolutely brilliant.
Yeah,
should have played more for England.
Yeah, and loved batting here. I think his average on this ground in particular was really something.
We got the Rob Key middle here, haven't you? Can't call it an end, it's a Rob Key middle.
The Rob Key middle, nice.
Just owned it, didn't he?
Yeah.
You want it a couple seconds after
Here's Brooks.
or exactly when it has happened?
Into bowl, and this is outside the off stump. A little late cut attempted by Stewart through to the keeper. But when I said that of Holman, one or two scallywags suggested it was more his physique. But and it's not remotely in that. It was the authority that he had in the middle as a batter. Just the almost disdain he had for the fact that anybody else dare be playing the game at the same time as him out in the middle. And I always got that impression of Key, just, you know, almost a bully boy approach, wasn't it, in the middle when he was batting? You know.
I think it's easy to forget how good Rob Key was and how good a captain he was as well.
Well, there's no doubt about it. He'd have played a lot more for England, and I can't remember who it was. I was watching a documentary, and they were saying where Fletcher basically didn't pick him because of athleticism, and it was almost laying down a marker to everybody else. As this is full ball back into the onside, it goes inside of the bat. Brooks to Stewart. It's a dot ball to end the over, and you know it's pretty unfair, basically, isn't it? But
I think it's unfair as well. Some of the criticism he gets in terms of his current role and saying that he's not qualified for it, when basically, as captain of Kent, he was basically the director of cricket for so many years. Kent didn't have one, and the captain was very influential.
Well, that's how it used to run, wasn't it?
Yeah.
It was the captain and chief exec and the coach a little bit, but yeah, as you say, there's directors of cricket now and all sorts. The captaincy doesn't quite hold the same level that it used to of authority within a club. As you say, it was very much decision-making stuff, wasn't it? But yeah, you know, some scallywags put down that I was saying the Key Holman comparison was his stature, because he's a big, broad-shouldered fella, Holman, but very fine athlete as well.
He's a strong player, isn't he? Little ramp sweep shot here from Hamid Kadri behind square. Ball is agonisingly making its way towards the rope and won't quite get there. Robson does the fielding, and they come back for a very comfortable 3 in the end. So 32.1 overs gone. Kent are 162 for 7, 9 for Stewart, who's now on strike, and Kadri has 4 off 4 balls. That Bergevin doesn't look too bad right now.
I was just about to say, this is kind of the closest we'll ever get to the stock market. Is it going to go higher or lower? Do we go in at this point?
I think it's only going to get higher from this point, surely. Drilled back down the ground by Stewart, but into the hands of Fernandez.
No, that's long. What are you talking about?
It's longer than it was earlier.
Take those sunglasses off, those Poundland sunglasses, and you'll be able to see over there.
This is the real thing, thanks very much. These are not a cheap knockoff. This one's
You've definitely not had enough sleep last night. I'm getting to you today.
it's the wicket keeper. No, it's a longer queue than it was when it was 4 earlier on at midday. Stewart comes forward into the covers.
I think the fella that's turned watching the cricket is throwing you. You're thinking he's not in the queue. He's halfway up the queue, isn't he, that fella? He's clever though, he's keeping his eyes on the cricket. He's got to keep your eyes on the ball.
Well, that's true. They even read that out over the tannoy earlier on. This one's cut away. Oh, it's an awkward bounce in the end for Point, who was thinking he might almost be in the game there for a catch. I wouldn't want to be getting in behind a Grant Stewart cross-batted shot in a hurry.
Oh look, the drone's got its own little mat now. Did it have its own mat all along? Is this the landing pad all along?
I don't know.
for it?
Is that does that charge on the mat?
Oh, is it? No, it's just takeoff. There you go. It's for takeoff, isn't it? It gives it a flat
Here
surface.
we go.
I guess. It's away. Is it going to go?
Kadri off the back foot finds that Point fielder who almost got his chops in behind the one of Stewart earlier on in the over. So 4 off the over, 163 for 7 here on BBC Sport Online and on the live stream. Hey, there we are.
So can we request that the drone heads off over that way and is basically a live watch of the queue for the Bergevin for us? So if it just keeps an eye on the Bergevin, never mind the cricket, and then we'll know when to make the run.
How many,
when the
how
queue
many
goes
people
down.
are currently in the queue? Can we get an exact figure from the overhead shot?
That's all the drone was meant for today, was the Bergevin queue.
The grassy mound's looking very busy over on that side of the ground.
Here we go.
As we can see on the live stream at the moment. Lovely.
Right on cue.
Lovely
The
day.
Bergevin
There-
queue. Look at
there
it,
we
there
go.
it is. How many are we counting?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Plus the guy being served 9. It's under 10.
What do you reckon? 2 minutes a burger? It's a 36-minute wait.
Edge taken, and another wicket for Middlesex, and it is seam at this Beckenham end, which has managed to get a couple of wickets for Middlesex. In fact, they've got regular wickets in the middle part of this Kent innings, but Brooks has managed to induce a full stroke from Grant Stewart, and he's edged it behind, and it's a really good take from Davis behind the stumps. If he'd had a slip in play, he probably would have left it to his mate, but he had to go himself. Grant Stewart might have felt at first that he got it wide enough, but really good wicket keeping. And Grant Stewart out for 10. And another wicket goes down. 8 now for Middlesex. And Kent are in danger of running aground here before the 50 over mark. Still 16.5 overs to go. We've still got the 1 ball extra from a 100 ball game left in this innings, but Kent are struggling to make it that far at the moment. I would expect Matt
Run that by me
Parkinson.
again.
So there's 16.5 overs remaining.
Oh, I see. You've got 101 deliveries remaining in the
Yes.
innings. I see.
I reckon Matt Parkinson will come out and will block it for a bit here. And Kent will think about trying to bat as many of those 101 balls as they can potentially, rather than trying to up the run rate, which has now fallen below 5 and over. Oh, we're getting a view of the Crystal Palace training ground over the hedge.
Who's the Crystal Palace manager nowadays?
Oliver Glasner,
Oh, yes. Oh, you did say that earlier. Glasner's Tour of America.
aka the special one.
You're a Palace fan, of course, aren't you? Yeah, I forgot that. Yeah.
Football genius, Oliver Glasner. But yeah, they're the first teamer in America at the moment.
Oh, you've lost Elise,
On
haven't
a
you, Michael
pre-season.
Elise? He's
Yeah,
gone.
don't remind me. Don't remind me. So 163 for 8 as Parkinson joins Kadri.
I mean, as bizarre as Cox from Canterbury to Chelmsford and Bamber from St John's Wood to Birmingham is, you can understand Elise from Crystal
Oh,
Palace
yeah.
to Bayern Munich, to be fair.
He's that good as well. I'll ask any Palace fan, they'll tell you he's a world-class player.
Oh, I reckon that Burger Van queue's gone down. What do you reckon? Is now the moment?
Ooh, I think maybe it is. I think it might be down to 4 or 5. Here comes Brooks. Sorry, it is your over.
Oh, now a bouncer hits him on the grill, and Bamber at mid-on immediately calls for the physio. He's all right. He's up on his knees. Stoneman's come charging in as well. It was a sharp, nasty bouncer from Brooks, who's down to check as well that Parkinson is okay. Goodness me, they talked about the bounce this morning coming into this one. They expected bounce once again on this surface, and Brooks, well, at his quickest, he's a 90-mile-an-hour man, and that was a sharp, nasty bouncer right into the grill of Parkinson. I mean, I say confidently it was the grill. It seemed to be from here, and by the way the players reacted as well, it suggested it was pretty flush, that blow. It sounded it. He's up on his feet, and that is a relief first and foremost. Helmet off and having a think, but that'll cause a pause for a moment as the physio will come out for a concussion check, and we look at the replay here from side on. It's going to be pretty grim, I'd imagine. As yeah, he basically got into, I don't think he really saw it until late. He was in no position to play it. He was defending on the back foot, and his gloves, his heels are hard on the ground and his gloves are up in front of his face, but the ball got through past the gloves. Never mind the bat, it was much, much higher than that. He was trying to defend that off his nose, and unfortunately couldn't get the bat handle and gloves in the way, let alone the bat face, and the grill's borne the brunt of that, I'd suggest. But 163 for 8 it is. Kadri has 4, Parkinson has yet to get off the mark, and we have a pause. I think he's going to be okay, but of course concussion check. Now the physio is going to speak to the umpires, having completed the concussion check, which he has to report to the umpires and say one way or the other, yep, he's fine, or no, he's not. But this would not be ideal. Parkinson, of course, you mentioned Holman going well against Middlesex. Parkinson went very well, didn't he, against Middlesex at Chelmsford in the T20. Holman, I think, had picked up 3 for that night, and then Parkinson went one better. Cornwall's running the drinks on and off for Middlesex. He'd have fancied a bowl on this with the bounce there is in this surface. Blake Cullen as well, but it's Brooks.
There's another helicopter going caution. It's about the 3rd one we've seen today. I don't know if there's an issue with the helmet. I don't know if they've brought out a new one or if they are still waiting for a new one for Matt Parkinson, who seems to be okay.
Yeah, I think the fact that he's still out there at this stage. I mean, the physio did turn and have a long chat with the umpires there rather than a cursory, yes, he's fine. So let's hope he is okay to carry on. I mean, he's certainly okay from that point of view, but
That's funny.
concussion check. So getting now from the physio. It's still all happening out there, but the physio has delivered his report to the umpires and they haven't walked off, so you'd have to assume that he will be carrying on then. With regards to concussion check, he must be okay, but whether Parkinson himself is happy to continue.
Shall we get Liam on the mic and one of us go and get a burger?
Yes.
Let's do that.
Who's hungriest, you or me?
You can go if you want.
You sure?
Yeah.
In his official capacity with Kent, is he going to be right if 2 go bang bang and all of a sudden Kent roll out for 164?
You can leave it to me.
You'll steer through it. Right, the burger queue van is down to 2.
We're seizing the opportunity.
Which was, how many did we say earlier? It was up to
9.
9.
5 minutes ago.
How did I double that to 36? Double that to 18, it should have been. Right, anyway, I'm going to go and get a burger.
Thanks, Kevin Hand. Well, we're still waiting for the action to resume. Liam Knight from Kent Cricket is going to slot in alongside me. Ben Watts, BBC Radio Kent, BBC Radio London's Kevin Hand is going to finally leave me alone and give me some peace for 5 minutes. How are you, Liam? How are you enjoying the visit to the pilgrimage to Beckenham?
It's very sunny all of a sudden, isn't it?
It's been a good couple of days so far, or 1.5 days so far.
I know, I was going to say.
But from a Kent point of view, obviously a good win against Hampshire on Wednesday. And, well, a good start to this one, but Middlesex fighting back.
Yeah, I mean, this is a used deck, as you've said before. It's a lot in it for the spinners. And there's that famous phrase, if it seems, it spins. So, bit in it for the bowlers, I reckon.
Yeah, absolutely. If you look at what, say, Bayer Swanepoel's been doing with the new ball in recent times for Kent, that's been a key part of some of their success in the couple of wins that they've had. Stobo as well, the change, the other overseas player. And then, yeah, Matt Parkinson, I'm sure, well, as we're suggesting, Kent will be hoping Matt Parkinson is fine, as we're seeing the bouncy castle on the live stream, which is currently being utilised over beyond the sight screen.
I've just been told we're going to see Kevin the Burger Van queue when he gets there.
Is he at the front of that queue already? No. I was going to say that would have been quick. He's just making his way past the pop-up club shop outside the... There he is, look.
Here he goes.
There he goes. We're on Kev watch. Matt Parkinson seems to be okay. Finally, we've finished the concussion checks and got him a suitable helmet and whatnot. Yeah, Kent would be desperate for Matt Parkinson to play a full part in this game, because obviously they've got him and Hamid Kadri, as well as Jack Leaning and Jaden Denley as spin options, but he's without doubt the premier spinner. Here he is, Kevin Hand, tucked in the Burger Van queue.
Very much a Mourinho-like pose there, selecting his choice.
So here comes Brooks then to Parkinson. And perhaps inevitably he follows up the short one with a full one, but Parkinson, out of every player in the Kent team, he's about the most gutsy and courageous. And he's forward on the front foot, just pushing it away out towards the covers. We've now got it on a split screen. Kevin Hand is on the split screen, and then the actual cricket is going on the main Kent live stream. This one's again pushed up towards mid-off by Matt Parkinson.
Is this peak Metro Bank, do you think?
is this Metro Bank fever in a nutshell? Has the Metro Bank One Day Cup peaked on the Kent live stream with the split screen of the action, and Kevin Hand, our Middlesex and BBC Radio London commentator, in the Burger Van queue, as Brooks is in and bowling. Short ball over the head of Parkinson, which is a no ball. Is the umpire signalling a no ball? He is signalling a no ball. So that will be 2 runs to the score. My dad was saying this to me yesterday. He said, when is it 2 runs for a no ball? What format? And I said, just county cricket.
Yeah.
2 for a no ball.
Yeah.
But no free hit for the short ball over shoulder height. Has to be an overstep or a waist high full bunger. Here comes Brooks, bowls. Parkinson again well forward to this one and playing up towards mid-off. So I get it. I was sort of comparing this situation to Hampshire, but actually there's a little bit of Blackpool about it as well, when Matt Parkinson had to come in and bat some time with Harry Finch.
Yeah.
For Kent to get up to 209 in that one.
Yeah, I mean, I'm probably going to put the cursor on him now, but he has improved on his batting over the winter, definitely, Parky.
Yeah, he's definitely worked hard on that area of his game with Toby Radford, the Kent batting coach, as Brooks bowls, and again he just rides this one, a slightly back of length delivery, pushes it away out into the covers. End of the over, 34 gone. Kent are 165 for 8. Has Kevin Hand got a burger? I think he's poised and waiting. He's no longer in the queue. There has been a transaction of some sort. We think he has burger in hand. What sauces is he going to indulge himself in? Might just be able to see, if you're watching the live stream, the Kent Cricket live stream, in the top left hand corner there's our commentator Kevin Hand, now with burger in hand and choosing what condiments he's going to pop onto his burger. I can't believe we've got this on a split screen. This is...
I've just received some insider info that he's a ketchup man.
Well, there you go. Still 16 overs to go. We've got less than 100 ball game now to go in the innings, and looks like we're going to see a change in the bowling. Holman's coming back, replacing Fernandez. So Nathan Fernandez figures 5 overs, 2 for 20. I think he's probably feeling a little bit harshly dealt with to be withdrawn from the attack. But Holman 7 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 22. So arguably that's why he's being brought back into the action. Hamid Kadri, he's only been out there for 5 balls for his 4 runs. Had a partnership with Grant Stewart at Taunton. He's on the back foot, just pushing away into the covers and getting an easy single here. Kadri will feel, and I guess Kent will hopefully him, that he has a little cameo in him here to help get the score, push the score up to 200.
Yeah, I think you'll need to get it near there or thereabouts, to be honest. Obviously it's still Beckenham, still a decent track. Obviously Wednesday scores are an indication this is the same deck, but I think you still need around 200 on this, I think.
Yeah, it definitely felt like on Wednesday there was a lot more in it for the seamers than perhaps a traditional Beckenham road of a pitch. There was pace and bounce in the wicket. Obviously Kent went hard at the seam earlier on today, knowing that this is a used pitch and spin was potentially going to play more of a part. Parkinson flicking this one away into the leg side for a single. I'm not going to lie, I quite often like low-scoring games. There's a thrill about low-scoring games. Every run counts.
100%, yeah.
Whereas when it's 390 plays 350 like we had here a couple of years ago. So this one's driven back down the pitch from Kadri to Holman. Runs don't have quite the same value, I guess. Or you know, somebody needs, well, you need somebody to score 150 or a massive score to go and chase that down. I mean, obviously it is fun, but in a different kind of way. Well, Kevin Hand has now left the Burger Van queue. This one on the bottom edge here from Kadri. He went back to that delivery. And has been chased down by Gauchel.
Well, you talked about renaming ends. I mean, Sean Dixon's got a case for his 100 that he scored here a few years ago.
Well, that's a shout. Yeah, that was a game where it was a 4-day game played here, wasn't it? And I think both teams only batted once. There's Kevin walking past the pop-up shot. It's Holman bowls. Oh, Kadri has got this in the air. There was a bit of top edge, but he's going to be safe. They're going to scamper back. In fact, Parkinson, the one who's called that, running to the danger end. They scamper back for 2. Wonder if we can see Barry in the club shot. Oh, there's Kev. Where's he situated now? Oh, he's got a bit further round. Yeah, I can see the famous Barry Dyer in the club shot. As Kadri comes forward and defends into the onside, they come through for a quick single. Can we get Barry on the live stream? We're still following Kev as he's walking round on the split view, tucking into his burger. The best thing about this is that he's blissfully unaware that his every move is being tracked. This is like, you know, that Channel 4 program Hunted.
Oh yeah.
It's giving me vibes of that right now, when normal civilians are basically tasked with going into hiding and staying hidden and not being caught by the hunters, who are all kind of ex-police and military and whatnot. And then eventually they have to get to a rendezvous point to try and escape, so to speak, and to win. But usually a few have been caught by that point. So yeah, it's giving me hunted vibes. This camera on Kevin Hand. So this one's driven away. Start of a new over. Brooks to Kadri. They come back for 2. So it was 172 for 8 at the end of the 35th. And the score now moves on to 174 for Kent.
I mean, if you want to talk about Kent connections again, I think the chief hunter on that show is involved with Bexley Cricket Club, I believe.
Peter?
Yes.
Blexley? Blake?
Yeah, we're getting a yes.
We've had him on BBC Radio Kent before. As Kadri is flicking this into the onside for a single. Yeah, Peter Blexley, his name is. Yeah, he's a regular expert on policing and crime on BBC Radio Kent. I didn't know he was involved at Bexley Cricket Club.
I believe it's Bexley. It is a team from round here in, of course, metropolitan Kent.
Yes, indeed, in Kent's London boroughs, as the chief executive likes to describe. Defended away by Parkinson. I was thinking about this on my way up, actually, Liam, so you're the man to answer the question. What are Kent's 4 London boroughs?
Oh, you've put me on the spot now.
So Bexley Heath, presumably.
Yeah.
Bromley, which is presumably where we are now, in theory.
I think Lewisham.
Lewisham, I was thinking was another. But then there's one other that I couldn't.
Yeah, Greenwich.
Greenwich.
Well done, George.
Well done, George. Oh, that's good from you. As the Liam and I should be ashamed of ourselves. Here comes Brooks, short ball. Oh, crikey, Parkinson's riding that one. Rather than dropping the hands or swaying out the way.
I mean, George technically is a Kentish man because he was born west of the Medway. Doesn't matter where west of the Medway, but...
Where were you born, George?
It's Slough, Ben.
Slough?
Yeah.
Oh. Oh, right. Yeah, I missed that joke. So did all the listeners, so I think it probably did need explaining.
Yeah.
I'm a Kentish man. You're a man of Kent.
Proud man of Kent, yes.
So yeah, I mean, surely everyone who's listening or watching on knows. I feel like I've talked about it enough. But yeah, as Liam says, it depends what side of the Medway you were born. Defended away by Matt Parkinson. Of course, Emily Craig won a gold medal the other day. He was born in the same hospital as I was in. Well, it was Pembury Hospital when we were all born there.
Saw a tweet earlier.
But it's now Tunbridge Wells.
It's been a good few days for Pembury Hospital with Marcus's half century today and
Yeah,
Emily
good
Craig's
point.
medal.
Good point. Just need Sam Billings to do something in the 100 later on today. As Brooks is in. Defended away here by Parkinson. And we had some, I think London have got some medals themselves. Ben Proud, born in London. Don't know if he's a Middlesex or a Surrey man. The 50-metre freestyle swimming silver medalist. And we know Alex Yee is a Crystal Palace fan. We don't know what cricket team he follows. I think we might need to find this out.
I'm sure we can sway him. We can sway him.
Kent are very much keen to lay claim to to Alex Yee's allegiance when it comes to a cricketing sense. I mean, the fact that the Crystal Palace training ground is there, maybe something could be done.
They've been mowing the grass this morning as well.
Was it? You had a couple of Palace players. Was it Joel Ward that was in the nets at one point?
Yeah, it was a few years ago now. Yeah, he
did
came
a bit
in.
of content.
Came in the indoor school with
Yeah.
Roy Hodgson. Roy was feeding him the balls. He looked quite good.
So yes, maybe you could do a current collab. Get Alex Yee involved. It's Holman bowls to Kadri is on the back foot, just nudging it away on the onside for a single. Sensible stuff at the minute from Kent, who after 36 overs, 175 for 8 and now 176.
I think really you just need to sort of dig in a little bit now, don't you? Get that score up a little bit, but we've still got overs to play with, so just see where we are with about 5 overs to go maybe, then see where we are.
This feels like a good time, Liam, to remind listeners that whenever they're feeling a bit grumpy and down after a Kent defeat, as Holman is in, driven away by Parkinson for a single, the players don't read their tweets that they send. They come to you.
They do come to me, myself and George.
You and George take it upon your broad shoulders to read and digest the disappointment.
Speaking of digestion,
here comes Kevin. Round of applause for our star of the live stream. Now what Kevin doesn't know is that we've been following your movements the whole time on the split screen via the drone. Here comes Holman and bowls. Parkinson with a little nerd or leg glance into the leg side for a single. So he's got the chips as well. The burger's been digested. You can stay where you are, Liam, for a moment. He's got the cheesy chips. Ooh. Well, that's what the tomato ketchup was for. That's what the tomato ketchup was for. It was actually for the chips. We thought that was going on the burger. There you go. You can see
live feed of Kev's live feed.
Kev tucking away at the back of the box. on his mid-innings food. As Holman is in, bowling to Kadri, a little cut shot past first slip for a single. And the drone is going to land on its helipad. A little rest.
Touch of the Skynet's about that drone, isn't there?
Yeah, there is a little bit. It's been fun today, the addition of the drone. 180 for 8 as Holman is bowling. Parkinson is forward defending. And the end of the over, 37 gone. I'll be able to hear Kevin and the live stream producer just chatting away and the effects might there. So yeah, Liam, so that's the worst part of your job as Kent Cricket media admin. What's the best part?
Oh, there's a lot of highlights really. Obviously I get to work for Kent, which is a very big highlight. Got a great team behind the scenes, all of us muck in when we need to. You obviously get to know a few players, which is pretty cool. But yeah, the season is the best part for me.
Some of them even hang out with you when you're not at work, don't they?
I can neither confirm or deny that.
So Fernandez, well, the season is pretty intense for you and everyone in the office, isn't it? And then off season is a little bit more just kind of slower, I would guess, as Fernandez bowls and Parkinson off an inside edge. Oh, sorry, Kadri off an inside edge, works it into the onside. So in terms of the off season, what does your job look like out of the season in comparison to in the season, where it's very much, you know, games and news and everything's going up 100 miles an hour?
Well, of course, we've got fireworks around November time.
Yeah, so obviously, yeah, I guess Canterbury itself is an event, a venue as well as a cricket ground these
Very
days.
much so, yeah.
And this one's driven away by Parkinson for a single. So you're involved in marketing that?
Yep, we're all involved in that, the marketing team here. Then we obviously have our memberships on sale for the following season. They'll be on sale by the end of the year. Be good to see lots of people picking them up again.
Excellent plug, and well done on the recent content.
Thank you very much.
Metro Bank One Day Cup content. This one's flicked away for a single by Kadri. Although Harry Finch might be suggesting that after you were bigging him up as Superman's idol, he hasn't managed to continue his run of form in quite the same fashion today.
He hasn't picked up the glove yet.
Oh, that's true. The magic is still to come. That's Fernandez. He's bowling. Well, the way the spinners are going, Davis has been busy, hasn't he? This one's out towards backward of point.
We do need to remember that obviously both teams need to bat on this, and there are quite a few spin options for us when we get the ball.
Yeah, again, absolutely. Got plenty of spinners. As Fernandez bowls. Oh, attempted cut shot here from Parkinson. Got himself a little bit inside the line of the ball there. And obviously, throughout the winter, you're busy following the players abroad and internationally and various random franchise events and competitions.
Yeah.
This one's defended away by Matt Parkinson.
Yeah, we enjoy the Big Bash in around November, December time. There's now obviously the SA20 where Zach will be playing for Sunrisers Eastern Cape alongside Bayers in the winter coming up, so that's always fun.
That one defended away to the offside, so end of the over, 183 for 8. Do you know, there was a women's game the other day, wasn't there? What's the latest on the women's front? I didn't see the result the other day, but obviously that next year is going to be a lot of work in progress towards the new tier system.
Yeah, so we'll be in tier 2 next year. Obviously the long-term ambition is to get right up into tier 1, and we are the most successful women's county. No one can take that away from us, so it's just a case for us to get where we should be, really.
Absolutely. Here comes Holman continuing. So the last couple of overs of the power play 2 here as Kadri cuts his away into the offside. Fernandez setting off away to his right to do the fielding and then throwing it in right-handed, having been bowling the previous over left-handed, of course.
We did defeat Surrey in a 50-over friendly yesterday at LSE New Malden.
Ah, excellent. And then there was a T20 doubleheader at the Neville, wasn't there?
There was, yeah,
the
and they
other
won
day.
both those games.
This one's defended away by Kadri out towards backward of point. I saw Coco Streets, who's I think was skippering yesterday, got a half century in one of those T20s. There's bowls here. Fuller delivery to Kadri, so he's on the front foot and driving away out towards deep cover.
Lovely looking shot.
For a single. Again, he's another one who feels like, obviously he arrived at Kent very much as a spinner from Derbyshire, didn't he? But he's worked hard in his batting over the time he's been with Kent. Been unlucky not to play more this season, perhaps due to injuries.
Yeah, he's had a calf niggle with him for a while now.
He hasn't played a fuller part in this competition as Parkinson is forward and defending.
But of course, there was that knock he had in the Championship a couple of years ago. I think he got 73. And then, I mean, yeah, he can definitely hold a bat. We can see that now with his technique.
Oh, he played at Taunton as well. 43 scored. Oh, there's a slog sweep from Parkinson. It's one of those things that spinners pride themselves on being able to play other spinners, and Matt Parkinson has unleashed a aggressive sweep shot out towards the boundary for 4. So Kent up to 190 for 8 here. It just shows that if you're patient on this wicket, runs are there to be had, and yet Middlesex obviously managing to take regular wickets. It's a good cricket wicket in the sense that there is a little bit of something there for everyone.
I think you said it yourself, it's much better as a neutral to watch a low-scoring game.
Rather than the batter's paradise that Beckenham has been in the past. As this one's defended away by Parkinson. But I know that that's actually been something that there's been a lot of work, not only here at Beckenham, but also at Canterbury, and from the ground staff point of view, trying to speed up the wicket, trying to leave the right length of grass on a pitch so that it does offer the bowlers that little bit more pace and whatnot.
Yeah, they worked really hard last couple of years, especially. Adrian Long and the team, they won a few awards on the ECB for their wickets, and they're always the first people there in the morning. They're always one of the last to go as well. So I think they are the unsung heroes of the club, really.
Absolutely. And of course Martin.
Martin, what can you say about Martin?
What is Martin's chief role? Or a title, if you will?
I'll be honest with you, I don't know his official title, but he is the King of Canterbury.
He's basically the man, isn't he?
Yes, he has a key to every door in the building, in every building. And if you ever have a problem facilities-wise, he's always there.
Executive Facilities Manager? Something, well, I'm just giving him a title there, but...
Head of Keys and Buildings. There we go. That can be his new title.
An over of power play, 2 to go. Bamber bowls to Kadri, so replacing Brooks. So Bamber now into his 9th over, which is an interesting ploy for Middlesex. I guess on the one hand they're thinking, right, let's get Bamber back for an over to try and maybe take a wicket, try and bowl Kent out before the 50 overs, but at the same time could mean that they're going into the final power play, albeit that Cowshaw's got plenty of overs left, but clearly going to bowl some spin in that final power play 3. There's a shot at the stumps of the bowler's end, which was a little bit ambitious from Stoneman, the captain. But 190 for 8. Bamber back for his 9th over, 1 for 39 so far. Kent just eking their way up towards the 200 mark. Trying to get enough of a score on the board to create some scoreboard pressure when it comes to their own bowling. Defended away by Kadri. I guess you would expect possibly Middlesex not to have quite the same fast start that Kent did, on the basis that if Swanepoel can bowl as well as he has done with the new ball and swing the new white ball, Grant Stewart's been fairly economical as well at the top. So it could be a more watchful start from Middlesex, but they will have plenty of time, in theory, to pace their innings. With Kent not necessarily looking like they're going to score much over 200, as Kadri is playing this off the back foot and it drops out towards backward of point. Have to you can see how it plays out. You're listening to Ben Watson, BBC Radio Kent. Liam Knight from Kent Cricket on the live stream and on BBC Sport Online and via the app. Is that Charlie Stobo tucking into an apple? We were talking about Jack Leaning's beard earlier on, but Charlie Stobo's moustache is a thing of beauty. A bit like Matt Quinn. Oh, I miss Matt Quinn.
Which superhero would you compare Charlie Stobo to then?
Off the back foot for a single. What superheroes have moustaches?
You've stumped me.
I know, answers on a postcard. I can't think either. Very tall and lean as well, the Australian. Can you imagine him fighting crime in his spare time? This one's played away by Parkinson out towards point. So just the one off the over. Bamber 1 for 40 from his 9. Power play 2 comes to an end. So 10 overs remaining. Kent's run rate just shy of 4.8 an over. How's the queue for the burger van?
Subsiding slightly, isn't it?
Is this an opportune moment for Kevin Hand to drop back onto the mic?
I believe so, yes.
And I go run to the burger van? Don't follow me on the drone.
Now, apparently you lot didn't pick up on the fact that I stopped at the beer tent and rubbed my chin a few times looking at it. I mean, it was all done for the camera. I tried to lose the drone underneath the tent by walking into it and then not coming out the other side.
You can never lose the drone here. You can never lose the drone.
It's the rubbing of the chin over the beer option that I thought I was proud of there. Apparently more was taken into about how long it took me to decide on the sources. Here's Fernandez, left arm around, he bowls, and this ball's pushed back into the offside by Brooks Fields, and there's no run.
Can we have an exclusive on which sauces you use?
The burger sauce in the burger.
Oh, very nice.
And it was only waiting on the ketchup. That was what I was waiting on. There was only one ketchup thing, so I had to go around everybody before it got to you. So here's a full ball pushed back up the track by Kadri, and there's no run. And that was ketchup for the chips, the cheesy chips.
Very nice.
Which only just got demolished on arriving back here. I saved the comedy trip for the end as well. I don't know if that got in there. It's,
I'm sure we can dig it out.
Fernandez in. Bowls, chips in the air, just short of extra cover. Brooks rolls to his left. You haven't taken a wicket on your stint, Liam.
Don't say
Take
that.
that, well.
Don't say that.
I thought that was why I wasn't being allowed back on. A wicket hadn't fallen since I'd left. Fernandez to Kadri once more. Bowls, and Kadri's right over the top of this one, pushing back. 191 for 8. And I got stopped by the Sutton United press officer, Tony, as well, who's just around the corner and popped down to watch some cricket for the day. Fernandez, flat delivery, pushed back up the track by Kadri, and there is no run. Well, I didn't ask him, I didn't push him on whether it was, because here you could easily be Kent or Surrey. It depends to which 10 minutes the direction was.
Very true.
Here's Fernandez bowls, and this is punched away out towards deep cover for a single. I just quietly assumed it was Middlesex and stuck with that.
Depends which borders you're using, I think.
Well, Terry Byfield, who's the media manager at, well, he's beyond all that now. He's far beyond media manager now at Crystal Palace Football Club. He's a big Surrey fan. So
it's a shame, isn't it?
Popped around here, the Beckenham training base. Almost envelopes this ground, doesn't it?
Mm. Yeah, the academy building on the far side from us, a few years ago they went up now. And behind that large tree that we can look at is a massive Crystal Palace logo.
Oh yes, yeah. Have you been in and around? Have you had a look around?
We've been around there. We filmed some content behind us a couple of years ago.
Here's Banbury's right arm over bowls, and Kadri pushes this one back up the track. No run once more. He's 23. Parkinson 8 from 22. What was that? We took Kent players there to film.
Yeah, we took Sam Billings and Joe Denley round there when Roy Hodgson was manager. I think Roy wanted to sign Bilbo. It actually took part in full training and gave a good account of themselves, really.
Did they really? Brilliant.
Yeah.
Brilliant.
Then we had Joel Ward and Roy come over to do some net stuff in the indoor school. Joel was quite good with the bat, actually.
Really?
We could have done a player swap.
Nice. And Roy Hodgson came over as well?
He fed the balls in the machine, yeah.
Brilliant. I think he is a cricket fan, isn't he?
Yes.
His Banbury's in, bowls, all that climbs on Kadri, just about rides the bounce down the leg side, and I think they'll get a run for it. Let's see if the umpire signals that it was body rather than because it may well have indeed been glove down the leg side, but not for a chance though. Single is taken, 192 for 8, and of course the former Crystal Palace manager, Alan. Oh, I've forgotten his surname now. Big Crystal Palace, big Kent fan. He's always at the Kent games here at Beckenham. I've completely forgotten his name now though. I'll look it up. So here goes, a long while back. Too young, Liam. And so here's Bamber in, bowls, and this ball's through to the keeper. Not as young as our work experienced bloke Ben Watts though. I know you like that one. Ben didn't.
I've tried not to laugh on the effects like a few times today.
Oh, I've been at him all day. He's not having it today, is he? I reckon he had a late one last night. You see, he's worried his mum's listening in. So the mum had the little one, he said.
Right.
And he had an early night. So that's the official on the line
Okay.
records. So if Ben's mum's listening, I don't think he did have an early night, Mrs. Watts. Bamber past the umpire, he bowls, and that lifts again past the edge. Through to the keeper it goes. Parkinson just wafting it really.
Yeah. There has been a lot in it for the bowlers, I think. I think it's not a traditional Beckenham pitch, as we keep saying. But these two are just digging in a little bit now, just trying to get that score ticking over. And you've said that I've not lost a wicket on comms, so I'm sure there will be one soon.
Bamber on slip in place. Bowls is pulled away into the onside. Mid-on coming down to field and no run again. Must be close to being there to figuring out who the manager was. It was Alan Smith. Alan Smith, 2000 to 2001. Crystal Palace manager. That was his second spell actually, 93 to 95 as well.
I was 2.
There we go. But I've often seen him at Beckenham. I'm trying to think of other grounds that I've walked past him as well. I dare say I'd probably have interviewed him over the years, but here is Bamber in, bowls, and this is pushed away for a single just in between cover point and backward points. Yeah, the last spell, 2001. It was roughly around the first year of me being a journo. That's a single to end the over then. Partnership is now worth 31 from 54 balls. Kadri is on 24. Parkinson's on 9 and 8 overs to go. 194 for 8. I can't remember if it was yourself or Ben making the point, whether I was at the back of the tent at that point, but low scoring list A games can actually be some of the best ones.
Oh, 100%.
Nobody likes a low scoring T20. Everybody wants to see the 4s and 6s, don't they? But yeah, low scoring list A will most definitely be one of the best formats to watch, because it just always keeps both sides in the game in the chase, doesn't it? Even if they have a wretched start, well, it's a low score, you can still drag it back. Similarly, a good start, the bowlers can drag it back.
Yeah, times doesn't seem to be an issue at these sort of games, but then we've said publicly as well we want our T20 squad to evolve from this squad as well.
Bit of flight on this. Oh, that's thumped over mid-wicket by Parkinson. Just a shuffle to the pitch. I think whether he saw him coming and tried to dart in the fuller ball. Fernandez, but he's thumped over mid-wicket for 4. 9-4 for 8. The drone isn't in the air at the moment, by the way, which is why we haven't got comms cam on Ben Watts heading to the burger van. He's at the front of the queue now, though, by the looks of it. I think that's Ben. So this ball's pushed away down to long off for a single.
Has he done what he did with his car this morning and just gone straight to the front of the queue?
Oh, good point. Well made, Liam. I like it. I like it. Fernandez around the wicket again, bowls, and this is stroked into the onside by Kadri, no run.
Sun's just as disappearing again. Did come out for a few overs, but I think overcast will be the official line for today.
Little paddle attempted by Kadri. He may well have paddled that onto his grill. It's got a little top edge on it, did he? Let's see. He'll pick up a single, and that's the 200 up for Kent. 200 for 8. Yeah, he just went for a little paddle there, didn't he? Maybe nothing from the helmet there. Maybe it was just the top edge.
Has he meant it?
Well, indeed. Back of the bat, maybe. Yes, Kadri bowls, and it's stroked away out to deep cover for a single. still looking up Alan Smith. Yeah, he's 77 now. Former Dulwich Hamlet, Crystal Palace, Wycombe Wanderers and Crystal Palace manager, but I often see him wandering around. Beckenham, I wonder is he here today? I didn't see him on the move for this one, as here goes Fernandez bowls, and this ball's pushed back by Kadri on 25. 2:01 for 8. It's the end of the 43rd over. Good crowd in today. Kent would be very, very happy with the crowd, won't they? Especially with the players that are missing for both sides.
Yeah,
it still attracts the crowd.
Yeah, I think our supporters really embrace this format. It's a good chance to see the stars of the future for us. Obviously, Ekant's just played for us. Jaden's in this squad. Bowlers like Jazz Singh, he's not selected today, but he's been having a go in this as well. It's a good opportunity to sort of see Kent, the next Kent players. See, it's £1 for under 14s as well, so good day out for the kids as well.
I mean, you couldn't have imagined that it would have been much better the crowd if both sides were at full strength. They've turned out basically regardless, haven't they?
Yeah, I was speaking to Rudy in our ticketing team, and he said that the on-the-gate sales have been very, very strong for today, around a T20 level. So people are coming out to watch us, which is great to see. The bank over on Copers Cope Road is quite full.
Yeah.
The grassy knoll, you called it.
Here's Ishank Kaushal back into the attack from the Beckenham end, and he gets a lifting ball past the edge of Parkinson's bat. First ball. Pace and bounce once more. Yeah, it is a lovely spot there, isn't it? And again, I don't know where that tree, that large tree at the bank at Copers Cope, is that within the grounds? It is. Yeah. So you could, as such, get your deck chair underneath the tree in the shade and watch on, almost like Arundel. You can get under the trees at Arundel, can't you? We're allowed to mention Sussex on a Kent commentary. Here's Kaushal in bowls, and this is slammed to mid on all along the floor by Parkinson. No run.
It's the other team beginning with S that we can't.
Ah, okay, fair enough. Somerset. Great for Jordan Cox, though. Well, of course, Kent would still get some of those payments because they were the county that brought him through.
Yeah, I think that's how it works. Yeah, it is great to see. He's a great player. It's a shame he's not in our colours anymore, but that's life.
Kaushal bowls, and this is pulled up into the air. Cry of catch it, but it's bisected deep square and long leg. Holman running to it first has run over the top of it in stopping it and trying to get the throw in early, not in a terrible misfield way. He was being aggressive in his approach to it. But Fernandez running around behind him, tidies up. A couple taken. Parkinson moves to 17. Watch, he's disappeared from the Burger Van. He must be on his way back. Oh, now, what's that struck? Another bounce from Kaushal, who races into the onside to collect off his own bowling, and Parkinson struck again. Where on this occasion? I don't think that struck the helmet, because there's no immediate alarm from anybody out there, and equally there's no call for the physio to come out.
I think that was just the top of his arm, maybe his shoulder.
Let's have a look. It's hurt him wherever it is. He's on his haunches.
Been in the wars today, as Matt Parkinson.
Yeah. He's not rubbing it wherever it struck. It was an attempted hook, wasn't it, which thumped somewhere onto the body.
You can never rub it when you're out there.
Yes. Kaushal. Past the umpire, bowls short, and an attempted uppercut from Parkinson. And he doesn't like the short stuff at the moment, does he? Middlesex going after him with it. It's a good partnership. Parkinson on 17, Kadri on 25. Middlesex certainly would have had hopes of getting the final 2 wickets bang bang, and well, hadn't they have done that, they may well have been out there themselves by now. Must have been nearly half an hour ago. Oh, here we go. Right, the drone's up. It's got to find Watts. Where's Watts? Where's Wally? Here's Kaushal in bowls. Another attempted hook from Parkinson. Through it goes to the keeper, and there's no run. Can we spot him? I can't spot him at the moment. He must have taken the long route back. Must he? Ah, there we go. Straight away onto the queue for the Burger Van. He must be nearly back now. I'm pretty sure that was him at the front earlier, wasn't it? Or is that Watts doing the... no, it's not.
No.
I'm going to say, is that him doing the catch-up at the moment? Not taking as long to decide. He must be on his way back.
I think the goods have been secured, definitely.
This is going to be a real test of the drone to find where Watts is right now. I can't see him. I'm looking over in that direction. I can't see him anywhere. Would he have taken the long route back with his burger, or will he have come the short route back? Like me, get him back to the job as quickly as I can. Or will Watts have gone the long way?
I mean, he has got the cover of the grandstand if he goes the other way to be undetected.
I can't believe I didn't lose you under the tent. Mind you, there was only one way out. I wasn't going to lose you for long. But the burger van queue is doing well. Doing well over there. It's doing good business. In the meantime, it's a change of ends for Brooks. He's going to be on from the city end. Right arm over the wicket. .203 for 8. And here comes Brooks. Bowls. Oh, this is up in the air. It could be the end. And it is. Taken at mid-off. Cowdrey just looking to advance. Brooks slamming the ball in short. Cowdrey tucked up by Ed, and the top edge flies up to mid-off, where Fernandez holds on quite comfortably to that one. And it's the 9th wicket down. Cowdrey goes for 21. The partnership was worth 40 valuable runs. And bearing in mind the score on Wednesday on this pitch, 203 for 9 looks a lot better than 163 for 8.
Yeah, definitely. I think Marcus's knock was a bit of an anomaly at the start of the innings. Cowdrey looked good again. He looked good at Taunton. He's looked good again today. But like you say, it is a low-scoring pitch. This could be a vital partnership.
Yeah, it certainly could be. Well, there's still 5.5 overs to bat out. I mean, the old adage of bat out your overs and so on. I'm sure part of what was in the mind of these two was towards the end of power play 2. Well, actually, there'll be 5 back on the ropes, so let's try and grab the boundaries before power play 3 begins, and Middlesex can put 3 back. Well, at this stage now, you could argue perhaps just drop the singles and bat out the overs. Another 5 overs, 25. Ah, he's back. Watts is back. The Joan didn't find him. There he is. He's setting up a little picnic out front. Didn't go for the cheese on the chips. Did go for mayo with the chips. Mayo.
He's gone Dutch.
He's gone Dutch. He's, there we go. We've got him overhead. This is brilliant. This is this is outstanding. There's no escape. There's no escape, Watts. This is like, it's like Bad Boys, isn't it? It's like a police camera on him. With those shades on as well. It does look as though he's up to no good, doesn't he?
We just need the heat-seeking camera, and it's like a Channel 5 programme.
Yeah. Plenty of heat coming off those chips. If we're needing a snooze like I will after it. Did you go for the burger, Ben? Give us a thumbs up for the drone. Was it the burger? Oh, he's going to hold it up for the drone, is he? Even better. Oh, there we go. No, it's a chicken burger, is it? Oh, it is a beef burger. Oh, there we go. Here's Brooks. Right arm over the wicket. He bowls, and this ball's left alone outside the off stump. There it goes to the keeper. It dies on its way through to Davies, actually. I did see on the burger van followers on Instagram for a free food gift.
Oh.
Speak to the vendor.
Okay.
What does the drone operator get? Sure, you get free food gift for life. The coverage the burger van's got today. Here's Brooks turning again. A slow-mo of him eating the burger. Can you slow it down? That'd be good. Here goes Brooks once more. 203 for 9. Balls, and this ball's punched away through the covers. That's a lovely shot, isn't it, by Gilchrist? Think about 2, but it's Holman out there. Round quickly and a strong arm in as well.
Did you see that the burger van are offering people free chips if they follow them?
There we go, yeah. Yeah.
Free
So it's just
chips.
saying, what does the camera drone operator get? I mean, he's giving them endless publicity here. There's the pizza-coloured square here at Beckenham, as who describes it. Or the Rob Key square, because he owned it, didn't he? Here at Beckenham. Doesn't get an end name, the square is named after him. Whitey's being shouted at, as you might just have heard on the effects mic. He's down in front of us at deep third, just brought him a little bit finer. As Brooks moves in again, bowls and lifting delivery, which is ridden to backward point. Oh, and DeCaris throws down the stumps, and that's the end of the innings. Well, Gilchrist didn't ground the bat, called through for the single. No dive, he didn't even ground the bat. Maybe he was that far gone. We're at an angle where you can't judge. The way he was going through, I think he thought he was through okay. Either that or he was gone by such a long way that he didn't even bother. He just waited to see if the throw would hit. It was brilliant fielding by De Carey's, and Gilchrist has to go for one. Parkinson ends up on 17 and Kent end up on 204 all out, which at this stage, Liam, well, we just don't know. We'll have to wait and see. But based on Wednesday's match, obviously, as you said, the innings at the top, but also there was a little partnership in there as well, wasn't the mid-innings, which just managed to steady things for Kent, where Finch and Leaning just got things ticking for a little while once more, but it was Marcus O'Riordan's 58 that is going to be the really interesting factor in this game, and whether they came out with the specific desire in power play 1, right, let's get some runs at this stage because we know what happened on Wednesday.
Yeah, potentially. I think it'll be an enthralling chase for the neutral. Could be a bit nervy for supporters of either side, but I think definitely one to watch.
Absolutely. Liam, thanks very much. We'll be back in the chase from this one in just under 30 minutes time here on BBC Radio Kent, BBC Radio London. We're live on the BBC Sport website and app, and we're live on the streams, we're delighted to say, for both Kent and Middlesex as well. You can keep the streams open in the interval. We'll probably be following Ben Watts around the ground, see what he's up to with the camera. He's got a message for me as well, though, before we go anyway. No, he hasn't. He's telling me to get off, he said. That's the end of us. Liam, thanks for your help on the mic, much appreciated. Myself and Ben will be back for the chase with Middlesex set 205 to win.
Other activities available during this 30-minute lunch. We have a variety of activities for juniors here at the county ground today. That includes the bouncing house, which is behind the grandstand. Activities going on.
Yeah.
They are taking place on the just feel like getting your place
Weird housing was saying on text last night, looking to beat Shikari over 2 metres.
regardless of your age, ability, your experience, your play. And the Metro Bank Cup this afternoon.
That one.
So opening the bowling for the Kent Spitfires from the Beckenham end will be Grant Stewart. And Joe Pratt will face the first delivery.
Welcome back to the commentary here on BBC Sport Online and on the Kent Cricket live stream. Ben Watts here from BBC Radio Kent, BBC Radio London's Kevin Hand, about to bring you the second half of this One Day Cup match here at Beckenham with the Middlesex about to begin their run chase as Grant Stewart bowls to Joe Cracknell, who's up and running straight away with a little run down towards third man. Middlesex will require 205 to win the game after bowling out Kent for 204. The other opening batter is the very talented Nathan Fernandez. He bowled well with the ball. 2 for 31 for him with the ball. De Geers 2 for 35, 2 for 35. Oh, sorry, 2 for 25 for De Geers, 2 for 35 for Brooks. Gets shared around by Middlesex. As Grant Stewart bowls to the left-hander, drives up towards mid-on. 1 for 41 from Holman, 1 for 42 from Bamber, and 1 for 26 from Cowshaw. So yeah, just a good all-round effort with the ball and in the field, Kevin.
Yeah, I think that power play performance by Marcus O'Riordan, that's going to be interesting to see how Middlesex go about their response in the first 10 overs, just 2 back. Whether that was based on Wednesday's match here, a bit of a low scorer as well, just to take the attack to Middlesex.
Stewart bowls, through it goes to Harry Finch.
Could that be our answer? A little bit of lift, pace bounce in that one.
Well, I think if you were going to potentially look to bat and build an innings, then maybe you'd have Robson and Stoneman up the top of the order, whereas...
I mean, this has been a change in the last couple of innings, yeah. Middlesex would have had Robson and Stoneman over the years.
So maybe they're realising that they want to put some slightly more aggressive players at the top, try and play a few shots. This one's pushed about into the covers, and then you can utilise those players as the game goes on. I think that would be the argument from Kent members who would like to see Ben Compton in the team, that he'd provide that sort of anchor stability, and perhaps they wouldn't have had a collapse in the way that they did. If you've got a guy like that batting at, say, 4. If you want to have guys going hard in the power play, for instance. There was a Kent members forum during the interval inside the indoor school, as it's turned away in the onside dot ball, which I noticed was going on. Simon Cook, the director of cricket, was in there, and the chief executive as well, so I'm sure there was a mixture of questions about team selection and parking. You know, those things that members care about the most. Winning games of cricket, no, I want a parking space.
And a pizza van.
And a pizza van. Where's the pizza van? Why is it not here today? Here comes Grant Stewart, in and bowls. Defended away once more. That's the end of the first over of the reply. Cracknell 1, Fernandez yet to score. Middlesex 1 without loss.
I was telling Liam on the way back from my burger van jaunt. A cry from the crowd. Kevin. Thank you. It's Tony, the media manager at Sutton United Football Club.
Oh, really?
And hadn't listened to the commentary all day. Lovely to see you, Kev. One disappointment today, though, Kev. You know where I'm going with this.
Yeah.
I was here on Wednesday. It was a lovely day. But the pizza van isn't here today. I said, Tony, I know your pain. I know your pain, Tony.
I wasn't here. Presumably you said to him, I wasn't even here on Wednesday, and I was looking forward to that pizza.
I know. It's a straw. Good pizza. It's a good burger, I should say as well. From the burger van.
It was chunky. I didn't even finish mine. Here comes Bayers Swanepoel. Ooh, lofted.
Wow.
From Cracknell, over the top of point and away for 4 runs. And, well, maybe we are starting to see our answer to how a Middlesex going to go about things. To be honest, excuse me, Ken have perhaps shown Middlesex what to do well on this pitch, and maybe not what to do. So Cracknell cashing in on some width there.
Swanepoel in again. Oh, and he goes after this one once more. Through to the keeper, it passes.
I've noticed that there is barely a person sat on the members' balcony.
Oh, really?
because they're all still in the members forum.
Oh.
So there's about 3 people watching the cricket from that position at the minute. But yeah, that'll be the thing for Cracknell. If Swanepoel gets a hint of swing with this ball and a bit of bounce on that previous delivery, he needs to be careful.
He's in again, right arm over bowls, and Cracknell flings the bat at that one. A thick edge flies down to deep third. They have one. They're coming back for the second, taking on the arm.
Ooh.
And the throw, not bad at all from Kadri, which keeper came to med it, went over the keeper's head. For a moment, I think, Ben, you thought, as I did as well, it might hit the stumps.
It was going to land on top of the stumps. I think that's the way to go, though, for Cracknell. If you're going to swing, as they say, flash hard, because although there's 2 slips in play, you get enough bat on it, you're not going to get caught.
Swanepoel bowls and Cracknell leaves, but high up in the air. Front pad thrust forward. So ball into the scorebook on that one. 205 the target, 58 the top score from Marcus O'Riordan. Top scoring in the power play. I don't think we can overstate that enough. I think one of Cracknell and Fernandez will be targeting something similar here. Swanepoel's in, bowls, and short. This ball's pulled away. Quite timed at Cracknell. Long legs got a chase around to deep square. They'll pick up 2 more. Middlesex. Now 9 without loss. Cracknell ticks along. 2-9. Cries of encouragement. From the field as 2 slips go down. Swanepoel in bowls, driving. Cracknell gets that away with an open face in front of back point. That's a lovely shot for 4. Fine cricket shot from Cracknell. Ends the over. Middlesex 13 without loss, all 13 of them to Joe Cracknell. And Wicket desperate to continue this upward trend that he's got at the moment in the competition.
He had a bit of a lean T20 blast this year, didn't he, Cracknell? If I'm right in thinking.
Yeah.
For a player of his ability and boundary hitting ability, this is more like it from him. Certainly more like what he's capable of. And good start, just proper cricket shot that one, that square drive. Really nicely played. Grant Stewart then to Nathan Fernandez, the left-hander, and he's joining in now, going hard at this one with a little bit of width and drives it hard into the ground, and it bounces away for 4 runs out towards a deep backward point. So he gets up and running with that boundary, and Middlesex getting off to a flyer here. 17 without loss in the 3rd over.
Yeah, I think they've got to push for it in this power play. I think they really could make a serious inroad, as Kent did. We consider O'Riordan's score of the 204. His ball onto the hip. Sorry, this is yours, Ben.
It's all right. It's a single off the thigh pad. No, I think you're right. And if you consider that if you can get a good start in the power play, then it just makes those middle overs so much easier, because you can just tick things over.
Well, in a low-scoring pitch, the reason pitches are low-scoring is because high-risk shots are that little bit higher risk, aren't they? So if you're going to play the high-risk shots, you play them in the power play when there is only 2 fielders outside the 30-yard circle.
Grant Stewart now to Cracknell. Oh, cuts it away down towards 3rd man, taking on the slightly shorter ball.
Are you sun creaming up?
It's kind of like moisturiser with sun cream in it, yeah.
Nice. I thought you found a dip for your chips.
You already pointed that out, though. I had found the mayonnaise.
Yes.
Bottle. So 19 without loss.
How's the burger?
Good start for Middlesex. Yeah, it was chunky, actually. Pulled away. 4 runs for Fernandez. Out towards mid-wicket. And Middlesex racing on to 23 without loss. So we only really saw Marcus O'Riordan kind of playing the aggressive shots. We didn't see that from Swanepoel today, mainly because he got out. That was a big wicket for Cowshaw, though he was a little bit expensive, getting Swanepoel out early. was important, because he'd have been trying to bat like these two are at the moment and blaze a bit of a trail early on. So run rate is over 8.5 and over at the moment for Middlesex. As this one's fiddled to first slip, and Kent get an early breakthrough. Quite sure what Fernandez was trying to do, maybe trying to guide it wide of the two slips, maybe run it through the vacant gully area down towards third man for a single, but he's ended up giving catching practice to Stober at first slip. Easy grab. Stewart gets the wicket, 23 for 1. Busy, action-packed start.
Big bounce for the big man Stewart. I think that's what's done for him there. It's got a lot bigger on him than he expected. As you say, looking to run to deep third, backward point, staying over the top of it, in control of it, but the extra bounce takes high up the outside edge. And Fernandez had a quick glance back at the surface, didn't he? It wasn't anything unexpected from Fernandez or from anybody. It's a fast and bouncy track. We mentioned that at the beginning, didn't we? That Beckenham usually is. With it, it's usually quick scoring. So if you get in, as O'Riordan did, and Cracknell's had a good start here, Fernandez was looking at the same. Look, as he walks back to the pavilion there, he'll be thinking, should I have pulled that one? Because the bounce was that much, it got too big on him for the shot he was playing. But he'd have played it off length early in the innings, and that's pretty much the run of the game, isn't it? As a batter, early in the innings, you've just got to be a little bit careful of a pitch where you've got to, on any given surface, you've got to get the pace of it, you've got to get the bounce, haven't you? And whereas he's played a line and length in his mind, this is where this ball's going to be passing me, this is where I'm going to be hitting it with the bat. It's climbed that little bit, and it's just been catching practice, as he said, to the slip cordon. But that equally was power play 1, and is power play 1 for Middlesex. Go out there and see if you can take a chunk out of this score. And interestingly, it's Sam Robson's coming at 3 for Middlesex. You mentioned the Robson and Stoneman conundrum. Well, Carey's was the number 3 the other day, with Robson and Stoneman down at 4 and 5, but Robson's up with perhaps a little bit of an opener's job to do here then, and that maybe is what they've said. All right, if we do lose one early, over to Robson and see if he can dig in.
Yeah, I think it's a good ploy. Here comes Stewart, flicked nicely off the hip actually by Sam Robson, and he's going to get underway with a couple.
It's a Sam Robson track, isn't it?
Just, if you go out there and bat and play your own game and don't make any mistakes, then it's a good wicket to bat on.
Play the game that you grew up on the tracks you grew up on, Sydney. They like this, pacey, bouncy, onto the hip, hook, pull, cut. Robson is perhaps made for this track, so that will be Middlesex's hope in pushing him up to 3. I'd imagine there would have been some temptation to send him up to open on this one, but equally I think the correct call is what they've done, and that's to go with a left-handed, right-handed aggressive opening pair in Cracknell and Fernandez, and we saw that one whipped hook, didn't we, from Fernandez.
Yeah, and you would expect Cracknell to continue to try and bat in the same manner.
I think so. Here's Swanepoel in to bowl to Cracknell. 40 goes, pushes away into the offside, and there's no run, because similarly, as Robson's come up to 3, you'd imagine Stoneman would come up to 4 if Cracknell were to fall, or if Robson were to fall. And say, right, go on then, former test openers, go out there and play this like it's a hard, fast, bouncy test track. Which is pretty much what we're looking at. We only saw one, didn't we, that kept a fraction low on Finch when he was at LBW. But other than that, it's been a good cricket wicket, good pace and bounce. Excitement to watch. Here's length ball outside the off stump from Swanepoel, left alone by Cracknell. Often when you think of a low-scoring List A game, you're thinking of a slow and low track. Well, this is a fast and bouncy one. So it's exciting from the bowler's point of view, the fans' point of view, the spectators in today for this one, as well as from the fact that you'd imagine that 200's going to be, a fair chase on this surface. But Middlesex will look to the experience for sure of that middle order of Robson and Stoneman. Swanepoel pulls to Cracknell, 40 goes, pushing to point. And there's no run. A couple of slips in place, and Kent on the attack themselves in the power play. All of them in action already to dismiss Fernandez.
Yeah, not necessarily any signs of swing necessarily with the new ball for Bayer Swanepoel. I was saying that maybe just a hint of it, but a Blackpool was hooping it both ways round corners almost.
This is full, pushed away into the offside, and there's no run. Was the tide out or in, or Blackpool?
Ooh, good question. Maybe that's what it
Swansea,
was.
if the tide's in, it's going to hoop around corners.
Okay.
Scarborough, is the tide in or out? Where else? Hove to some extent, they say, don't they? Well, that's a bit of a stretch. It's a fair old way to the... Mind you, it's a bit of a stretch from... It's a bit of a trek from the coast to the ground at North Marine Road, Scarborough's down the end of the box. He's disappeared off on his burger run, hasn't he? Was telling us as here's Swanepoel in. Bowls, goes past the edge of Cracknell. Looking to drive. There it goes. Where else is it's close to the sea? Of course, there's the ground in the Caribbean where the planes, we've seen the planes overhead here to London City. In the Caribbean, it lands over the ground, doesn't it? Can't remember which one that is. Come on, Swanee. A couple of planes in the sky, almost flying parallel today. Where would they have been off to? One of them, where have they gone? It's an unbelievably busy sky over Beckenham, isn't it?
Going in all directions, aren't they?
Here comes Swanepoel. It's down the leg side. It's a good stop. It's humbling take down the leg side from Finch. Wide signal, but that could have been 4 of them. Yeah, I mean, I guess you get all 3 of the major airports, Gatwick, Heathrow and City, served from here. I lived in West London and we'll still do now, and obviously it's a busy Heathrow area, but here, looking all around the sky, I mean, all 3 airports, you can see them in action from here. Here's Swanepoel in action with a length ball that finds some climb off the surface to beat the attempted drive of Cracknell once again. And well, it's hard to drive at a ball that's finding bounce like that off the off stump, outside off stump, and you wonder, will Cracknell look to play more down the ground and perhaps even across the line slightly, which is where deep third might come into play with a swing. 76-26, sorry, 4-1. And that is the end of the 4th over. As our drone is in flight once more, what's it going to pick up for us now?
Lift off.
What do you reckon? What's to be seen? That members forum. Go and peer in. See what's going on. Be a fly on the wall for the members forum.
To go poke my head around the corner.
Where are you?
Still no sign.
Are you a member?
No.
Are you allowed in?
I don't know.
That's what the drone's for, isn't it?
Yeah,
secretly.
Maybe. I have my spies, don't worry. This one's turned away behind square on the onside.
Well, Kevin James used to host the members forum live on BBC Radio Solent.
Really?
Yeah, that was brilliant. That was when I first started. It was down at BBC Radio Solent. I remember, they'd host the forum at Southampton Football Club as well and Portsmouth Football Club.
Oh wow!
Yeah, it was quite something.
Nice.
You can imagine that, can't you? Live on the radio as well as
as well as behind closed doors.
Yeah, but yeah, get the drone up there. Go and see what's happening in the members forum.
Here's Stewart in. Played away down towards third man for a single.
I mean, I've had the drone at Lord's for test matches, for the international broadcasts. Be fun, wouldn't it? You wouldn't be interesting, because you talked about the height that the drone's allowed to go here at Beckenham in this one, but at Lord's, clearly with the size of the stands, you'd have to go to a fair old height. And they used to have they used to have a balloon or a blimp that they used to go up in pre-drones.
Yeah.
Get an overhead.
Nowadays certainly in football they have like a camera on rails, don't they? Which you post in behind a penalty taker or something like that, as this one's left alone outside.
Oh, spider cam, isn't it?
Yeah.
Didn't spider cam? So one of the cams took out a player somewhere, didn't they? Once.
Really?
Didn't it go? A camera person go flying into a player when not looking or something? Maybe. Cause the other one they do is put the camera people on, what are they called? The little 2-wheeler things.
Oh yeah,
segways.
Yeah, that's bold. Stuart Bowles driven into the covers straight to O'Riordan.
Well, there was a famous one of those where the camera person, I think it was a cameraman, took a tumble.
Yeah.
Off the Segway.
I'm not surprised.
Didn't they have George Bush on one of those years ago as well when they first came out? George W.
Really?
George Jr. Isn't he on a Segway outside the White House or?
They're tricky.
Martha's Vineyard or whatever it is.
They take a little bit of getting used to.
Oh, have you done one?
Yeah.
I haven't been brave enough.
Well,
they have the ones without the handlebars now. What are they called?
I think they're still the same thing, right? Edged, taken a second. Oh, taken a second one at the slips. It's Stobo again though at first, and again Stewart strikes in the same manner as he did the first time, and it's Robson who was just pushing at that delivery from Stewart, and it's pouched by the Australian. So, as I was trying to say, a second wicket for Kent, caught at first slip once again. Stewart the bowler, Stobo the catcher, and Middlesex are 28 for 2.
Stewart with 2 wickets, pace and bounce. Surface little enjoy.
Yeah, I was chatting to someone in the midway point, and they were suggesting that this was the worst wicket they'd seen here at Beckenham, which I found a little bit of a I
Well, it's 40 runs better than Wednesday.
well, I disagree with it.
What's the
with
problem?
point? I think the point was that teams shouldn't be getting bowled out for under 200 in a 50-over game. But I'd much rather a pitch like this than the complete road that we had where it was 400 playing 350 a couple of years ago. You know, this is a cricket wicket. This is bat against ball, isn't it? I'm not sure this.
Yeah, I mean, you know, other than it's a hard one, isn't it? In cricket, we've always said that you want the pitch to slightly lean in the favour of the bowler, because you don't just want it to be a road. Now, generally speaking, that has always been with regards to first-class cricket, but to some extent, let's say, oh, look at that overhead of Robson making his way back up the steps. That's brilliant from the drone. That is brilliant. Not bad from the drone operator either, but that's really good from the drone.
That's quite cool, isn't it? So Robbie White coming in at number 4 then for Middlesex.
Yeah, Robbie Williams, a nudger and a nerdler. Nerdler.
Robbie Williams.
Little Granville of me, that wasn't it?
Thought you're going to start kicking in to let me entertain you there, as that one's left alone outside the off stump. Through it goes to Finch. And Grant Stewart, 2 for 14 so far from his 3 overs. 5 gone, 28 for 2.
Middlesex did have a Robbie Williams for a little while.
Oh, really?
Young fast bowler, yeah. Didn't quite make it. I think he might have gone on to one county elsewhere. Yeah, lovely chap. Hope he's doing well, might be tuned in.
Some big scores elsewhere. Surrey chasing 379
Guildford.
to beat Notts at Guildford. And then Sussex chasing 364 at Hove.
Well, Guildford's one of those grounds, isn't it, where you can imagine that runs will be scored aplenty.
Warwickshire need 268 to beat Gloucestershire. Essex need 284 to beat Glamorgan. So runs galore in Group B.
I think Kadri was just giving a little wave to the drone there up above, wasn't he? Here's Sonny Pole in bowls, and well, he's got a wave at this one as it goes past him because Cracknell cuts backward a point for 4, and deep third won't get around to it. Oh, to wave it on its way, Kadri. 32 for 2.
Nice shot that from Cracknell. So he's going to continue to try and attack.
Who said Robbie Williams? Was it me or you?
Yeah, you did.
It's me.
Hampshire 2 for 8 from their 50 overs. Lancashire 7 for 1 in reply. Somerset made 316 for 5 against Derby, who were 37 without loss. Worcestershire 14 for 1, chasing 296 to beat Northants. And you're up to date from the scores elsewhere. A commentary of all of those matches via the BBC Sport app and website.
2 slips and a short third now in Kadri. Deep point in place. A little bit of chatter behind the stumps. Yeah, slip. Second slip is Wolverine adjusting the fields, check leaning.
My instinct was to see if somebody was in front of the sight screen or behind the bowler's arm, but of course
No,
they're
it's
massive,
leaning,
great big sight screens here, so no chance.
Oh,
of
that
that
can't stop a spectator getting in the way of it. No sight screen's big enough to stop a spectator. As here's a length ball outside of the off stump, or a steward. Or a steward, to be fair. Stewards can be some of the worst offenders, can't they?
Yeah, stewards can be.
Always get a chuckle when it's the steward. He's messed it up. But, handleless segways, that's where we got to. So a handleless segway is also a segway, but it's a handless one. Is that right?
Pretty much, yeah. Yeah,
so a segway with a handle is just a segway with a handle.
So I had a sort of a gift experience to have a go on one.
Oh,
That's
did you?
why I've done it, yeah.
It's a full ball driven away through the covers by Cracknell. Leans into that one, just a little over pitched from Swanepoel, and as a result, he was able to get right over the top of that one, wasn't he, Cracknell, and get it through.
Nicely played again.
Glorious.
I think sometimes there's something about when you come out and show that positive intent that I think obviously as well for the bowlers, you kind of knock them off their line and length sometimes, and then the more deliveries come for you to cash in on, just seeing the members repopulate the balcony.
Comes Swanepoel, left lane outside of the off stump.
Away to our right from our commentary position.
So this person that gave you the Segway experience, was this a friend or a foe? I mean, you can imagine somebody saying, yeah, go on then. Here's a little present for you. Get yourself up on a Segway.
I think it was my mum, to be honest.
Oh, well.
Yeah. Went to Moat Park.
And you told her then that you'd had an early night as well, and you hadn't. You look after the kids, Mum. I'm going to have an early night.
Moat Park in Maidstone.
He didn't have an early night, Mrs. Watts. Don't know what he did. Swanepoel in outside the off stump through to the keeper. Segway experience in Maidstone Park. Nice.
Moat Park here in Maidstone.
Yeah. Of course, we know what a handleless beard's called. To Jack Leaning.
Very good. Very good. We've seen all those. Another look. Look at this drone shot, Kev, on the.
I know, that's lovely, that, isn't it? I mean, honestly, that is superb. Superb shot from the drone. That is. It could be. This ball's just full of length, pushed away into the offside, and there's no run. Yeah, that's pretty much what you see of the level of a shot from an international fixture, isn't it? Overhead view of the ground.
So end of the over, 6 gone, 36 for 2, bang on 6 and over. I wonder if Swanepoel might come out of the attack, and just saw Stobo warming up a little bit at first slip, so it may well be that Kent go to their other overseas and get him into the attack. Swanepoel not quite getting the same swing.
Where's Stobo from?
Oz.
I was Western
Australia. Thank you, George. That's Grant Stewart. He is in and bowling. The Australian-born Italian.
I was quite disappointed to see that Stobo is actually quite tall in height, isn't he?
Oh, Stobo's very lean and tall.
Because if he wasn't, then you could have called him the littlest Stobo. But
no, he's a tall man.
That's one for the older kids out there. That's gone over your head, hasn't it? The littlest Stobo.
Oh yeah, that's gone way over my head.
Oh come on, maybe tomorrow.
Frank Watson.
And that's gone over your head as well.
Frank Watson.
We'll just keep moving on.
Frank Watson, our colleague from BBC Hereford.
There'll be older folks at home that know exactly what I'm talking about. Youngsters in the box got no idea.
Grant Stewart bowls, defended away into the onside. Yeah, Frank Watson, you know who I mean? Our BBC Hereford and Worcestershire colleague.
Yeah.
We're saying that he played with
Are you
Charlie.
saying he's a hobo?
No, I'm saying he played. I was about to say he's played with Charlie Stobo's dad.
Ah.
In the Birmingham leagues back in the day. So yeah, so he was very excited about Charlie coming to play with for Kent.
I'm hoping Middlesex Director of Communications Steve Fletcher's tuned in right now. He loved my curry lamb gag a few weeks back at Sussex.
Ah, I'm guessing where you may have gone with that.
Yeah, they picked up a wicket and the combination was a little too spicy for Middlesex, but that's good. Make sure you use that one on Harmsy, he didn't like it.
Danny Lamb is injured though, isn't he, I think, unfortunately.
Is he cooked?
Which curry is it? Is it the Scottish curry? As in Brad?
They're brothers.
Brad
They're brothers, so yeah, they're both Scottish curries.
But Brad at Sussex?
Scottish curry, would that involve a haggis?
I don't know. Can you? I'm sure you could. This one's off the back foot by Cracknell. Moxie Ridden chasing it down the slope. They come back for 2. But it is Brad that Brad plays.
Brad and Scott Curry, yeah, they're both Scottish. Yeah, they're brothers.
But Brad plays in the T20 team for Scotland, right?
I think they're both. Well, they've both been there the bats for years.
I don't think Scott's played.
He might not play, but he's been in the squad for donkey's years.
Okay. But yeah, one of them is a big fantasy footballer as well. I think it's Brad. He has like a fantasy football alter ego on social media. And this one's turned away into the onside for 2. Good running. And Cracknell moves on to 27 from 25 balls, 41 for 2. So 1 ball to go in this over.
Fletch isn't tuned in apparently, according to Dan down the bottom, so the littlest hobo reference isn't gonna land. Helping his parents move house, there we go. He's a good lad really, Fletch, isn't he, no matter what we say about him.
Stewart's last ball of the over. Cracknell. Oh, that one goes through and kept a bit low. There's some sign then of
second of the day,
this being a 4th innings on this wicket.
Well, Finch had one like that. Did you see anything like that on Wednesday?
No.
So what was it on Wednesday then? I mean, it's pace and bounce today, and 2 that you'd possibly look at like that is kept low.
I think it was similar, to be honest. Kyle Abbott was almost unplayable, just hitting a spot, and there was a bit of nip on Wednesday. Yeah, it was more of a seamer's wicket than a spinner's wicket, whereas today, spin was obviously pretty key outside the power play.
Was that your dad at the interval that came so late?
It was, yeah.
Only when I came back from just before the start, I realised, oh, actually, hold on a minute, I did meet him before. It's Ben's dad, and I'll have to apologise for your father. Apologise to your father. I can apologise for your father as well if you feel the need. But here's Swanepoel, he's in, bowls, and this is run away down to deep third for a single by White. Over the top of it, picks up a single that I didn't recognise and rudely walked off without saying hello in the interval.
Okay.
He'd have watched The Littlest Hobo.
Martin will be back later, don't worry. You can ask him. So Swanepoel staying in the attack then. I did wonder if they might change it up and bring Stobo on. Only one slip now. Jaden Denley's been posted out to deep backward point.
This is full outside the off stump from Swanepoel to Cracknell, left alone through to the keeper. Drones back to recharge. Oh, I wish we had that luxury, Ben. Do with the recharge.
Recharge.
Right now. Did you recharge in the interval at all? Plug yourself in anywhere?
Metaphorically speaking, maybe.
Swanepoel. Bowls. Oh, quick singles taken. Yes, no. He was almost on his heel. Well, he was on his heels, wasn't he, Cracknell? But White's called him through.
Like you say, sometimes when we recharge, so to speak, you end up feeling more lethargic. Because if you've just eaten a monster burger or whatever. Here we are in our commentary position.
I was rather hoping that didn't follow me at the interval, because I tell you what I did at the interval.
And then also Martin is over there, actually, the gentleman in the pink top.
As in comes Swanepoel bowls, this ball's eased away into the offside and snowed. And I did think if the drone picked me up in the interval, it would have caught me snoozing in the car. Back seat of the car, had a little sleep. Arms behind the heads, feet up, have a snooze. Way to go, isn't it?
Yeah, nice.
It's a life to live.
Nice.
I tell you what, I could get used to this, the drone cam. I like this.
Well,
the fact that we get it, we get it on demand, don't we? Here's Swanepoel in bowls. This ball's driven away through the covers by White. It's a lovely shot, a really good shot by White. Leans into that one. He gets it away. He scored a magnificent 99 down at Canterbury a few years back. Robbie White's COVID years, that was, goodness me. He was just shy on 99 of his maiden first-class century, and I remember how disappointed he was that night. Just trying to think who it was. I think it was Jack Davies, wicket keeper today, who came in and batted for a long while, for maybe an hour or so, for about 2 hours. 15, just to hold Kent at bay when Middlesex were right up against it. Kent were right in amongst them. White's 99, I interviewed him that night. He was really beaten up, and I said, Robbie, look, that 99 is worth many a century. As, he does have his maiden first-class ton to his name now. As, he's on strike, and this ball is full from Swanepoel, driven to backward point by White with the open face.
He's arguably just bowling a bit too full on this wicket. Like you say, you want to bowl full enough that batters can't drive you, and it's getting a little bit of bounce from that length. Maybe hasn't quite worked out for Swanepoel. And
was that end of the 8th?
That is the end of the 8th now.
See, 47 for 2, end of the 8th. I think they'd almost, at this stage, with 2 slips in place as well, they're perhaps thinking, let's just go that little bit fuller. If you remember, Ishan Kaushal went too full, didn't he? And he got leverage down the ground. But I think they're probably thinking, at this stage, they can afford to go full because Middlesex might be putting a few of the shots away. With 2 wickets down in the power play, then it might be that Kent are thinking, here's our opportunity, just go that little bit fuller and attack them at this stage, because they're not going to go. White in particular is not going to bring out the big drives. And Cracknell, well, if he were to fall now, 3 down in the power play, and he's the quickest of the run scorers that Middlesex have, really, from this stage now, with Fernandez gone. Even with Fernandez there, he's your most gun T20 batter in the side.
So Stewart continues. Off the hip by Cracknell down towards fine leg. Nathan Gilchrist moving around to his right. Was it just me, or was it slightly bizarre that Nathan Gilchrist didn't dive for his ground for the run out?
I haven't seen the replay of that, have you?
No,
because
I haven't actually.
The angle that we're at, we just assumed it was a comfortable single, which he may have as well, and didn't ground his bat, or he was so far out that he just didn't even bother. But obviously we're looking straight down the ground and from no elevation, so we couldn't really tell just how far.
So I've got it up on my laptop.
Oh, well done. Here we go. Oh, press pause, bowler's running in.
Here he comes, Stewart. Oh, smashed over the top. One bounce and away to deep cover by Cracknell. Moves on to 32, and Middlesex are on to 53 for 2. They go past the half-century mark.
As I said to you, Ben, they're bowling a bit too full at the moment. And, well, no, there was width on that one, wasn't there? He's lent into it. You're right. He's angled his run at the end there. It's not that he's given it up. Gilchrist, look, he goes off at an angle, getting out of the way of the ball, and he's run out. That's extraordinary.
I can't believe he wouldn't have got hit by the ball if he...
But he's run away from the ball and he's got run out.
He basically tried to back away not to get hit if it missed, and then it's hit. This one's turned away into the onside.
I mean, again, maybe he was that far out. I can't quite see it from him. Maybe he was that far out that he was just thinking, I'm miles gone here, so I'm not worried about getting in or getting my bat in. I know I'm gone if he hits, so I'm just going to make sure I take evasive action.
That looks even more bizarre. I thought he was slow setting off in the first place.
I mean, the fact that he didn't dive...
I don't get why he didn't dive.
I think it was either a brain freeze moment or it was a moment of he knows he's gone if this throw hits.
Stewart bowls, back of length this time. Cracknell nudges it away into the onside. I personally thought it was quite an instinctive sort of hit and run type shot from Parkinson. Thought Gilchrist was a bit slow setting off. If he'd have gone straight away, they might have made he should have made his ground comfortably in theory, albeit direct hit's always going to make it close. But anyway, which one was I was trying to get a replay up of the wicket.
What, Finch?
So this one's cut away out towards deep point. No, the Finch one, you were right, that definitely kept low. The Fernandez dismissal, maybe there was a bit of extra bounce. Maybe it was a bit too tight for him to be playing their shot in terms of line. That was the first wicket for Stewart in this power play, and then Robson the other, both departing in a similar fashion. Caught at first slip by Stobo off Stewart, and then here is Stewart once more, driven away, and Marcus O'Riordan does the fielding at cover. So that ends Grant Stewart's 5th over and possibly his spell. May well be that outside of power play 1 can change their tack slightly, but Stewart, creditable stuff from him. 5 overs, 2 for 26. Middlesex 54 for 2. At this stage, Kent were 58 for 1. So yeah, when we get out of power play 1, we will have a...
Am I off again? Am I getting hooked again?
Well, you don't have to.
Was this me throwing you on the embargo earlier? That was the second time you wanted to throw me off here earlier. What was the first thing I did?
I can't remember. Oh, well, I mean, I can't. There was a list, wasn't there?
The naughty list.
So...
Something about working with BBC Radio, Ken. You and Matt definitely bring out the worst in me.
I was going to say, it's normally Matt. It's because Matt's not here.
Yeah.
Normally you take the mickey out of Matt. Gilchrist coming into the attack.
He's in. Bowls, a length ball, which lifts past the edge of Cracknell's bat through to Finch behind the stumps. There's a gully in place.
So rather than Stobo being brought into the attack, it's Gilchrist, interestingly, for this 1 over in the power play.
Yep, just... I say gully's a short third, isn't he? Backward point, cover, extra covers warming up, mid-off. No sweeper back on the onside as Gilchrist in bowls. A length straight in behind it, Cracknell. There's no run. And when bounce is an issue, you do try and keep it very tight to the stumps, don't you?
Yeah.
So it's the batters. I mean, Middlesex were clear, weren't they, when O'Riordan was going to the deep square and the deep mid-wicket back in the power play. No doubt about the line and length delivered there.
Arguably, this is probably more of a Nathan Gilchrist type wicket with the carry. But Swan bowled so well in the last couple of games. You can see why they were keen to give him another over, even if it probably should have come off.
Gilchrist in, and that's edged. There's no slip in place now. There were 2 at one point. That's ramped up onto the broadcast box away to our left. Mind the drone. There's 4 runs going to the book, but that was very much a
I can see why you wouldn't have.
bowler.
I can see why you wouldn't have 2 slips, but
Have one.
To not have 1 feels like a mistake.
Yeah. I was just looking actually to identify the other fielder that is back at the moment. There's nobody back on the offside, as I said. just double checking where. I think it's long. It is long leg,
long
isn't it?
leg
Long
and
leg.
deep square.
Long leg and deep square, the two back. Whereas Middlesex had a deep square and a deep mid wicket and were banging it in short to O'Riordan. I'd suggest they're just going at the stumps here against Cracknell and putting those two back. And indeed, just as we say it, they're going to drop back deep thirds and bring up deep square. So yeah, you're looking at just short of a length on a straight line.
In fairness, it was pretty thick edge, wasn't it, from Cracknell? So probably
Yeah,
would have gone wide.
There were two slips to begin with, weren't there? As here's Gilchrist, who goes too straight down the leg side. There's an appeal, nothing doing, and the umpire doesn't signal a wide, so it did clip the pad on the way through.
Normally, you would see the wicketkeeper appeal in that situation to try and convince the umpire that
there was a little
something, and therefore it's not wide. So it was quite strange there in that it was cover and mid-off who had heard something, but it must have, as you say, been pad.
This ball's just short of a length and eased into the offside by Cracknell. Off Gilchrist, there's no run. Matt, by the way, would have got my littlest hobo puns. Maybe tomorrow. And then when you didn't get it, we just keep moving on. Anyway, it was a great theme tune, that. Absolutely brilliant theme tune.
So was it a TV show?
It was, The Littlest Hobo. Kids TV show it was. Here's Gilchrist from the city end. Past the umpire, he bowls, and this is driven away to mid-off. Quick single. Thrown down the stumps at the non-striker's end. And trying to anyway, he misses, but they're comfortably through for the single, I think, anyway. 59 for 2, that is the end of the power play, Ben Watts.
It
We've
is.
had 10 overs already.
59 for 2, there you go. Just a couple of emails, thanks to David, who says he thinks the balcony at Beckenham is for Kent and
Committee?
Kent Committee and visitors and friends, not for members. So thank you. Says he's watching the live stream from home rather than at the game since he's under the weather. We hope you're feeling better soon, David. $99 ice cream.
Oh yeah.
Cherie says, my local ice cream van charged 99p for a 99. I believe a normal cone was 80p back in the day. I don't know what the year she says it was. Oh, this is based on Canterbury prices in the late 80s.
Well, at some point, inflation would have picked up to the point that a 99 then became a marketing tool for a 99.
Yeah, it became a 199.
Well,
Stobo from the Beckenham town end. This one was back of length, and Cracknell just was going back to defend and pushed it out towards backward point. Just did balloon up slightly. Phil says, hi gents, loving the wide-ranging social commentary with occasional outbreaks of cricket. That pretty much sums up the first part.
who's that from?
It's from Phil.
Phil, hello.
Here comes Stobo. Pushed away into the covers. Swanepoel, slight misfield from him. Single taken. He says, congratulations to Liam on the fantastic upgraded live stream. The drone and commentary cam are an added bonus. He's described my sunglasses as Terminator chic.
Yeah.
For BBC impartiality, other cyborg killing machines are available.
Good man, Phil.
Thanks to Phil. And we had Martin getting in touch as well.
Not Emerson.
No, Reed.
That's right, then.
Martin Reed from West Sussex.
Ooh.
Who was saying that apparently...
Is it going to be half Martin Emerson, half Scott Reed?
Ooh. He said apparently when the bank owned this ground, the
Yeah.
old pavilion was where the flats are.
Ooh.
And they had Romanesque columns to the
Ooh.
old pavilion.
Well, Banks did, didn't they? Banks liked a column.
Says he even played here as a visitor in the 80s as it's flicked around the corner down towards long leg for a single by White.
I tell you what Middlesex would give. There's all the talk, there always is, of Middlesex requiring a second home away from
Yes.
Lords, which sometimes is turned into a headline of, oh, Middlesex is going to leave Lords. But Middlesex have long looked for a pretty permanent second home, base away from Lords. What they would have given for Beckenham to be in some part of West London to call home. No, it's a brilliant hub, this, isn't it, for Kent?
Like you say, the irony being that Kent don't get kicked out of Canterbury anytime. They come here out of choice. Stobo full delivery, pushed away into the covers. One more to go in the 11th. 61 for 2. Maybe another. 2 balls, is it? I can hear some chirp from somebody out there. I don't know if it's
You'd
Jack,
hope so.
Jack leaning at mid-off.
It's a hot, dry day, isn't it? It feels dry in the commentary box here.
Said
at the
something
moment.
about not giving it away. This one's drilled up towards mid-off.
Or maybe they were saying he will give it away.
Yeah,
Cracknell.
I think he was. Yeah, I think there was some suggestion that
It's a little loose.
the batter might have given it away by now or something. So about 39 for Cracknell. 43-7 for White. Can hear another plane going overhead. Stobo on the stumps. Is turned away into the onside. Kent trying to get the squeeze on in the field. End of the over. 61 for 2 after 11. So just the 2 runs off the over. Right, Kev, do you want to take a
I'm off again.
a
Have I
break,
been
a
hooked
very
again?
brief break? And our junior journo for the day is going to come and join me very briefly. Hello, mate, you okay? Come sit down here and pop your headphones on. There we go, that's it. Stick the cans on and your microphone. Yeah, that's it. That's fine. That's fine. There we go. There we go, mate. This is Xavier with me. How are you?
I'm good, thanks. How are you?
Yeah, very well. How's your day been so far? Here comes Gilchrist
Yeah,
in and
brilliant.
bowling. Flicked away into the onside out towards deep square leg. Yeah, enjoyed your day so far?
Definitely. Earlier, I got to interview Matt Parkinson, and then after the toss, got Jack leaning with his thoughts. And yeah, then writing a report, really.
Excellent. So what were Jack Leaning's thoughts after the toss?
You know, just that it's a good pitch to bat on. I think this season, Beckenham may not have been the best, because in the Hampshire game, 160 is all Hampshire got, and Kent ended up being a challenge for them. So maybe not the highest scoring area here at Beckenham.
Yeah, like you say, traditionally very good pitch to bat on, but was a slightly different game last time around. So that one just steered away for a single into the leg side. And then I heard you were very excited about the opportunity to chat to Matt Parkinson before the game. Did you didn't know before today that was going to be the case, I'm assuming. Just wait for this ball. Here comes Gilchrist in and bowling. Cut away out towards point, no run. So yeah, you excited about that?
Definitely, yes.
What questions did you ask him?
So the first one was about how he felt getting a 4-for against his former team.
Nice.
And another one's like how he felt his form's been, how confident he felt about going into today's game.
Cool.
And just stuff about what's been the role of spinners, more attacking to get wickets, more defensive to stop the runs, and how he changes the field in his bowling according to that.
Nice, nice. I like it. Well, short ball there from Gilchrist goes through to the wicketkeeper. What did he say about taking the wickets against his former team? I'm sort of imagining what he might have said.
Can't quite remember now, but
He'd have been keen, I'd imagine.
yeah, he's happy about it. It would
He-
be nice.
He's a competitive guy. He likes winning games of cricket, particularly against his old team. Here comes Gilchrist once again. One slip in for Kent as it's cut away hard down towards our commentary position where Grant Stewart is doing the fielding. So who's your favourite Kent player? It can be players who are not playing today as well, if you like.
Yeah, probably Zach Crawley.
Yeah, nice.
Second, definitely Matt Parkinson. Just because he joined later, really.
Yeah, yeah. And yourself, you play, do you bat, do you bowl?
I'm more of a bowler, definitely.
Yeah. Seam spin?
Spin like Matt Parkinson.
Nice, nice. And what's your cricket club?
Kings Hill Cricket Club.
Excellent. Here comes Gilchrist, short ball, hooked away. Out towards Marcus Reardon. I've never played there, but I've heard it's a very nice cricket pitch at Kings Hill.
Yeah, the Kings Hill Oval.
Is it in and amongst all the houses?
Yeah, you definitely do hear some people complaining sometimes
They get lost.
with their windows.
Oh, really? Excellent. Well, at the end of the over, 12 overs gone, 65 for 2. So, of course, your other duties for the day will include post-match interview.
Yeah.
which you'll get to do. You get to see if you can ask better questions than me at the end of the game. As Stobo is in. And bowls here pushed away out towards extra cover. So how old are you, Xavier?
12.
12. Excellent. So you played lots of cricket this summer. You tend to play Saturday and Sunday? Play a bit at school as well?
Yeah, a bit. Not too much maybe, because I do enjoy and play a lot of other sports.
Cool. What are your other sports? We've been talking plenty of Olympics over the last few days. You've been enjoying that?
Yeah, definitely. Great Britain are doing very well. So my other sports.
Stobo pushed away out towards point, yeah?
Things like football, table tennis, just, you know.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of others, but don't really play them as often.
Football fan, what team do you support?
Man United.
Oh.
What about you?
Oof. Crystal Palace. Crystal Palace, the training ground just behind us.
Oh, fair enough.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Was there some heckling from the back of the box there from Kev with the football team? Was Liam over there in the sunglasses a Spurs fan, so you know it's a tough life. Somebody's got to do it. Short ball hooked away out towards deep square leg for a single. So Cracknell on to 42, 9 for White, 66 for 2. What do you make of this game so far, Xavier? Obviously, Kent putting just over 200 on the board.
Yeah, definitely. They started off strong with O'Riordan, just like Middlesex, but it just slowed down so quickly, and it could happen to Middlesex. So just push for the singles, really, and the big shots we saw, like with Jaden Denley when he got out.
Yeah, a few Kent batters got out, didn't they, playing the sweep shots and that sort of thing. There's a quick single into the onside. Shy at the stumps from Joby Everson. I think if he'd have hit, may well have been sending Robbie White on his way. Judging from the reaction of the fielders. Yeah, I think maybe your mate Matt Parkinson might be crucial as the game goes on, with the way that the spinners were effective for Middlesex.
Yeah, they slowed down the run rate a lot and took some of the key wickets, like O'Riordan. Lovely innings by him as well.
Yeah, he was good at the top of the order, wasn't he? Played some of those straight sixes early on.
Yeah, he got 20 in one of the overs, which is very good to get started. Sets a nice vibe for Kent.
Yeah, absolutely. That was the fourth over. Moved Kent from 14 to 34 on the board. As Charlie Stobo has sent Joey Everson back now at mid-wicket. Onto the rope, that's driven up towards mid-off. You're rating the jack-leaning footwear, the bright blue shoes. Quite snazzy, aren't they? I understand you get some snazzy kit as part of your
definitely
your day.
Get a shirt that says Junior Journal.
Oh yeah, so it does.
Then you just get a cap as well.
Excellent,
cool.
excellent. I don't. We've lost the drone cam, but we could have. We should. Yeah, they could have hung it up for them to see as Stobo is in. 2 off the over so far. Oh, short ball. That's a bit of a tennis shot from Cracknell over his head out towards fine leg for a single. So they come through for 3 in the end. 68 for 2, 13 gone. So England players, any non-Kent players that you're a big fan of, Xavier?
Yeah, definitely some of them, like Joe Root. Stuart Broad was one of my favourites, definitely, when before he retired.
Any spinners that, like yourself, that you like across world cricket, perhaps?
Not really. I just like the Kent ones, local
Excellent.
here.
Excellent. So Nathan Gilchrist to continue. Seeing him bowling. Oh, flicked away by Cracknell behind square on the leg side. Kadri slides, I think. Has he stopped that? No, it's gone all the way. It's managed to get to it, but couldn't prevent the boundary. So nicely played by Cracknell. Little whip round the corner, moves to 47. And 72 for 2 now. Middlesex getting to the stage where you feel like Kent might need to take a wicket or two. This partnership at the moment just leaning the game towards Middlesex, perhaps.
Yeah, definitely.
Gilchrist bowls and it's defended up towards mid-on by Cracknell. Yeah, do you feel like just that momentum, that vibe you were talking about just with the batting team at the moment?
Yeah, definitely. It showed in Kent's innings as well. The second wicket partnership, I think. That was a good 50-60 partnership there. And when it's broken, they slowed down a lot.
Here comes Gilchrist bowls, drilled away into the covers. They come through for 2. So yeah, they came together, O'Riordan and Everson, at 12 without loss, and then it was 85 for 1 up until the point of Everson getting out. And like you say, after that point, wickets just kept falling regularly. 87, 109, 145, 148, 157, 163. So those are regular wickets, just like you say, breaking up that momentum. As Gilchrist is in and bowling, defended away out towards extra cover, where Joey Everson does the fielding. So did you tell anyone before you were coming today that you were doing this? Any of your mates quite jealous?
No, I only told them today really, because I've just been preparing since Tuesday when I heard.
Excellent. Here comes Nathan Gilchrist, 74 for 2. This one is just turned away into the onside. Dot ball. So were you a bit nervous about today, but excited?
Yeah, definitely. That describes it perfectly, to be fair.
Has it lived up to expectations so far, your day?
Definitely, even more than that. Just everything. It's an opportunity I'll never get back, and it's incredible to be here.
Here's Nathan Gilchrist bowling, defended away into the covers, but it's actually beaten Everson at cover and gone up to mid-off. So end of the over, 14 overs gone, and that's the half century as well for Cracknell from 57 balls. Very well played, Joe Cracknell. 7 fours in his 57 ball half century, so setting the tone at the top of the order for Middlesex. So just before you leave us in an over's time, Xavier, would you like to try commentating? Would you like to do what I've been doing the last few overs and describe what's going on? You give it a go?
Do you think? Sure.
Give it a go.
I'll try for maybe the first couple of balls.
Go for
Stobo
it.
coming in here. Just played there, not much, just onto the offside, but ends up no run.
Yeah, soft hands from Cracknell, just knocking that ball away. Stobo tends to bowl quite a similar, consistent length, so that's presumably what he'll be trying to do here to Cracknell.
It just limits the runs really. When you bowl in one area, you know where it's going to go for field. It limits those runs. Coming in. Played a bit to the square side this time.
Yeah, come through for a single. Slight misfield from Jaden Denley. And he moves the score on to, so as you can see, we've got a little feed here. You can see the score, because that scoreboard over there. Oof. I mean, can you see that scoreboard over there? You've got younger eyes than the rest of us.
Barely, it's just tiny.
It is a very small one. So we've got a nice little camera here in the commentary box. So yeah, 76 for 2. I think Jay Leading's changing the field at the moment.
Yeah.
But yeah, you carry on. Doing a good job.
Stobo. Ooh, a bit of an inside edge there. Comes down to third man.
You get a single. So one more for White, who's now on to 11. Cracknell on 51.
Driving the team forward just at a more steady rate. It's going to be really important for Middlesex here, making sure they don't lose their wicket. Coming in. Ooh, is he? No, it's above head height, I think.
Yeah, not above head height, so
Yeah,
that's
it's
what
above
they've
head height.
given the no ball. I was with you there. I wasn't sure if there was a possible little thin edge through to the wicketkeeper. Just for a moment, it looked like there was some interest from Harry Finch behind the stumps.
I think there might have been, but does it change if it's above head height? I'm not too sure.
That's what the no ball
Yeah.
ruling, isn't it, on the head height?
Stobo. Short again, pulled away. They'll just get the single there.
Stuart doing the fielding in the deep. So this partnership now worth 52. Yeah, 52 this partnership's worth now, so Robbie White, the perfect foil for the attacking Cracknell.
They got 2 early wickets, but can't break through now. Cracknell has been driving the team forwards again and again.
He's doing a good job for his team at the minute. Feel like Kent need a breakthrough in this moment.
Definitely the required run rate's come down a lot, 3.5 now. Stobo coming in. Ooh, I think there might have been an edge there, not too sure.
Good fielding on the boundary, or has it gone
they
for
stopped
4?
It? Was that 4? I think that's 4, yep. It's gone to the ropes.
Yeah, it just looked like it was a slower ball. Thought Stober maybe ran his fingers over it, and like you say, that sort of led to it being a bit of a thick outside edge, maybe not quite fully in the middle of the bat, but the fact that White's managed to still get that away for 4 means Middlesex are up to 84 for 2. So 1 ball to go at the end of the 15th. Some more tweaking of the field from Jack Leaney.
Stobo comes in. It's just straight, driven straight. Looks like that's going to come for 4. Nice end to the over there.
And a nice end to your little stint on commentary, Xavier. Well done, mate.
Thank you very much.
And I hope you enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you very much. Hope you enjoy too.
Thank you. I will see you at the end. I'll see you for the post-match interviews later on. That was Xavier, who's the junior journalist for Kent Cricket today. Well done today, mate. Thank you. I thought he was excellent there. Bless him. That was a wonderful little stint on the commentary.
That was a disturbingly good stint, Ben. Disturbingly good for us professionals. But before he goes, you haven't asked him the one key question. You've got a 50-50 chance here now.
Okay.
Favourite BBC Radio Kent commentator, Matt or Ben?
He's not met Matt.
Oh, come on. He's a politician, not a journalist.
Very good answer. Very good answer. Thanks, mate. Well done. I thought it was fantastic. He was knowledgeable. He was very enthusiastic. What a great little cameo that was.
Everything we aspire to be to when we grow up, Ben.
I mean, you know, be more Xavier is my new hashtag, my new life motto. What a guy. And his favourite player, Matt Parkinson's about to come into the attack.
I'm not having it though. He didn't answer his favourite BBC Radio Kent commentator. I mean, come on.
Well, he's only met me, so I think... So Parkinson in to Cracknell. I think that, do you want to do some work now?
Nah,
take this over?
Won't be stuff, to be honest.
Yeah, you take this over.
Little dabble into the onside on that one, no run, and Parkinson.
Drone cam's coming back.
Just in time. Parkinson in bowls, lots of flight. This is a crucial passage now coming up as this is driven down to long off for a single by Cracknell. 89 for 2. This really is the bite point for this innings, isn't it? It was 85 for 1 when trouble kicked in for Kent. For Middlesex at 89 for 2 now. They really need this partnership to keep going and flourish in the chase. Pressure so much more in the second dig, isn't it? As down the track comes White and drives this one just wide of mid-on. A single take and a nudger and a nurdler, as I said.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think the pressure is more, but at the same time they know what they need to get, and they know it's only 3.3 and over on the required rate, so they can afford to almost sit in a bit. And
that's the wickets, though, isn't it? It's like what happened to Kent in the middle of their innings. It can well happen to Middlesex, especially with this man bowling Parkinson. Lovely bit of flight, a big stretching forward defence from Cracknell. The ball eases back at a point. There's no run. In comes Parkinson. Oh, Cracknell. He's lofted this down the ground. Long on stands underneath it and it clears him for 6. Cracknell was watching it all the way. He didn't run, he didn't move. I think he did fancy that he probably had all of it, but Long on was giving himself every chance on the boundary. He was looking for that last minute leap right on the edge of the rope, one-footed, but it was over him. He didn't even have a chance to get off the ground and wave a hand at it. It was sailing over into the green seats of the stand behind him.
Yeah, I think you're right. Gilchrist almost looked like he was tiptoeing on the edge of the rope and was hoping it might come down, but always just about had enough.
Of course, you're not allowed to stand over the rope and jump back into play, are you? You've got to start your leap from within play, as is a full ball driven by Cracknell down to long off for a single, and it's 97 for 2. Otherwise, you could well imagine he would have stood behind the rope and taken a running leap at that to leap back into play and maybe had a chance, but that's against the rules. So, yeah, he just had to stand, as you say, tippy-toeing on the edge of the rope, hoping that he could leap. But didn't even bother at the end of it. 97 for 2 then, end of the over. And Cracknell has moved to
60 now.
Oh, I see. They're showing the partnership. He's got 45 of the current partnership, but yes, Cracknell's 60 from 66, and White is 20 from 17.
Yeah, Kent have just struggled to kind of create pressure themselves so far, it feels like.
Well, White's a good foil at the other end for Cracknell at the moment.
Yeah, I think you're right. He's been sensible. Only slight chance, really, against White was the possible run-out. They're shy at the bowler's end for a quick single. I think if it had hit while Xavier was with us on commentary, might have had a run-out situation. Cracknell having chanced his arm a bit early on. I don't really think of him giving up any chances as such. There was a few plays and misses in the power play or whatnot, but he's the man on strike at the moment. Just the overhead shot on the live stream as Stobo runs in and it's pushed away back up the pitch. 97 for 2, Middlesex in the 17th. Required rate is down at 3.2 and over. And they're just going along just shy of 6 and over, so almost had the start that Kent had, but carried it on. It was spin that did the trick, so in fact they can only bowl one over a spin so far. Gone more with the seam and hoped to get breakthroughs that way, but it hasn't quite happened for them. And get a single out towards deep cover. Used wicket, of course, this one. Same pitch they played on Wednesday. White on 20. You can just hear him tapping his bat and how hard the ground sounds. Stobo runs in. Turned away into the onside where Joey Everson does the fielding, so it's a dot ball. Just seeing Dan, the Kent physio, running around the boundary's edge. I'm not sure who he's going to see unless it's Nathan Gilchrist. That long leg. Yeah, it does appear to be Nathan Gilchrist. Not sure what he's done to himself. Stobo bowls. A little bit of into-out drive from White out towards backward point. And does the fielding. I don't know if Gilchrist has grazed an elbow on the hard surface or something. See the physio standing with him down at long leg. This one's an aggressive shot past point in the air to the left of Jaden Denley down towards third man. They run on the arm, which I think is good intent between the wickets actually. They come back for 2, so 100 for 2 Middlesex at the end of the 17th. Kent at this stage were 96 for 3 and wickets fell regularly, so
yeah, that's what I was going to say. You know, the comparative for these at the moment, you put 2 on the board for Middlesex and it's exactly the same position that Kent were in. Those runs in the power play invaluable. Cracknell playing the O'Riordan role.
Kent basically need to get Cracknell out and hope they can start to do what Middlesex did, like you say.
Well, it's the spinners now, isn't it? Can somebody play the Holman role, the Fernandez role, to Carey's?
They've got plenty of spinners. At the moment, we've only seen one over from Parkinson, and Cracknell was aggressive against him.
This ball's eased away into the offside by Cracknell, a single He's taken just in front of the fielder at backward points. Such a healthy crowd in today. I can't overstate that enough. Lovely Sunday afternoon at Beckenham. As through this one goes to the keeper, beating the edge of White, looking to chop away, slip in place.
Thought maybe just kept a little bit lower than White was expecting. Bless you.
Thank you. Just about managed to press mute in time.
Yeah, nicely done.
Parkinson, lots of flight. Oh, White comes down the track to it and gets a leading edge, looking to whip the ball into the onside. The ball skies down to long off, but not carrying. Single taken again.
Yeah, gets away with it. Mistake landing safe. Parkinson trying to draw an error out of the batters.
Steps in now, bowls, a bit of flight, and down the track comes Cracknell doing what White tried to do off the last ball, and he gets it away in between the long on and the deep mid wicket. That'll ramp up off the advertising board as it's a boundary, 4 runs added, and Middlesex keep ticking here. It really is a big job this for Parkinson now.
I thought that was good from Cracknell, again using his feet, trying to put Parkinson under pressure, and there was just a late adjustment to steer it more towards mid-wicket than going down towards long on.
Parkinson again, this is swept. Back of square on the leg side, and that's going to be 4 more. Short fine leg up inside the circle, deep square is back. That one gets away for another boundary. They just moved the runs required to below 3 figures with the previous boundary, and now they tumble down again as Cracknell powers on.
Yeah, and this just shows the value of having a set batter at this stage of the innings. Nobody, well, obviously Reardon got to 50, but then nobody kicked on for Kent.
A lot of flight on this one. Oh, and he finds the edge. Now, I think that was an inside edge from Cracknell. I can't quite see from this line. It must have been, mustn't it? Because it's gone to one side of the keeper. Let's keep an eye on the umpire and see anything signalled. No, it was an inside edge. And, well, that's what Parkinson's there for, to try and create that little bit of havoc as a wrist spin bowler. Can he do it? 112 for 2 is the score, and we just see pushed forward outside off, didn't he? Thick edge past the off stump and fine to the keeper. Finch. So a couple more for Cracknell. Middlesex 112 for 2.
Yeah. Parkinson's 2 overs have gone for 21, so although he's induced an inside edge there.
And the leading edge as well from White. I mean, Middlesex clearly happy to attack him.
I think to be honest, that's the way to go in a sense. If you just sit there and let Matt Parkinson bowl at you, he's going to almost work you out and bamboozle you with his flight and variety. So, in a way, credit to Middlesex for showing some positive intent. Going to see Hamid Kadri now from the Town end to the Beckenham end. Jack Leaning is standing at a silly mid-on position. There's a mid-wicket as well. Everson is at long on. He's being told by Harry Finch to come a bit wider. Now here is the diminutive off-spinner Kadri, who fires the ball in, and immediately White came down the pitch. Leg buys, so we got a little bit of pad on it. Thought for one moment that might be a chance for a stumping opportunity, but the ball dropped away into the behind square on the leg side. I think it was half an LBW appeal from Harry Finch. Leaning now goes to more of a short mid-wicket for Cracknell, and Stover goes out at deep mid-wicket as Kadri is in and bowling. That one's just tickled again, leg side, this time I think with the bat. It goes all the way for 4. So Kent are trying different things with the ball, but at the moment can't stop Cracknell from scoring. It moves to 76 now. A little bit too leg side from Kadri. Well manipulated by Cracknell, who's in again. Thumped up towards us. Long on from behind Joey Everson. Our commentary mark is he does the fielding. Haven't seen much of Joey Everson with the ball in this One Day Cup competition this year. Mainly because Kent have got so many other options. Pretty much all-rounders in this team. Oh, there's a lofted shot into the leg side. They took deep mid-wicket out for White, and he's taken advantage of that, skipping down the pitch and lofting the ball in that direction all the way for 4. So Middlesex continue to charge here. They're not just going to let spin bowl like Kent did. Kent kind of sat in against the spin, just were happy to try and knock it around, but then eventually perhaps that slightly more conservative approach led to wickets, whereas Middlesex just continuing to be aggressive and on the front foot in this run chase. As it's pushed away out towards deep point for another run. White now on to 28. Cracknell 77, 123 for 2. Kadri once more in and bowls. Another comfortable single. See, when they're not scoring the boundaries, they're getting singles and rotating things over. The run rate required is down to just above 2.5 now. Middlesex absolutely dominating this run chase at the moment. 124 for 2 after 19.
Yeah, need a wicket. But as we've seen, wickets can go in a tumble. There was that little passage, wasn't there, for leaning alongside Finch. And then that ball just kept loaded in its trap. Finch LBW. It changed matters. And they're required on the late runs at the end to put things back together once more. Kent.
I was chatting to the Kent head coach on Wednesday, actually Mark Decker, and he was insisting to me, even though it was a low-scoring game in the end, he was insisting that this is a good pitch. And I think the way Middlesex are batting on it at the moment, Kent's score's looking well below par, that 204 all out.
We were doing nicknames the other day, lost nicknames of cricket. What's Martin's nickname? Decker's?
Oh, I think it's Dex, as you would perhaps expect.
Honestly.
Yeah. Cricketers are not imaginative with nicknames.
Parkinson bowls, and this is clipped in the air by Cracknell, just in front of the mid-wicket. Long on comes around Holton to a couple.
Oh!
126 for 2. The throw comes in for the boundary. The question of umpire Treadwell, is it out? No is the answer.
Cool, it was a good throw from Gilchrist.
Threw down the stumps from, long on?
Yeah, knocked a stump out of the ground. Gets a good hand from the spectators in the green-seated stand behind.
Impressive bit of work.
Good camera angle, good shot of that actually.
Parkinson hits the crease, bowls, lots of fly on that. Cracknell eases it back into the onside and there's no run. Well, they used to be cricket. You used to have some great cricket nicknames, didn't you? Absolutely brilliant ones.
Oh, really?
Yeah, what do you mean really? It used to be fantastic. It used to be renowned, didn't it, cricket, for all the nicknames. There's an ease backward a point and there's no run. All that time in the field. New player comes in and they're working it out, aren't they? Right, what's his nickname going to be? Some good ones over the years, some bad ones as well that we can't repeat.
These days, just add a Y on the end of somebody's name.
Down the track comes Cracknell and down the ground goes this ball. That's smeared over long on, just wide of the fielder. And big 6. A few Middlesex fans in today. Enjoyed that one, didn't they?
I think it might have been caught in the crowd, possibly. I think that's what the applause was.
Oh, was it? 100 partnership brought up as well, of which White has 28. Cracknell's on to 86 now. He has 71 of the partnership. Here's Parkinson bowls and down the track. This one's up and over extra cover. 4-2. Sliding stop from long off prevents the boundary.
Was there a gentleman in a white top in the front row who maybe caught the 6? Hence the big cheer.
Yep, they're powering along at the moment. And well, we said a couple of overs back they needed a wicket. They need Cracknell, that's for sure. Down the track comes Cracknell. Now, where's that gone? Up in the air, he hasn't reached the pitch of it. Long off comes around underneath it, and they have Cracknell. Long off holds on, and back goes Joe Cracknell for what has been a fabulous 88. 134 for 2. He was on the charge, and on the charge against Parkinson in particular, who was taking the tap. But Kent backed their wrist spinner to come good in the end and to pick up the wicket. And Cracknell not reaching the pitch of it. His head dropped, didn't it, just after he made the connection. He knew he wasn't there. He knew he'd skied it. Catch is taken. It's the end of Middlesex's opener. Swanepoel takes the catch at long off. Parkinson with the wickets. 82 ball 88 for him. He set Middlesex well on their way, but they're not there yet. 134 for 3.
Yeah, it could still well be the match-winning innings of the game. He looks disappointed with himself, Cracknell. He'll have had eyes on 100 and seeing his team through. He looks really, really gutted as he's trudging off, almost dragging his bat on the ground with him as he exits the field of play. But when he's had a little bit of time to get over the disappointment of the manner of the dismissal, and there was always the chance that when he continued to be aggressive against Parkinson, that a player of Parkinson's experience and skill might eventually be able to eke out a scenario like that. But I think when Cracknell gets a moment to reflect, and potentially after the game when his team have got to 205 and the victory target, he'll look back on that as a match-winning and well put together innings that has catapulted his team towards a victory. They still only need 2.5 runs and over from here on in at the 20 over mark. 134 for 3, so he's put them in a fantastic position to go on and complete this run chase. And to be honest, if they don't win this game, then it's not on Cracknell. He's more than done his job, I think, at the top of the order, and now it's up to his mates to just tick things over and steer Middlesex to victory. They've still got 30 overs, got loads of time to do it. 71 more required to win. And Kadri back into the attack for Kent. Can he find a breakthrough? At the moment, White is doing his job almost as well as Cracknell did his job at the top, just ticking things over. Davis, the wicketkeeper, is the new man as well in at number 5, so still got Stoneman, the captain, to come. Tiquez, Holman. Left-handed Jack Davis on strike then. Stobo in at slip. Jaden Denley's a kind of catching cover. As Kadri bowls. 40 comes across the front pad and defends. A little bit of an outside edge. Decent start from Kadri to the new man on the money. Trying to put him under pressure. Balls again. This one behind square on the onside for a single. Davis gets off the mark. So the first wicket went down on 23, was on the score, 28 the second, but that partnership worth 106 between Cracknell and White. As Kadri bowls here to White. Runs this one up towards long on for another single. Just see behind Joey Everson the manual score box. A real score box.
It must be hot in there today. It must be like a sauna.
She's to the right of our commentary position. So we look out onto the outfield and Kadri bowling. Big shout for LBW, which is not given. That looked like a bit of a drag down to me from Kadri. And it was an attempted little flick into the leg side from Davies. And I think the umpire clearly deciding it was going. Well, I would assume it's probably not going over the top, so I would have just the angle would have probably been going down the leg side. Kadri again, bowls. Davis this time gets it away. Out towards the rope. Or the fielder who's standing on the rope at least. For a single. Just see if I can try and scroll back on the live stream and have another look at that. Ooh, I can see why it was a big shout. I think it hits him in line, but possibly was, probably was sliding past the leg stump, just from the angle that Kadri was bowling. So 138 for 3 at the end of the 21st.
So Parkinson now, he's got past his bane, which had been Cracknell to this stage. What damage can he do? Davies, right-handed, left-handed combination out there. Still Mark Stoneman's come.
Yeah, he's dropped himself down the order today.
Skipper. Parkinson checking the field before he steps into bowl. Davies has one slip crouch down behind him. Bowls, and this is swept hard. Back of the square on the leg side. And just the single with the sweeper there. So 138 for 3. 139 for 3 is that now? 138. There's White, he's got 30 to his name. Parkinson bowls to him. This is eased in front of back, point for a single. Ticking the scoreboard over. 140 for 3 it is now. And well, if you were to tune in now and look at the score, you'd think Middlesex will do this with the overs, the wickets, runs required. But as we saw in the Kent innings,
yeah, I still think we will. At the moment, Kent aren't able to create enough pressure. There's still easy runs out there for them at the moment.
Parkinson bowls and just tucked up a little bit. Davies, as this is eased into the offside, looking to cut only as far as cover. Well, this is the crunch moment. It really is. Parkinson, they need to get Middlesex in a spin now. And well, of course, one performance in a season does kind of stick with you, doesn't it? When somebody's gone well against you, as Parkinson did in the blast against Middlesex. Comes in now, bowls, and Davies, big stride forward, ushers the ball back to the bowler. This is the moment to really try up the runs, tick up the dot balls. Parkinson bowls, and this is cut to cover, no run. Again, just trying to give himself a little bit of room, work with the length as well, Davies, but couldn't get it clear of the fielder.
I mean, arguably Parkinson's strength is when batters are coming at him, he outthinks them and he forces a mistake from them.
He comes down, he bowls, and that's swept by Davies. The sweeper back, it could be 2, just fine of, a slide holds them. 2-2.
Yeah, good field of Grant Stewart. Big effort away to his left and put in the slide and flick the ball back just to make sure.
I've just seen a masterful piece of work that you've done with the effects mic, Ben. Look at that, wrapped it around, then taped it so that it doesn't hang down. That's brilliant, well done.
Well, thank you.
A piece of ingenuity there.
In previous years I've run it down to the boundary, but when it's at ground level I've found that it doesn't really tend to pick up the noise from the middle very well. So
no.
Yeah, have you utilised the scaffolding in our marquee to good effect for the effects mic today? But hence why I was picking up our live stream producer when you were chatting to him earlier on.
This is driven down so long on. My apologies. That's for a single. When was I? What was I saying?
I think it was when you were off to get your burger.
Ah. And he said, shall I follow you with the drone? Go on then.
So field changes over for the left-hander. Davies 5, 32 for White. Really sensible but smart 32 so far from White. If Cracknell hadn't played so well, I'd probably be bigging up White's efforts so far. That's a lovely reverse. Really wristy stroke. Bit of a hockey shot from Davies. Which reminds me, how did GB get on in the men's hockey quarter-final earlier on? Anybody know?
No.
Heartbreak as their Paris 24 ends in defeat to India in a shootout. Gutted. Holcombe goalkeeper Ollie Payne would have been involved in that one, possibly. This one's just pushed back up the pitch. Pulled away, wristy whip into the leg side for 4 from Davies. He's come in and joined White, and again, still there's that intent there from the Middlesex batters. Just felt like Kent lost that little bit of intent, aggressive intent, and scoring intent almost in the middle part of their innings, and perhaps that conservative approach perhaps led to some of the wickets. As this one's tickled away on the onside. Yeah, Becca, who works here at Kent Cricket, is a big hockey fan, plays hockey herself. She's messaged me saying, yeah, they lost to India on penalties. Disappointing. It's a tough way to go out of a world tournament or Olympics. Here's Kadri, 150 exactly now. Middlesex, 150 for 3, 151 for 3 as White steers away into the offside. Kadri, 3 overs, number 24 so far. Just feels like Kent aren't creating any pressure on these two batters. I wonder if Jack Leaney might need a little bit of a rethink here. He's got so many bowlers. He's basically got 5 spin options, including himself, Marcus O'Riordan, Jaden Denley, and the 2 that are bowling at the moment. And he's got 5 seam options. And we've seen all of them so far other than Joey Everson. So I do wonder if possibly leading, at what point does he go back to Swanepoel, see if he can get a wicket, or bring somebody else on, Parkinson to continue.
In he comes, bowls short, who'll be disappointed with that. Hooked away by White. He rocks back into his crease, pirouettes, and boundary it is for White. Here goes Parkinson again. He's in, bowls, and oh, this is pushed back by White. I think that was on the full to Parkinson, low to his right, got fingertips to it. Singles taken just straight of mid-wickets. As I called him Robbie Williams again, rocking back. I missed out on Rock DJ, rocking back. Thank you, Dan. He's puntastic today down the bottom, isn't he? A bit dusty today with the puns. Be back on form on Tuesday. Middlesex taking on Durham at Radlett. Be another sweltering day in a tent, just as it is today. A little reverse here from Davies, only as far as short third, and there is no run.
Thanks to Martin, who's tweeted us on Kent Cricket, or BBC Kent Sport. I'm not sure if he's been listening to our commentary today.
A lot of flight on this. This ball's eased down to long on for a single by Davies.
But he says, where is David Fulton? Please bring him in for some meaningful commentary. Because David Fulton doesn't work for the BBC, so I'm afraid, Martin. You have to go to the
he used to
the Kent T20 live stream if you want more David Fulton. But that's going to be next year, unfortunately, from a Kent point of view.
Lots of fly on this, and this ball's driven away to cover, and there's no run. He once was in a tent with me at Uxbridge. We were doing separate commentaries. BBC Radio Kent he was working for, and always said all the way through, this ball's going to come down into this tent, Fulton. I'm relying on you to stop it, but not so. A lot of flight on this one. The ball's eased away through square leg for a single by the right-handed White. And yeah, he was ducking for cover as well, just like the rest of us, and the ball was crashing in towards our tent. Don't forget that one, a false. Let me down there, he did. But he was with us at Canterbury a couple of years back, wasn't he, on BBC Radio Kent?
Yeah, he does do the occasional bit for BBC Kent. But anyway, just to continue Martin's tweet, he says, we need someone to talk about Kent Cricket and cricket instead of running the same Compton agenda every match. We want to hear about cricket, not gossip.
Who's Compton?
I really don't think Martin's been listening, because I don't think we've
Is
been
it an old tweet?
Talking any Ben Compton gossip at all today. So
Nick Compton.
Ben Compton.
Cousins, aren't they? Nick
They
and
are,
Ben?
yeah. They are indeed. Absolutely.
It might have been a delayed tweet. They get stuck sometimes, don't they? And then all of a sudden they come through. Who's a big Compton fan at BBC Radio Kent then? That Yourself?
Oh, I'm a very big Ben
Oh, I
Compton
see.
fan. I think he's fantastic. But I haven't once said today that he should be in this team. I'm saying certain members, certain Kent fans say to me, why is Ben Compton not in the team? So there hasn't been any sort of Compton agenda. But anyway, thanks for your thoughts, Martin. You seeing as you took the time to send that in, type that and send it in, I thought I'd read it out. Anyway, bring back David Fulton.
Who? Who?
David Fulton, the former Kent captain.
Good old Fultz. He'll be tuned in today, won't he? What'll he be doing otherwise?
Well, I mean, he's a busy man at Whitstable Cricket Club and
Oh, he might be playing today.
hanging out with the family. You know. Grant Stewart's back in the attack, by the way. So Kent have gone back to Stewart in search of a wicket. Having got 2 for 25 earlier on with the new ball. Going to come around the wicket here to the left-hand Davis, who's on 13, White on 40 at the other end. Having picked up a single on the first ball of this over. That one's just nudged back up the pitch. $159 for 3. Run rate is still at 6.5 and over. It's been a really impressive run chase. This so far from Middlesex. Under 2 runs and over now required to knock this off. Here comes Stewart round the wicket. They run the first one hard. They will stick to 1. 160 for 3. Did you tweet this in, Kev? Are you on the
I
wind
did,
up?
yeah. Sorry.
You got a burner.
I didn't hear you mention Compton once today, to be honest.
Oh, I don't think I have.
Yeah, like I say that the run rate's all well and good, but it does feel though there's wickets come in clusters in this.
That's flicked away nicely. Fine square on the onside. For a single. Well, they certainly did in the Kent innings, didn't they? And that's why White batted so well, because when he was fresh to the crease joining Cracknell, he was instantly proactive. And even Davis, 14 off 17, survived that LBW shout from Kadri, but other than that, batters have really come in and settled in and started off a new partnership. Pulled away into the leg side, and Davis doing a fine job for his team. Moves on to 18 now with a boundary. He's taking pressure off White as well as rotating the strike. And Kent just can't find a way to keep the runs down at the moment and create any kind of pressure. As a result, Middlesex are cruising to victory at the moment. By the way, I do really like David Fulton. I think he's a fine commentator.
I don't.
So that was no slight on David Fulton at all.
I love Fultz.
He's a top man. At some point, as it's driven past extra cover, on the up, but beyond Kadri, and away for 4 runs. And Middlesex up to 169 for 3 at the halfway stage, and they are cruising to victory in this innings. At some point on BBC Radio Kent's Game Changers programme, which is our Monday night sports show from 6 till 7, at some point there'll be an extended chat with David Fulton. Matt Cole and I had a sit down with him in the commentary box before one of the T20 games earlier on in the summer to kind of look back on some moments from his career and that sort of thing. So yeah, that'll be a good listen when we get round to slotting it into that show. Matt and I don't actually have executive production say in that show, so I can't tell you actually when it's going to be aired, but at some point it will be aired.
Do you have executive production saying anything, Ben?
Yes, in the Huddle, the award-winning Friday night show from BBC Radio Kent,
What did
which
they win an award
returns this week.
Ooh.
We got the Kent Press and Broadcast Awards Programme of the Year.
Really?
Yeah, which was quite...
How many programmes are there in Kent?
Well, I mean, quite a lot, really. If you think about, there's quite a few on our radio station. There's quite a few on various TV show and podcast type programmes. So yeah, actually, it was quite a competitive
Well done.
award. So I was quite pleased with that one.
Well
we
done.
beat South East today.
What did you win?
A little,
Holidays to the Caribbean?
No. It was a trophy about yay big. It's quite smart.
That's for the radio listeners. Yay big.
I mean, 50 centimetres maybe tall. Yeah, quite smart. And then a few sort of goodies from sponsors and
Oh,
the
what,
awards.
you allowed that, BBC? You allowed goodies? What kind of goodies did you get?
There was some.
Is it this bag of her?
It was like a mug.
Sweets.
There
A
was
mug.
some headphones. There was some free tickets.
Headphones?
Yeah, they were quite good actually. There were some free tickets to Kent against Durham in the One Day Cup because Kent Cricket are one of the sponsors of the awards and they host it.
That's trolling you, isn't it? You got an ECB pass and you were given free tickets as a...
Yeah, you know. But I gave them to our producer of the show, who doesn't have an ECB pass, so she can go along to watch that Durham game. So yeah, anyway, so just to finish my plug, seeing as I've started it, 6 till 7, we're back up and running on Friday ahead of the new football season.
The Huddle
from BBC Radio Kent, and then the Sports Hub will be back on the Saturday as well with the start of the new football season. Can you believe it? The new football season.
When does it start? This weekend?
Starts next weekend. Yeah.
Next weekend.
The 10th of August.
Then a week away to the Premier League after that.
Mm-hmm.
Cool.
Yeah.
Crystal Palace would be due back soon, won't they?
They'll
be flying in today on one of these flights.
Probably, yeah. Quite possibly will have been. They won whatever pre-season tournament they were in.
Did they?
In America, yeah. Crystal Palace never really won anything, so take any sort of trophy you can get.
How did you become an Eagles fan? Where were you born?
Well, so I was born in Tunbridge Wells, or Pembury, but my
Isn't that in Wales?
Pembury. My granddad was born in Beckenham, so hence the Crystal Palace family.
He was an Eagle.
Connection. So yeah. We're in Middlesex next in action after this one. What's your sort of week ahead looking like?
Tuesday, Durham, Radlett. Then off
say,
to Lancashire on Thursday.
At least you don't have to go all the way up to Durham.
Indeed, it's what. Did you have to go?
No, they're coming to Canterbury. Thankfully. And then Kent have got a trip to Durham in the Championship at the end of the season, but I've got a wedding, which coincides with it.
Well
so
done. That's going to be a very big wedding present. Clearly going to buy there. Here's Parkinson. The play resumes after the drinks break. He's right arm over, he bowls. Bit of flight. This is cut away out towards the point boundary by White. He likes a cut. Robbie White, he has a single. Middlesex are 169.
Okay, so Durham at Radlett on Tuesday.
Lancashire at Manchester on Thursday.
It's actually at Old Trafford, is it?
It is. So here's Parkinson again. He's in bowls and now sweeping. Davies is beaten. Through it goes to the gloves of the keeper. It could have been anything. LBW caught, bowled, goes safely through from Davies' perspective.
In the end, I think everyone missed it. Even Finch didn't take it cleanly.
Parkinson past the umpire, he bowls, and back goes Davies, defends into the onside, and there's no run. This is the key now. Can Parkinson bog them down after the drinks break here?
They only need 35. Just walk into park.
And again, bowls, and down the track comes Davies and drives a single down to long on, but it almost on the full, toe into the bat. The next Sunday, Somerset at Lord's Cricket Ground. Remember that place?
Ooh.
Middlesex going back there next Sunday.
What a treat.
Aye.
Yeah, Kent are at Worcester on Wednesday, and then Derby on Friday.
Bit of flight on this, and turn, bounce. Beating the edge of White's attempted drive. Parkinson, lovely delivery that.
Well bowled. Yeah, and then that Durham game is a week today, I believe, the 11th.
Parkinson flipping the ball hand to hand, steps in, bowls, and this is cut in front of backward point, and they will pick up 2. And again, it's a big scoring area for White. Point backward off. Likes a little late cut. 2 more to end the over then. Middlesex are 173 for 3. White has ticked along to 44. Davies has rattled along to 23 actually, in pretty good time, hasn't he?
Yeah, that goes back to what I was saying actually, that the new batters for Middlesex have really settled in nicely, and contributed from the off. These two have just done a really good done a really good job of just keeping the scoreboard ticking over. 39 from 36 balls, this partnership worth. You can see Jaden Denley have a bowl here now for Kent. I think this is the right thing from Jack Leaney. It's at the point where he's just got to mix it up and hope that somebody gets 2 quick wickets. So he's got loads of options in his attack, and he's turning now to the youth of Jaden Denley, the England under-19 all-rounder. Slow left arm bowler. Here he comes. Oh, that was an attempted reverse sweep. And perhaps he saw Davis shaping to play that stroke and fired it in towards the pads. And in the end, Davis got squared up by it, and it beat the wicketkeeper as well. So 2 byes signalled by the umpire. 175-43 as that one is defended away by Davis. Kev's just tucking into a yoghurt of some sort.
Healthy.
Yeah,
you with the sweets
I'm
and the
on
sugar.
Haribo, yeah, it's not quite the same. Other sweets are available, but not right in front of me right now. This one's pushed away into the leg side. Dot ball. So 3 balls in the over so far. All dots against the bowler at least. Just a couple of byes off it. That one is the first run off the bat, just steered away through the gap at mid-wicket for a single. Davis 24, White 44. Middlesex on the brink. Not quite yet, but on the verge of a victory here at Beckenham to halt Kent's 2-match winning streak. Jaden Denley comes around the wicket to White, and he pushes this in the gap out towards the sweeper on the offside. They come through for another single, so White to 45.
I think we're melting with our food in the commentary tent here, aren't we? The heat is just becoming...
Mid-afternoon heat as it's a reverse sweep here. A bit of a top edge from Davis out towards the deep point fielder. Just this, it's kind of clouded over a bit, so it's just a bit muggier at the moment here at Beckenham. End of the over, 27 gone. 178 for 3. Just 27 more runs required. 23 overs to get them.
What was that shout? What made you chuckle? Oh, I thought it was the shout of what somebody shouted.
No, what made me chuckle was that it's almost 1 run over required. I think somebody was shouting "Come on, Kent" or something along those lines. But
a few cars departing that car park on the far side. They've seen enough as his Parkinsonian bowls to Davies, drives down to long on, and there's no run. 3 or 4 of them heading to the exit. The game's nearly done. Try and beat the rush out of the ground.
Yeah, well, there'll be some reaction on BBC Radio Kent tomorrow morning on breakfast, but I think I could probably guess what the analysis will be for this one. Just lost too many wickets regularly on the batting innings and never were quite able to build the momentum they needed to put a decent score on the board.
Parkinson, lots of flight. This is driven to extra cover. Oh, and it gets through the hands. That'll frustrate. White picks up a single. I think it's Leaning himself in there as in at extra cover. Just burst through his fingers.
It was Stobo.
Oh, sorry. Where's Leaning gone?
Leaning's at cover, but for the leg, left hand.
Orchestrates the field as Parkinson steps up to bowl again. Bit of flight on this. Oh, it's swept in the air this time by Davies. 1 bounce out to the sweeper at deep mid-wicket. Middlesex tick along to their victory target. 1-8-1 for 3.
Yeah, looking good at the moment. Hopefully Joe Cracknell will have got over his disappointment of getting out and missing out on 100 for your post-match interview, Kev.
This ball's driven away out to deep cover for a single by White. Reminded it's his highest list A score, that from Cracknell. But he will be bitterly disappointed to have missed out on 100 there, won't he?
Yeah, felt like it was there for him when he was playing. Taking the attack to the bowling. Like I say, that is often the way that Parkinson does take his wickets.
Down the track comes Davies now. Has he got enough of this? I think he has. Mind your windscreen's out on that far side. Oh, bounces up and towards the ice cream van over the advertising hoardings. The first bounce. And 6 it is for Davies. And Middlesex are indeed nearly home, Ben. As he said, they were doing it at a cruise. I thought there might be a little wobble before this tail was done. But not to be. Davies moves on to 33. 188 for 3. As Parkinson bowls to him, back he goes. Wristley works this through square leg for a single.
Yeah, if this had been the opening innings of the match, they'd be looking good for, what, 350 probably? And
a more traditional Beckenham score,
yeah,
might I suggest.
absolutely. Goes back to what I was saying about how Mark Decker was insisting that, you know, it is a good enough Beckenham pitch to get runs on. Just both teams on Wednesday struggled against seam and lost regular wickets, and Kent did the same today, having had a really good start. So credit to the way that Middlesex bowled in the middle period, and the spinners, Holman and Fernandez, De Keyser. Good captaincy as well to bring bursts of seam back as well, and they took wickets too. This one's just nudged away into the onside by Davies for a single. 190 for 3, just 15 more required now. And yeah, felt like everything went right for Middlesex in the field and with the bowling changes, and after O'Riordan had put Kent off to a really good start, aside from the little leaning Finch partnership, it never quite happened for them as Grant Stewart's going to chase this round the boundary, manages to slide and stop the ball. It was a top edge from the sweep, never quite got there to take the catch. Just seeing the replay now, it was an awkward one for him, and he did really well actually not to allow that to go to the boundary. Jane Denley bowls, bit of a drag down, chopped away into the offside, and Robbie White will go to a half century from just 44 balls. Really intelligent knock, smart cricket. The noise and reception comes from the Middlesex balcony, but then the crowd joining in. It's been a measured and composed effort from White, and while Cracknell did the bulk of the work, looks like White might be potentially seeing his team through to victory. Pulled away hard into the leg side, might be caught straight down the throat of Marcus O'Riordan. So Jaden Denley gets a wicket, and Davies will have to go, but it feels far too little too late for Kent. It's not going to change the course of the game. But Davis on his way for 35, 193 for 4. Just a little bit of something for Jaden Denley to take from this game, and Marcus O'Riordan, who's had a good one with the catch in the deep.
Yeah, disappointment not to see it home for Davies, who's, as you say, he's done well. He's come in and he's kept that tempo going. He hasn't let it get bogged down. That was the chance, wasn't it? The fall of Cracknell could Parkinson bog them down, but not to be. It will be back-to-back victories for Middlesex after back-to-back defeats to start, so they'll move level on points with Kent. And with a couple of home fixtures this week at Radlett and at Lords. Trip to Lancashire will be tough, of course. And finishing off at Merchant Taylor School against Hampshire. Well, chance to try and progress from this group. You lose your first 2 games, you're always a little bit concerned, aren't you? But about to bounce back with the second consecutive win. And it could be the skipper to hit the winning runs. Mark Stoneman nudges gloves with Robbie White as he makes his way out to the middle. The drone takes flight for one last time, you'd imagine, this match here at Beckenham.
Oh, he'll be a happy captain. And the lads that have gone before him have largely done their jobs today. And Middlesex not far away now, 12 runs from getting the job done. Picking up the win.
This is the show-off point for the drone now, isn't it? Look at that sweeping shot around the side of the ground. It's pretty much where the players' bench should be.
It's like that little flourish on the dismount for the gymnasts. As Jaden Denley is into the new batter Stoneman. There's half an appeal for an LBW shout, but I'm pretty sure that was going down the leg side. Slip in play. Stobo. That's Jaden Denley, little skip before he comes into his action. Oh, there's a leading edge into the onside there from Stoneman, so a little bit of turn possibly for Denley. Good effort from him in that over. It's worth 4 runs for Middlesex, but the wicket falling. So 29 gone. That run rate is still so impressive. It's up over 6.5 and over. Middlesex have batted, almost look like they're batting on a different wicket to
Well, help the net
earlier on.
Net run rate to some extent, won't it? Knocking it off in good time, as you say.
Yeah, Kent obviously won the toss and chose to bat in this game, and it didn't quite go according to plan. I think Middlesex is, I think Dan from the Middlesex media team said at the toss actually that they might not have minded batting second, knowing what score you need to chase.
Parkinson in, bowls, and White, oh, drives at this one. There was a cry of catch it, and how's that? And the ball pops out of the gloves of Finch. Was there an edge involved? We shall not know.
I don't think there necessarily was. But like you say, it doesn't matter because Finch fumbled it anyway.
In comes Parkinson again. Oh, and that one turns and bounces. What would they give for another 50 more runs on the board right now,
Yeah.
Kent?
Now we're starting to see why this is a used pitch and a 4th innings effectively on it. Parkinson getting the turn. That's going to encourage Kent to put Stobo in at slip now. But like you say, they've run out of runs to play with. Unless he's going to take a hat-trick or something stupid in this over.
Well, he ripped through them at Chelmsford, didn't he, as he comes in from the City end. Bowls, a lot of flight on this, and he's got him now. Nicks through. White can't believe it. He turns and looks back at the pitch. Forward defence from White. They just haven't quite got the runs. You fancied there was going to be a twist in this at some point, but it's surely going to come too late for Kent here. 193 for 5 Middlesex. Stoneman is out there at one end, having faced 2 deliveries. And it's now into the all-rounders. With, well, there's De Carey's, I should say. He's a bit more than an all-rounder, isn't he? He's a batting all-rounder for Holman. Similarly, very highly regarded use of the bat, but job still to be done. Just got to get it over the line now, Middlesex, and Stoneman, I'm sure, will be determined to do that. But 193 for 5 it is.
Yeah, just a little bit of a wobble for Middlesex. Like you say, if Kent had got 250 on the board, they'd suddenly be thinking, right, we're back in the game here. But yeah, it's 12 required. Anyone can come in and knock that off in a couple of deliveries, as we're just seeing a wider shot of the City.
Oh, look at that. Hold that shot. The Shard. What else can we see in there? The walkie-talkie. Cheese grater. Look at all of that. Beautiful. The grand city of Londinium at the London end here at Beckenham. The City end, sorry, here at Beckenham. As Ben is so delighted.
BBC Radio London's Kevin Hand is doing a fine job right now.
Selling the city.
Selling the city.
Greatest sporting city in the world.
Well, I did see there was a one of the 100 teams when the Spirit were giving out a cap to one of the teams before the game, and Owen Morgan was basically selling London as a city. Oh God, you know, because of course the 100 teams don't have any history of their own. He's selling London as the city, as what a place to play your cricket.
Good old Morgs. He loves the 100, doesn't he?
Doesn't want to coach England in Liberty Davis cricket. He's too busy enjoying what he's doing.
Does he not? Has he said that?
Well, reportedly.
Ah. Who reported it?
I think it's been
never long for wrong.
Whoa. True. I think maybe one day. I think he'd be fantastic, wouldn't he? He's such a knowledgeable man about the game, as we hear from his media work.
There you go. There's the other shot of the other city in London. Canary Wharf.
Is that the Oval Invincible side of London? Kent have got a leg slip and a slip in play now for Holman. Left-hander at the crease.
Parkinson around the wicket, bowls, and Holman it is forward, pushing away into the offside, quick single taken. And Holman ticks over. It's been an interesting display of the batting order today for Middlesex. Cracknell and Fernandez opened. Robson at 3, White at 4, Davies at 5, then Stoneman at 6, Holman at 7. So no carries yet. As Parkinson's around the wicket bowling to Stoneman. Forward he goes, little inside edge on that, and Holman calls him through for the single. Leaning, hangs his head backwards, coming down from mid-wicket, and they got through for one.
Did he say De Carey's batted 3 last time?
Yes. Formerly an opener as well. I'm sure he'll be disappointed not to be a little higher up, but
arguably in the situation right now, Parkinson being the biggest wicket-taking threat with his leg spin, 2 left-handers, maybe the best way to negate that, possibly. He's going to have to almost bother googly to take the outside edge.
Parkinson gives it a bit of flight, ball's tickled away into the onside by Holman. They're thinking too. Stoneman runs the first hard, yes, no on the second, but they settle quickly enough. Oh, a suited and booted chap appears from around the side of the tent. It looks very much Fulton-esque, doesn't he? Fultz is usually in a suit, isn't he?
Is he?
Well, he's there. He's always ready, always on the job, isn't he?
I mean, he's often
Look like Fultz from behind, though.
presenting some sort of awards or
usually to
hosting
himself.
some sort of something in the Cowdrey suite at Canterbury. Going to see a bit more of Jaden Denley then.
What's Fultz going to get named after him at Canterbury?
Oh.
You've got the Rob Key Square at Beckenham. Dave Fulton Mirror at Canterbury. Where is he, Fultz? It's not like a Kent game without seeing Fultz.
This is too far west of the county for Fultz.
To get a nosebleed if he comes up here.
Maybe. Don't know what his playing record was like here. I'm not sure Kent really played that much during Dave Fulton's time. It was more Tunbridge Wells and Maidstone and the Moat and that sort of thing. So Jaden Denley to Holman, prodding forward into the covers. Cowdrey moves across to his right to do the fielding. I'd say it's more Ed Smith attire. Yeah,
it is actually. Yeah, you're right. Yeah.
Suited and booted. Chat
Former
to the
Kent and
producer
Middlesex.
of the stream as this one's pushed again into the covers, but wide of Cowdrey. They scamper through for a single, just ticking over these final few runs now. 8 to win. 4 Middlesex for 197 for 5. As I say, those 2 quick wickets, if Kent, well, as you said, if Kent had 50 more runs on the board, those 2 quick wickets would feel like game on. But instead, it's almost game over as Jaden Denley bowls to Stoneman, just in behind this one defensively.
How are your dipless dippers going?
No, I haven't actually had it many since.
Must be a bit
since
dry
lunch.
today, mustn't it?
Well, goes back here and plays that one off the stump, Stoneman.
You haven't touched your biscuits. It's not that kind of day, is it? It's too hot.
They're probably a bit melty on the inside, that biscuits, in fairness.
I know the feeling.
So,
Airless day today.
yeah, it's warmed up as the day's gone on. Punched up towards mid-off. Everson does the fielding.
We'll sleep well tonight, won't we? Separately, I hope. But
Well, yeah, hopefully.
I'll fall asleep before we get out of the tent.
Denley bowls. All lofted down the ground for 4. Nicely played. Good controlled shot from Stoneman, that. He'll pick up shots straight over the bowler's head. And away for 4. Job almost done now. 4 more runs required for victory for Middlesex for a comprehensive victory here at Beckenham. They're 201 for 5 after 31.
So hot today at Beckenham that even I haven't wanted to tuck into your crisps or biscuits.
Like I said earlier, it's too hot for a Sunday roast.
Mind you, that burger keeps going for a day or 2.
Oof.
It's a wedge, wasn't it?
It really was. I honestly didn't finish mine.
What? Where did it end up?
I gave it to my dad.
Oh, well done.
The chips as well. It was, yeah, it was heavy. It was a heavy meal, wasn't it? Like you say.
Still not over the pizza.
Oh,
There's always next year, isn't there?
no pizza.
Parkinson has Holman on strike, slipping a leg slip crouch down as he gives this one a bit of flight. Holman rocks back and punches a single fine of cover. Cowdrey comes around to collect.
Just to well, if we last one more ball, I'll read out a tweet from Phil.
Oh, you tease. Here's Parkinson bowls and Stoneman drives down the ground. 4 runs and Stoneman settles it. Middlesex 206 for 5. They win by 5 wickets. The skipper hits the winning runs. He lost the toss this morning, was asked to field, and he dropped himself right down the order. Let the youngsters get up there and get on with it. And comes in to steer them over the line after a pretty comprehensive victory in the end, probably more than the 5-wicket margin suggests. Cracknell crashed Middlesex towards their victory target here, and it'll be a day that they walk away from Beckenham feeling very, very happy with, I'd suggest. Middlesex, not much went wrong today.
No, absolutely, and they've cruised to their victory target with loads of overs to spare, 18 and a bit. So yeah, they would have been set fair for a 350 plus score, and perhaps that was really the sort of score that this pitch was capable of producing for a team, and Kent have not been able to produce that with the batting first, and opted to, as you say, win the toss and take their go first. And if they'd have put some scoreboard pressure on the board, then maybe we'd have seen, in that late phase of the game when the ball went a bit softer, Matt Parkinson getting that turn.
There was a little bit of surprise for me on Kent winning the toss and batting first here, but then, yeah, don't know. Is it the kind of day where on a pitch like this you can get yourself into trouble, and is that what Kent did? With the low scores in mind of Wednesday, but yeah, it was a slight surprise. But Middlesex would have done the same. They'd have batted first, so perhaps a good toss to lose for Middlesex. And they'll go on to Radlett on Tuesday, looking to make it 3 on the bounce. Oh, look at that drone shot of, goodness me, it's like Wentworth or something, that, isn't it? Up to the pavilion here at Beckenham. See the players, up the steps they go. And a lovely shot to finish the day on the live stream from the drone, which has been a real highlight today, I think, that drone. Real great addition to the commentary. There it is, buzzing overhead in front of us, we can see it.
I think between the drone and Junior Journo Xavier's 5 over stint, I think
and the burgers.
They've been highlights.
Although
of the
we
day.
would have preferred the pizza.
You and I did our best.
We propped it up.
Yeah, we did. Kept it ticking over in the middle, etc.
Yeah, we were the steady middle order.
The steady middle order. And to be honest, the steady middle order got that job done for Middlesex after the explosive Cracknell at the top. 88 off 82, 10 fours, 2 sixes. But then Robbie White, 50 off 47, 5 fours for him. Jack Davis, 35 off 33 with 3 fours and a 6. Good partnerships. And getting them comfortably to their total. And of course, earlier on, with the ball, Middlesex sharing the wickets around, only Marcus O'Riordan with 58. Score of note for Kent, a few in the 20s and teens, but nobody else really got going enough. And then with the ball, 2 for 35 from Grant Stewart, 2 for 65 from an expensive Matt Parkinson, and though we did get a couple of wickets, Middlesex went hard at him early on, which was a good tactic. Felt like he was potentially a match winner for Kent, but instead Middlesex managed to get after him and knock him out of the attack until he was brought back on at the end. So yeah, Kent will go on to Worcester and to Derby next week.
Oh, you got a trip to Worcester?
Yeah.
Oh, an overnighter at New Road.
In the hope of changing their fortunes. So yeah, Matt Cole will be back for that one on Wednesday.
Xavier whispered in my ear when he went out, Ben's his favourite BBC Radio Kent commentator.
That's good to know. It's ended my day on a nice note at least. Well, Kevin Hand, thanks very much for joining me here on the Kent Cricket live stream and on BBC Sport Online and via the website. Thanks very much for tuning in, and we'll leave you to the wonderful views of County Cricket Ground in Beckenham. As we say, good afternoon to you and have a lovely evening. We'll be back with you very soon for live cricket one-day cup commentary on the BBC Sport app and website.